Big results require big ambitions. Vision 2030 is that ambition. The driving force for Saudi Arabia's rapid, comprehensive and ambitious transformation, launched in 2016 under the leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud. Vision 2030 is a strategic roadmap developed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince with a simple objective: to build the best future and enhance the quality of life for Saudi Arabia's citizens and residents. Saudi Arabia is creating a more diverse economy with sustainability at the core of future growth. Saudi Arabia's ambition is not only to transform itself, but also to play a leading role in the world as the global community strengthens its response to climate change for a better future. In line with the goals of Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia is going further, from ambition to action, with the implementation of the Saudi Green Initiative, launched in 2021. The overarching ambition to reach net zero by 2060 is driven by three ambitious domestic targets: increase protected areas to 30% of KSA's total terrestrial and marine area, reduce carbon emissions by 278 MTPA by 2030, and green Saudi Arabia by planting 10 billion trees across the kingdom. The first set of over 60 initiatives under the Saudi Green Initiative represents over 700 billion SAR, and more initiatives are in the pipeline, with the launch of solar and wind plants, programs that protect our natural biodiversity, continued growth in afforestation and vegetation cover development, and more. The Saudi Green Initiative has already made great strides. Policy, action, innovation and investment come together to help us to deliver a cleaner, greener future across countries and regions. Target by target and pillar by pillar, the Saudi Green Initiative will transform the future of Saudi Arabia, where action primes with sustainability at the heart.
To preserve water, we have to preserve the forests. Maria, Mexico, she's 19. Though we, the young people, are not responsible for climate change, it will have a greater impact on us. Taksin, Bangladesh, he's 22. Alternate forms of energy, like solar energy and wind, can stop climate change, or at least put a dent in it. Russell, Dominica, he's 17. This isn't just about the weather and the environment, it's about justice. Mitzi, Philippines. There's no other time for acting than now. Nkosi, Zimbabwe, he's 17. Assalamu alaikum. Bonjour et bienvenue. Dumelang le amoureux. Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, honored guests, colleagues, and friends. My name is Dumi Makabo. I would like to welcome you to Day 2 of the Saudi Green Initiative, an initiative by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The comments that I shared with you just a few minutes ago were really a reminder of why we're all here, why we're doing this. It's not about us in this room, it's about our children, it's about the future. And this initiative reminds us and specifies just that. We're going to have a really interesting and impactful, thought-provoking day. But before we do that, I do have to remind you of a couple of things. I believe most of you have this little gadget attached to your hand called a mobile phone. Those are very handy indeed, and I'm not going to ask you to switch it off, but I'm going to ask you just to make sure that it's on silent so that we're not disturbed. And if, while you are using that handy device in your hand, you happen to visit any social media, just a reminder that on the handle on Twitter and Instagram is @GI_Saudi. And the hashtags that you can use are hashtag Green Initiative and hashtag SGI Forum. And of course, this is also being streamed online. So to all of you watching from wherever you may be in the world, a warm welcome to you as well. Yesterday was really an opportunity for us to take stock. It's only been a year, but an incredible amount of work has been done. This initiative really has achieved a lot in a year. We spoke about coordinated efforts at national, regional, and international level, as well as coordination between the public, private sectors, civil society, communities, and indeed, individuals as well. We spoke about sustainability, specifically in the tourism industry, minerals, and how best we use technology to improve vegetation cover. Last, but certainly not least, we spoke about how to protect our land and our seas. At the end of the day, that's really what we're talking about. So today, it is about looking forward, but it's also unpacking a little bit more about how we're going to do so, with one thing in mind, that it is the young people who are going to inherit this legacy. So a warm welcome once again to each and every one of you. I'm going to be your guide, so all you really need to do is sit back, listen, and figure out just how you are going to act. Time to get started. And to kick us off, Edna Traynor, and she's going to talk about money. Please welcome her.
Thank you, Tumi. Thank you so much. And a very warm welcome to you all and good morning to you all. It's great to be here. Thank you so much for joining us today on this second day of the Saudi Green Initiative. Now, yesterday we talked about so many issues, so many areas, so many challenges. And one of the things I think that came up in every conversation was who's going to fund this? And the fact that there are problems, maybe issues, and some people saying there's plenty of money around. It's about making good projects meet good money. And when those two come together, that's when the real magic starts to happen. And I think it is beginning to happen, and we're seeing it happen in so many areas, and particularly, I think, with the great progress that Saudi Arabia is making. So now our panel is going to look at sustainable finance and investment in the region here and the opportunities that will be ahead. The governor of the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia joins us now by video. He sent this message. And of course, we're very looking forward to hearing from him. Apart from his work on the PIF, he also serves as the chairman of Saudi Aramco's board of directors, chairman of the Decision Support Center, and a member of the Council of Economic and Development Affairs. So please, a very warm welcome for the governor of the Public Investment Fund in Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Yasser Al Rumayyan.
Good morning. The Saudi Green Initiative is a turning point in green efforts. And today I would like to discuss with you three main topics: the initiative's power, PIF's commitment to a green future, and the importance of data-driven approach. Just 1 year ago, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, launched the Saudi Green Initiative with a clear vision. It has already changed both the conversation and the facts. And it promises a green future anchored around Saudi Arabia's ambition to reach net zero emissions by 2060. It is turning national ambitions into real actions that positively impact the world. And when governments and private sector work together, we can journey further. Investment and partnerships are key to unlocking this potential. Just last month, our voluntary carbon market initiative, the first of its kind in the Middle East and North Africa region, saw the largest carbon credit auction in the world, where 1.4 million tons of carbon credit offset certificates were sold to 15 Saudi and regional entities. And we issued the first ever green bond by a sovereign wealth fund, which is also the first century green bond in history. It shows investors confidence in Saudi Arabia and PIF and their ability to develop a sustainable economy that can thrive 100 years from now. Last week, His Royal Highness launched Seer, the first Saudi electric car brand. PIF also a major investor in Lucid, who are building their first factory outside the US in Saudi Arabia. With these EV investments, we plan to build 328,000 electrical cars per year. Saudi Arabia also has a target to generate 50% of its energy from renewables by 2030. And PIF is responsible for developing 70% of this renewable energy. Securing supply chain can have a ripple effect on this goal. Far beyond Saudi Arabia, this ripple effect leads us to look at targets, actions, and enablers towards a just transition of energy. Hydrogen and renewable energy provide an opportunity to diversify the energy value chain around the world. His Royal Highness's announcement that PIF aims to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 shows our commitment to global climate action. It also echoes Aramco's, SABIC, and Ma'aden's ambition to achieve net zero Scope 1 and Scope 2 greenhouse gas emission by the year 2050, and shows an innovative commitment by companies like STC, which has recently launched a pilot project to install solar network across 17 sites. Taking a data-driven approach to investments in the energy transition is vital, and this is in Aramco's DNA. Archie is a new tool that draws on information from 9,000 oil fields and 500 refineries across more than 90 countries. It delivers a much higher level of transparency about oil supply chain emissions that will enable investors and policymakers to make more informed decisions. Earlier this week, Aramco also announced plans to establish one of the largest planned carbon capture and storage hubs in the world. I hope you are as inspired as I am about investing and partnering in the green transition. I see a world in which we can seek both economic growth and environmental stewardship. Here, the Saudi Green Initiative is creating a whole of society movement where we will pursue these goals, and if we act in a spirit of partnership, we will arrive at where we need to be in Saudi Arabia, in the Middle East, and around the world. Thank you.
And indeed, thank you so much, Your Excellency Al Ramayan. It was great to hear from him, and again to hear his commitment, his absolute joy in terms of the work that's going on, the strategic investments that are happening in Saudi Arabia, and again, as he said, making sure that economic growth and environmental stewardship go hand in hand. And if anybody's looking for Archie, you can find Archie on the gallery, that wonderful project there to really show that transparency of oil supply. I was looking at it yesterday, and it is so worth looking at. So it's out there. So in the break, stay with us for now. Do take a look at some of the great initiatives that are happening, and again, happening under the direction of the Public Investment Fund. I'm really looking at the great work that is going on in Saudi Arabia. So we're real grateful that he took the time to send us that message. Let me get my panel up here, because we're going to see where the real money is, where it's being spent, and how it's being spent. So Tony Cribbs, the CEO from Saudi British Bank, is with us. Lovely to see him, Tony. We're delighted to be welcomed also by Rick Lakai, the Executive Vice President and Global Head of ESG Initiatives with State Street Global Advisors, US. And Chen Lin joins us, the Head of International Cooperation from the Beijing Institute of Finance and Sustainability. Gentlemen, thank you so much. And we're always interested in this panel because people want to know where the money is and how easy it is to get access to it. Tony, talk to me about, when you look at sustainable finance and you look particularly at the region and you look at the banks and the role of the regulators, how easy would you say it is to establish, I suppose, a framework and to really move it in scope for the development of green finance?
Yeah, there's a lot of work has been done. I arrived in Saudi 18 months ago, and one of the first discussions I had with Sharm, the central bank, was about establishing a framework where the finance industry worked with the regulator and government to look at how we can work together to develop the right regulatory framework, how we can develop the right products, how we can define the taxonomy that everyone needs to be able to say what's green and what isn't. And the fourth point was about the education required for the industry and for clients on understanding why the transition imperative was so important. So very pleased that Sharm immediately accepted my offer to volunteer myself to work with the rest of the industry and bring all that together. And it was something I also did in Singapore. So the great thing about Saudi and the way it's thinking about this is it's looking at best practice in Europe, in China, in the rest of Asia, and very quickly able to bring in those lessons into what is happening in Saudi Arabia. So a lot of progress is being made.
And I think the speed and the urgency of this needs to happen. There's no point reinventing the wheel, really. It is about learning, I think, from other areas. Rick, when we look at the landscape of subsidy and policy support and incentives, it's really getting competitive, I think, out there. Look at the IRA in the US, the Green Deal in the EU. What can the Middle East do, and indeed, how can investors, I suppose, evaluate the value of that support and incentives?
Well, I think the first lesson for what we've seen with the IRA and elsewhere is you can't do it easily on your own with private capital. Certainly at the early stage of technology development, you need a degree of policy support, and there are many areas in the transition where you need blended finance. And so we're seeing this bursting out. I think the IRA was really a game changer, and it's resulting in an interesting competitive environment. If I'm an investor in the US, a US-based institution, I've now got a different set of choices from those I had a couple of months ago in terms of where I might invest in infrastructure, particularly renewables, but across a whole suite of areas. I think that that regime won't last forever. And in a way, as a private market participant, I don't like the idea of subsidies carrying on forever. Yes. I want to be in a free market system. But if we're going to get a transition, that there is that stage. And I think the lesson to be learned in this part of the world is, what are the relative advantages of this part of the world, and how could it most effectively use policy money in a blended finance to actually get leverage on the task ahead, which is a good, smooth transition.
Now, Lynn, your background, in green and sustainable finance markets in China and indeed beyond China. Tell us, I suppose, what works and what you see might work very well in this region.
Great, thank you very much. I think for China's perspective, we already have up and running green financial market as early as 2016. So after more than 6 years of development, we have come up with more like a framework that can support a very well-running green financial market, including taxonomy, disclosure requirement, policy and incentive mechanisms, and a suite of green financial products, as well as capacity building. And I think we have heard a lot about transition and also taxonomy's role here. So I think this is a very important part, which is also very leading in many of the international departments, collaboration and also initiatives. So I think we'll also see some other progress in terms of taxonomy, both internationally and also in the region, which is, I think, touched also in the Saudi Green Initiative.
Rick, talk to me a little bit more about blended finance, because again, there are various different forms out there. So give us a feel for what is available and what works best together.
Yeah, well, I get the whole idea of blended finance is taking private capital and also taking either public capital or policy developments like underwriting of guarantees that the private sector doesn't feel comfortable about, and thereby getting more money into an area that needs capital investment than you would have otherwise done. It's very, very long history with multilateral development banks, development finance institutes. The key there is to have the policy money taking the risks that the private sector doesn't understand or can't easily take, and insulating private capital from risks that it really isn't well equipped to take. Now, that's not just saying there's public money giving private profit. I think that's a criticism that many levy, but it's just recognizing the fact that private capital is optimized to do certain things, but certainly not other things. And if you think about some of the aspects of risk in renewables, some of them are technology risks. Now, private sector is very comfortable with technology risk, but some of the aspects of political risk, not so much. And it may be a time where you need some sort of underwriting of some of those risks to get the plane, in a sense, off the runway. And that's the art of blended finance. It's not that public institutions take a little bit of slice of all the parts of the capital. They should really take the parts of the capital stack that other people can't really take, and thereby supercharge the system.
Tony, when we look at green investment and we look at sustainable investment, it's really only the last couple of years that we're looking seriously at this, but we were just talking a little earlier, and I thought it was very interesting in terms of, when was this conversation started? Right. And, you had a little anecdote which I thought was very interesting. Maybe you share it with us.
Sure, yeah. I was sitting in London in 2005, 17 years ago, and I remember a conversation with an HSBC executive, an ex-CEO and chairman, appropriately named Stephen Green. And he raised the idea that sustainable finance would be a big industry of the future. And of course, all of us in the room back then had no idea what he was talking about. And indeed, it was a decade before the developments really started. But his simple point was, as financiers, this was going to become the world's biggest industry. It's already in the top 10. And it's likely to keep growing across the whole ESG financing supply chain. So he was right, very prescient, and so now, of course, understanding this, the size of the requirement for financing for transition, everybody, of course, is now very keenly involved in it, and it was just an amazing kind of insight back then, 17 years ago.
Oh. And again, it's not just about doing good for the planet, doing good for the people really looking at the ESG qualities. It makes great business sense. And I think when you can put those two together, it's a recipe for success, would you say?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Saab in the Kingdom, about 5% of our balance sheet today is ESG compliant in lending. And that ambition for us grows to 15 to 20% in the very short term, or over 5 to 7 years and beyond. So when it becomes a quarter of your entire business, you better pay attention to it.
Yes, indeed. I think that makes great sense for it. Lynn, talk to me about how China is working as the co-chair now of the Sustainable Finance Working Group, and maybe give us a little bit of a sense of progress in terms of what has been happening and where are you going?
Yes, thank you very much. So China and the US has been co-chairing the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group under the Indonesia's G20 presidency, where the G20 leaders will meet very soon next week. So for the year of 2022, one of the main deliverables under this working group is the development of a transition finance framework. So talking about transition finance, I think might be a slight background because, for example, in countries like China, where we have already launched the green finance framework, but so far, the green finance market ratio comparing to the total financial market size actually is still not very high. In the banking side, actually, by end of September this year, the outstanding green loans was slightly more than 20 trillion RMB. That's about 10% of the total balance sheet in the banking sector. And that means we have a long way to go to turning all of them to green. That's why we need to have another framework to help mobilize and scaling up more finance to support the transition activities. And of course, it's very challenging on transition financial market. It's not only in China, globally. So that's a very strong demand for transition. And we need to work on something which can be guiding all the financial sector, including jurisdictions and who are interested in making investments to avoid the transition risk. So the framework is very much needed. And we are very happy that this framework has been developed and delivered through the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group. And we hope the work can be endorsed by the G20 leaders next week in Bali.
And again, the leaders of the banking sector very, very keen to see this through. Rick, talk to us about that importance of transition financing, because we had CEOs of two of the, well, we had Saudi Aramco here yesterday and Total Energies, and again, almost in a way that frustration of years of underinvestment, okay, in hydrocarbons, but even making this transition is becoming a little challenging, let's say, and perhaps it's not going to be as easy as we thought it was, but if the transition financing is there, that's certainly going to help.
Yeah, I mean, there's bits of the transition that are really easy and obvious, like we invest more in solar, in electrolyzers, in wind turbines, but we will depend on fossil fuels, for example, and we will depend upon traditional shipping and cement and steel for quite a long time. And they're heavy emitting things. We can't stop financing them, but we need to finance them in a way that enables those industries to transition in an economically responsible way that doesn't cause enormous damage. And that's not an easy thing to do, because sometimes that looks like the same as doing nothing, carrying on business as usual. So transition finance really has to be defined quite tightly in terms of the objective we've got from an economic return perspective with the big picture objective. So I think transition finance is emerging as an area of great interest. And it's really important we get this right in order that we continue to finance the things that need to be financed. And in some cases, there's not an easy solution. You know, if you take the hard-to-abate industries, we don't have an easy solution for cement. Yes, we can have green cement. It's double the price of regular cement. Eventually, it will get cheaper. But the world can't, at the moment, do without it. We need other alternatives. So I think transition finance is an extraordinarily difficult topic, because you're investing in things that many see as unacceptable, but they're really important.
And again, I think it is that concept of decarbonization that is so important, and we've heard that from many people, because that's almost an easy win. The industry can do that, and it can do it fast, but again, it needs that financing. Talk to me a little bit about transition financing, Tony, when it comes to, you know, how you look at many of the big players as well, and how important it is.
Well, it's absolutely critical to get to net zero, the ambitions of our customers and governments. You can't get there without financing the new technologies, as Rick said. I think of an industry that often people don't think about in my time in Singapore, and it's agriculture. And no one wants the world to stop growing food, of course. And there was an industry in particular of focus going back 7 or 8 years ago. It was the palm oil industry. And because of land degradation, deforestation, and the way in which palm oil land was cleared through fire, which was a big problem for Singapore, because the smoke used to blow straight from Indonesia into Singapore. And the industry got together with the banks and government and NGOs and formed a responsible palm oil producing framework, which then, okay, not perfect, but it was certainly a way of trying to clean up and improve the agriculture around palm oil production. And in that way, the banks were able to commit to financing that transition. And here we're faced with oil and gas in the same position. It's hard to imagine not having the ability to use oil and gas, but we need to start financing through renewables, a way to see that transition through the next 30 to 40 years.
And I mean, I think it's encouraging to see the work that the hydrocarbon industry is doing with things like the OGCI, the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, and, you know, but again, I think these things need to rise up in terms of visibility and acceptability, I think, among a wider public and among stakeholders that actually look at the industry, realize we can't do without it right now, but actually they are moving in the right direction, because we can actually begin decarbonizing so quickly. Lynn, in terms of, again, transition financing and, you know, how it actually can help when you put it in there to facilitate, you know, lowering greenhouse emissions, how powerful is it, do you think?
Yeah, so transition finance is still at very early stage. We already see some products in the market, but actually most of them are doing in, I think, 3 very key elements we can see while they are following a framework which the G20 has been developing. One thing is they want the, let's say, fundraiser to set a very clear, measurable, and also a reportable targets. For example, if I want to finance you, although you're still operating in a high carbon industry, but you need to tell me what goal you want to achieve after, or with my financial support. So literally, they will probably come up with more like tangible short-term or mid-term and long-term goals. And give example on a few of the cases in the market. One energy company actually just wants to get funds while they're relying on some of them on renewables, and also they're providing traditional energy. So they want to increase the share of renewable energy. And I want to set a target. I say by now I'm 10% renewable share on my energy portfolio. But in the future, let's say 3 years later or 5 years later, with your financial support loans or other types of financial support, I want to grow that into, let's say, 15%. If I don't realize the 15%, I'll be penalized by raising the interest rate. If I do, actually, I probably can get a lower interest rate. So this is a very important element of transition finance. It's very encouraging in the market. For one thing, the financiers will be happy to see, okay, my financial support to you is very impactful because I see the targets. And for the fundraisers, it's also very encouraging because with your support, I can be more confident and comfortable setting the goal, implementing the goal, and then realizing the goal. So that's more like a win-win game in the end. We hope, actually, this is the energy sector, but in many other sectors, as you mentioned, actually in cement, it's very challenging, and some other hard-to-abate sectors. But transition finance is actually trying to find its way into every corner of the hard-to-abate sectors.
And again, we look at those hard-to-abate sectors, big clients, I'm sure, of all of yours as well. I see you agreeing when Lynn was talking about there, you know, the concept of, but is there sufficient capital enough to make sure that that transition capital is, you know, Lynn said it's in early stages. Are you seeing, or either of you seeing it? Maybe Tony first.
Well, we know that the growth in ESG compliant capital has, you know, quadrupled in recent history to $1 trillion or thereabouts on track this year. So it's not enough, by no means, but the comforting thing is it's accelerating in sort of a parabolic fashion. I think initially there was almost too much demand and not enough supply, and it kept the buyers away, the fund managers, etc., because there just wasn't the availability of compliant formed capital assets to buy. Now that equation is beginning to balance. We're seeing an acceleration in the demand curve, and therefore that's driving the supply. I like products as described. HSBC managed a capital markets raising exactly in that form, where the company was receiving a benefit for complying with certain goals, but the flip side was the buyers of that bond would receive a higher coupon if they didn't achieve their ambitions. So there's all sorts of interesting transition financing products that are accelerating the whole supply and therefore driving the demand up. I mean, just the pure demand side is, the estimates are 10 trillion or so every year, I think. So $1 trillion sounds like a big number, but it's not nearly enough.
I think there's an enormous demand for ESG in general, and the rules are obviously very tight in places like Europe. So tight that transition finance that embraces hard to abate or very carbon heavy sectors are omitted. And I think we should be clear that there is a gap where you've got relatively difficult parts of the world economy. There is a gap, and we need to find ways of making transition finance clear, categorized. That's what the Sustainable Markets Initiative has done in that area, and to ensure that we're able to allocate to it. Some of the very largest asset owners, like CDPQ in Canada, have an explicit allocation to transition finance, and that includes the difficult areas. But I think as we've had people sign net zero commitments, for example, sometimes that's meant making the portfolio look net zero, as opposed to making the economy and the planet look net zero. They're quite different things. And I think we need to get the conversation into a more sophisticated tone so that we can actually do the right thing from a profitability perspective, and also from a net zero perspective. And that means facing some difficult challenges from people to say, actually, I accept what you say, that may not be, at the moment, looking like a great green investment, but it's really important for a lot of different reasons, and we need to establish that category.
Tony, let's just look at some of the products I think that are popular and look at what's happening in Saudi Arabia. I mean, the green bond, the green sukuk and that. I mean, so what are the key ones? A green loan, a green bond, and the capital markets that you just talked about. Give us a feeling for the definition and what's available.
Yeah, so well, look, it's really just emerging. The first green loan that was done in Saudi Arabia was just last year for the Red Sea development. and that was 4 banks, including Saab. So it was really that kick-started the loan market, if you like. Obviously, His Excellency mentioned the recent PIF issuance, and to describe the sort of demand curve around that, most people are surprised to learn that 500 million of that issuance was 100 years, which is not easy to raise money for that amount of time, but it shows you how strong the demand is. We've also, as a bank, bought in with HSBC, we bought in the first green asset management product so that investors are able to access the private bank market, and our institutional and corporate customers can buy that product through the asset management group. We also were the first to launch that, and then we also launched a deposit product for our retail market and our corporate market, so that customers who want to contribute can place their money on deposit in green format in Sharia compliance as well. So there are products being developed, but the pace needs to evolve. It needs to extend to the equity markets, as it has done in other jurisdictions in pure equity and hybrid form. And the exchange in Saudi is really working hard on the definition and the requirements for listed companies to comply. And once you get that framework, then you can start delivering equity product. But we're pleased with progress, and it's accelerating. If you look at the whole region, it's nascent in comparison to Europe, of course, and Asia, and it represents about 5% or so of that trillion of capital raising. But it's accelerating, and as I said before, taking best practice and learning from mistakes elsewhere will help the region and Saudi Arabia accelerate.
And again, it's the growth potential, I think, that's there too, and the big focus that industry has, that government has, you know, and that all helps to drive and keep that momentum up. Lynn, when we look at China, you're, I believe, about 10% of green loans. And again, a lot of issues around companies and projects not meeting the standards and requirements. What are you doing to make sure that we have a different picture, hopefully by next year?
Yeah, so I think the core question would be on standards, and also to make sure the taxonomy or the classification of green assets and activities shall be applied. And internationally, there are also another initiative actually is going on. It's on investments from overseas to China. And not surprisingly, in the world, actually, I think China and the EU as the most, let's say, countries with the most manufacturing sectors in the world are developing their own taxonomies. But in the meantime, the capital is flowing cross borders. They want to know, make sure my funds investing, let's say, from Europe to China, investing in China, I want to make sure they're also green or sustainable. But while we have different standards in China and EU, how can we make sure they are the same? So there needs to be kind of interoperability from two perspectives. One thing, regulator wants to make sure from the financial perspective, you are following green guidelines. And also when you are reporting to me, you tell me your investments in China is green, how to prove it. And in the meantime, they want to make sure their own portfolio investments in China less risky in terms of transition risk. So there is a very strong demand for harmonizing and also enhance the interoperability of the different standards. And then, of course, there are many other standards. In addition to taxonomy, there are also principle-based classifications. So we need to work on that. Very luckily, with the help from both sides in China and the EU, actually there was a taxonomy working group under the IPSF, which is abbreviation of the International Platform for Sustainable Finance. And a working group from both sides, China and the EU, and a few other experts, have been working very hard to compare the two sets of taxonomies between China and the EU, and came up with a common ground taxonomy in June this year, which was very well received in the market, and including the financial banks. The banks in China and the EU are issuing green bonds by labeling using this common ground taxonomy in each other's market, and has been very well received. But the common ground taxonomy does not have only one effect or role by encouraging the issuance of green bonds in each other's market. They can also be used by a third country as a reference point of the taxonomy or standard when they are developing their own taxonomy, because this is a very important, it's more like a cornerstone for the green financial market. If you want to develop a taxonomy, but you do not necessarily have to, let's say, develop from zero or scratch. On the other hand, you probably do not have all the manufacturing sectors that's comparable to other major economies. So you probably want to see how that has been used or developed in other countries. And development of taxonomy needs a lot of coordination among governments and also in the financial sector, investors, banks, and, asset management companies, insurance companies. That's a lot of coordination efforts domestic. So that thing is more like, I think, a reference, more like a public goods now for other countries. And I hope the Saudis, within the Saudis Green Initiative, there shall be more, let's say, efforts to enhance the comparability with within the region and also with a broader coverage of the economies in green finance.
And of course, when we look around the world, you know, there's not every country is created equally. And we look at, Rick, a lot of economic instability, a lot of geopolitical instability. And again, you know, look at investment risk, I suppose, of sustainable finance in terms of sovereign risk. I mean, how do you stand back and assess that? Because sometimes it's not looking as smooth, perhaps, as it could be.
Yeah, I mean, at one level, sovereign risk is really easy to understand. If you're a sovereign bond investor, it's the willingness and ability to repay, the likelihood of devaluation, et cetera, et cetera. If you're investing in the infrastructure of a country, whether it's a developed or an emerging country, as a foreign investor, you need to be very mindful not only of the sovereign risk of the default of the country, but the political risk, which is not unconnected, because if you've got stressed economic conditions and foreign investors own your entire energy system, then guess what? You've got a political risk. So I think we've seen this already in developed economies where the rules of the game have changed. It may not affect so much the fixed income investors as the equity investors. So I think there's a kind of intermingling of sovereign risk and political risk that we need to be aware of. If you're just investing in a regular business like a food retailer, it's not systemic. If you're investing in the energy system of an entire country, it becomes very systemic. And for that reason, you've got to think about it in a little bit of a different way as an investor. Be careful. It's not to say don't invest, just be careful and aware of it.
And I think we found, you know, this year how energy security has moved to the top of the agenda for everybody. But please, Tony, follow up on this for me.
Sure, yeah, it's a very good point. I met with one of the world's largest infrastructure investment companies in Riyadh just recently. And top of the agenda in the discussion, to Rick's point, was the regulatory framework around investing in infrastructure for periods of 25 to 50 years. What was the understanding of the regulatory framework and how dependable was it in terms of the very long term? Because without that, you discourage investment because these assets are being sold to pension funds and you can't change suddenly the regulation halfway through. So it's a really key point in the way the region develops that regulatory framework and the dependency around the long term.
Rick, we see a lot of focus on, I suppose, production of new energy and renewable energy, and we talked even about hydrogen yesterday, and it was about where's the funds coming into that. But we also have to look a little wider in terms of infrastructure funds. I mean, is there available money for that as well?
There's no shortage of money. I think the proposition needs to be very crisp, and sometimes the proposition is production, sometimes it's distribution, and sometimes it's demand. And I think it's another point that we need to be very ambidextrous in our thinking about transition, the transition. Some of it's about the stuff we're going to control and wind back and change, and some of it's about new stuff. We can't do just one. We can't have all of our attention on the new energy without thinking about the old or any of those hard-to-abate sectors. When we're thinking about an energy like green hydrogen, I think it's a very compelling proposition, but we do need to look at the demand side. Who's going to demand it, and how can we get the demand signals and the long-term agreements that mean that that green hydrogen product has kind of credit legs and is bankable? So I think they're both important.
We've only got a couple of minutes left, so I want you to, I suppose, look ahead to what's going on to happen maybe by this time next year. There's clearly a lot that needs to be done. Lynn, talk to me in terms of what will make your life easier from now, I suppose, for the year ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. So we're still in COP27, but looking forward to COP28. There's 1 year to go. And within both the G20, China, and many other maybe economies around within the region as well. So I think just based on what the two gentlemen just talked about, I think de-risking is very important. And within the G20, there was also growing, let's say, interests of discussing this topic on how de-risking, including the blended financing mechanism, can be let's say, introduced here. And that was also a new proposal saying to avoid the political risk and also to mitigate the political risk and many others. The World Bank has MEGA. But actually, there's no standalone mechanism in this area for green and sustainability. So we were thinking if there's any possibility of creating multilateral de-risking facility, just like the MIGA. MIGA is too small and it's focusing on political risk. But actually there is a climate and the green area, which is actually even larger demand for their own sustainability and also the global, let's say, climate goals. So we hope that we can make some progress in this area.
Rick, leave us with a few words of wisdom in terms of where we need to go.
Sure. Listen, I think we're locked and loaded with the easy stuff, particularly in developed economies. The big issues that we're not locked and loaded on are how you get flows to the global south, not only to decarbonize, but also for adaptation finance. That does mean a very hard conversation with, in a sense, the global north and blended finance to get that right. So I think we should be enthusiastic. We're dealing with the easy stuff, shall I say, but we're now going to move on and look at the tougher stuff. And I think Tony mentioned agribusiness. I think that's a fascinating and really significant challenge we need to get into with some vigor.
And Tony, a closing word from you. I know it's great you're running the bank in Saudi Arabia, but I guess the great impetus now, what you've got to do in terms of here was your job, and the job spec looks even 10 times bigger right now. Yeah, well, there's nothing bankers like better than action. When it's esoteric and a bit kind of in the future, it's hard really to get sometimes people to really focus. So we've entered the phase now where there's real action, real product development, real regulatory change. And in that environment, what's fun about that is we can now be innovative and agile in what we're doing. So inspiring our people in that way, it's starting to become, I wouldn't say fun, but it's starting to become real and tangible. And when I arrived in Saudi, just very quickly, I went into the desert and planted 10,000 trees. And someone wrote back to me when I posted on LinkedIn and said, really, 10,000 trees? Have you been outside of Riyadh and seen how big the desert is? So this year, Saab announced that we're going to plant 1 million trees. So, and in that way, it connects to our staff and our customers that we're very serious about helping. And if everybody does that, I think it makes the big difference. You know, well done. And I think, as you say, this whole conference is about ambition into action. And I think it looks like everybody's, you know, the starting, the starting point has gone. I mean, we're off. We're on the road. So I wish you all a lot of luck, and I wish you all, great success along the way, and you'll be able to help everybody here and around the world to make sure that we all get together and we all move in the right direction. I think that's important. We're heading towards net zero. It's about, I think, scaling up and moving a little bit faster. So once again, thank you so much, Jen Lin, Rick LeKyle, and also Tony Cribbs. Great thanks for my panel here. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And again, you heard it there from the financiers, from the bankers. These are the people we need to be listening to. These are where projects are happening. They're getting done. They're actually making a difference. And I love what Tony was saying there. It really has become the time of action. It's very clear. We talked a lot, I think, in the last couple of years, but there has been a sense of great momentum growing. And that sense of agility, I think, for everybody, really more innovative and more creativity that's needed. And I liked it. Be ambidextrous, so it adds to your agility and your creativity that every one of you need, because it is a very dynamic time in the market, and it is time for us all to move forward. And in many ways, this brings us to our next topic of the day, because we heard in this session, and indeed we heard in many sessions, that we're not going to be able to do this alone. Companies can't do it alone, the banks can't do it alone, organizations can't do it alone, and certainly, the bigger, wider picture, countries can't do it alone. So we're now going to look at the cooperative imperative, and I'm absolutely delighted to welcome my wonderful panel on board here. They're going to bring us up to date. We are beyond thrilled to have with us the climate envoy for Saudi Arabia, Minister of State, His Excellency Adel bin Ahmed Al Jubeir. Thank you so much for being with us. We're delighted to have you with us, and I'm really looking forward. I'll put you in the second chair. Thank you so much. Her Excellency Ambassador Patricia Espinosa, the former Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Thank you so much. She's now the founding and managing partner of 1.5. So a lot to contribute here. And from the UK, Nigel Topping joins us now, the UK COP26 high-level champion. We have a panel of champions, I really think we have here. So I'm really, really delighted to have it, and lovely to see you all. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, I think we've heard so much from His Royal Highness yesterday. We've heard from Saudi Aramco. We've heard from many of the people here in terms of what's happening here in the region. And why would you say it is so important that Saudi Arabia take this big initiative and take a leadership role?
Well, we all inhabit this planet together. What happens in one part of the world affects other parts of the world, so we can't escape that. The issue of climate change doesn't recognize borders or gender or religion, so we have to all chip in to do this. Saudi Arabia is the world's largest exporter of petroleum, so we have also responsibility in that sense. We have an obligation to our children and grandchildren to leave them with a better world than the one we found, and so we have to take a leading role in this. We have launched the Middle East Green Initiative that His Royal Highness chaired the second summit of it during this COP, and the objective is to plant up to 50 billion trees in the Middle East. He announced the launching of, or the funding of $2.5 billion to support the activities of this initiative, to make sure that we deal with desertification and we deal with planting trees in order to reduce carbon in our environment. We've also launched funds that deal with food security and funds that deal with helping countries manage the transition using a circular carbon economy approach. So we have done, in terms of Saudi Arabia, more than 70 initiatives in various parts to ensure that we have renewable energy, clean energy, and that we are able to protect our environment and our wildlife. And there are many, many other initiatives. I can spend 3 days talking to you about it.
And it must be a very exciting time, because I love the determination and the energy. And even when His Royal Highness was here yesterday, when he, talked to us last year, this initiative, he actually said he was going to be held accountable. And I think there's also that great spirit that everybody is on this journey and they're absolutely committed and determined.
Absolutely, and we have hugely ambitious goals and targets, and those targets are not set, they're moving targets. When we believe we can exceed the target, we make the announcement, like we did with our methane pledge. We doubled our target towards 2030, 3 or 4 years after it was announced, and the reason we did it is because we learned more, we had momentum, and we decided let's up it. So we want to make sure that everybody stays on their toes, that we are an example to the world in terms of what can be done. We believe it can be done, and we believe it will be done, and we're determined to do so. And you saw the energy and the enthusiasm by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who personally oversees every single aspect of our initiatives.
And that sets the focus and the ambition and the standards. So good luck with you all. Patricia, when we look at, is the world, I suppose, moving now from ambition to action? It's not all moving at the same pace, though, and that is a bit of a challenge. How do you think you could increase that intergovernmental process on climate change to really, come up to scale, I suppose?
Well, I think that it is the transformation. What we need to be very clear about is that the transformations need to happen on the ground. So the intergovernmental process itself is providing the bigger framework, the bigger picture, the sense of direction on where we need to go. But the transformations need to happen on the ground, in every community, as you were saying very, very clearly just a minute ago, in every bank, in every company, in every, and I think that in that regard, accountability, transparency, the possibility of being able to share what is really happening is absolutely critical.
Nigel, radical collaboration is a word that I see associated with you, and I love it. It's got power behind it without a doubt, and you say this is the only way we're going to do it. It's not business as usual. We really need to make a big push on this. But are we not a bit late maybe on 1.5 already?
Don't believe anyone who tells you that 1.5 is dead.
Okay.
Don't believe anyone who has lost confidence in the ability of us as unbelievable engineers and in the power of markets to drive exponential change. That's what's happening now in sector after sector after sector. I was just saying, just after Paris, everyone was saying, oh, we'll still have combustion engines as the majority technology for cars into the 2070s. That technology is basically dead this decade now. And it's because the market share of combustion engines is growing 63% a year. If you do your exponential maths, because that's the shape of transition, another 6 years and it's game over. Okay, the S-curve flattens out at the end. But we're seeing the same in green steel, green hydrogen, sustainable aviation fuel, and just like the kingdom's got a target to go from 0.1% to 50% renewables, it's a 500x, right? We were at 0.9% 0.1% sustainable aviation fuel in 2000, and now we're targeting collectively about 10%. That's 1,000x by 2030. And those kind of growth curves are a result of costs coming down as we deploy, and it's a very predictable process. We know the economic story. It's just that none of the forecasts that you're reading that are saying 1.5 is dead use that logic. They're using kind of dumb logic. They're adding up today's policies and saying that determines the future, as though people stopped making policies. As His Excellency said, and this is the interesting thing, engineering organizations and countries like Saudi with a strong engineering skill set in the political elite, they learn fast. So we see Mercedes, Maersk, Sony, big engineering companies, they say net zero 2050. 3 years after, their engineers have been working on the problem, they say, we're going to do it in 2040. So I think the whole world's on that track now. So
you're encouraged and you're hopeful.
Yeah, and everything that's going on in the COP, now there's some negotiations going on in the COP, but there's much more. There's a conversation yesterday about green hydrogen, ministers of energy, ministers of mining, ministers of petroleum, at a table with CEOs of steel companies, building the green hydrogen economy way faster than anyone thought.
Your Excellency, when we look particularly at Saudi, I mean, there's a dual challenge here and there's dual opportunities without a doubt. You know, you're providing hydrocarbons for so many countries in the world, and that production has to carry on and it has to decarbonize, and then that investment has to rise and it has to come into the renewables. Economic growth, one way or another, is essential, but it must be done sustainably. How can you really encourage that to happen and demonstrate that it can happen?
We don't believe that there's a contradiction between the two. We believe that you can produce hydrocarbons, you can do it in an efficient way, in a clean way. We also believe that you can offset a lot of it by producing a lot of positives. We use a circular carbon economy approach where we recycle some of the gases, where we also plant more trees, where we do produce more green hydrogen, so that on balance we more than offset the pollution, so that net we're going down. And this is the approach that we're taking. This is the approach that we're encouraging other countries, especially in the developing world, to take, so that we don't stifle their economic growth, but at the same time we contribute to making the plant a cleaner plant for everybody. And we have launched initiatives in this regards, and we have funded initiatives in this regards to the tune of $5 billion. So we are determined to do this. I think when people look at Saudi Arabia and they look at the map, we may be a beige country, but our DNA is green.
I like that. A beige country with green DNA. Yes, indeed. And adding the climate to it, a little bit of blue, maybe turquoise, it's coming now.
Also,
yes.
And pink hydrogen.
Yes, yes, indeed. So it's, I think, that tremendous move and so much work that's within that. Patricia, now you, in your former role at UNFCCC, what progress, I suppose, has been made? And you will always say this, certainly. Sometimes we look at this, and if we read the headlines, it's all doom and gloom sometimes. But, you know, social upheaval in the world, geopolitical conflicts, yes, we still have a few. And again, economic crisis that some people might say we're bordering on one to come next year. So it's always going to be volatile. There's always a lot going on. But what has been achieved so far?
Well, I do believe that a lot has been achieved in terms of providing the world with the instruments, with the tools in order to go into this very deep transformation. There is the process has produced the big framework, but also the tools for all of us to be able to monitor what is going on. Now, it has also provided, and when we look at the role that the conferences have, I would say that it has provided really a very important impulse to leadership, and not only in the governments, but leadership also in businesses and in civil society, in everywhere. I mean, if you go to the conference venue, there is, of course, all the negotiations going on, and that is going to be always a central part. But as I tell my colleagues, for example, now the current presidency, Egypt, the incoming presidency in the UAE, you know, the results of the negotiations are indispensable for the conference to be successful, but they are not enough. That's not enough. Why? Because a negotiation does not transform the world. So what is really, really critical is to have to provide this incredible platform where leaders come together and they all really, learn from each other, they interact, and they create this momentum. So Nigel, as a champion, together with his colleagues, they launched the Race to Zero campaign. And I think, this is what the conference is doing. They bringing together everyone and say, okay, now it's a race to zero, a race to resilience, a race to sustainability, and get everybody on board.
I mean, a perfect segue there. I was going to talk about it a little bit later, but talk to us about that, not just alone the race to zero, but the race to resilience, and building that in and making sure that it's there, because it's the only way we're going to get there.
Yeah, it's really important we don't forget that, right? Because there are many countries in the world with very few emissions. So the real question there is, what's the race to development, and how can that be climate smart development? But there's 4 billion people in the world who are at risk because of climate change. Mostly the urban poor, slum dwellers, the coastal communities, and smallholder farmers. And so if we only make the technological transition to net zero and we don't build resilience for those 4 billion people, then we have a very bad future. So it's possible to imagine a terrible net zero future. So that's why adaptation and resilience is an important part of the Paris construct and the UNFCCC. So, and actually, very excitingly, with what we've just launched with the Egyptian presidency, is what we call the Sharm el-Sheikh adaptation agenda. And the idea there is adaptation and resilience is a big kind of abstract term. That's a term of art in the negotiations. But for human beings, what matters is clean cooking stoves, restored mangrove forests, access to clean water, those kind of things. So the Sharm el-Sheikh adaptation agenda sets out the 30 most important solutions and the deployment target by 2030. So it's an implementation action plan, which then everyone can figure out what their role is as countries, as businesses, as investors. And that's what this process is turning into. It's how do we accelerate action in all these swim lanes?
And Your Excellency, when you look at building that resilience, sometimes countries need a helping hand, and they actually can't do it on their own, and many countries are actually crying out for that help as well. But talk to me about, I suppose, countries helping their neighbors, and I know Saudi Arabia has recently launched that 10 billion fund to help food security in the GCC region. We don't think of these, we're all very privileged, I think, in terms of how we live, where we live, but, as Nigel's saying, it comes back down to basics. How to cook and, have a better life. Small things that, look like very small, but they make the world of difference to people's lives and their health and to the overall climate and planet.
Yes, we have historically been one of the largest donors of foreign assistance to countries that are in need, and we continue to be so. With the changes that have occurred because of climate and because of the environment, there's a greater urgency to do even more. We have learned from the COVID-19 pandemic that one country cannot go it alone. We need to work together on a global level in order to deal with this pandemic, and this is why the world has been able to get its hands around it. The same with the environment, the same with hunger, the same with underdevelopment, and we want to make sure that we do our share and that we are able to contribute, because we benefit ultimately. If one part of the globe ails, the rest of the globe will suffer. And if we are able to pool our resources, we are able to overcome challenges. I'm optimistic in terms of the climate debate. I believe that we have the technology to deal with issues. I believe that I know that we have the resources in order to fund these initiatives. What was lacking until now was really the political will to engage in a rational, thoughtful discussion based on science and logic. And I believe that with at this COP, we're able to move from accusations and acrimony towards implementation and towards more practical solutions. And I agree with Nigel that what we have seen in human history is quantitative leaps and quantitative changes. Moore's law, doubling every 18 months of capacity. We will see the same with regards to environmental issues, and I hope that so long as we avoid acrimony and we focus on problem solving.
And of course, what's happening here, I think, again, is just the start of what's going to happen next year in the UAE as well. So it's almost like these two are coming together and really building a lot of power, hopefully, within COP. Patricia, when we look at, climate change, it's a global issue, it's a borderless issue, but yet not everybody is on board. I mean, there's a lot that the world could do, but how do we actually, I think, bring different nations together and really bring everyone together, because this is a problem that needs global solutions?
Well, I think that this is precisely the point of a conference like this, right? A conference where everybody comes at the highest level of government, as we have been witnessing, and just the presence of the heads of state and government already indicates that they want to be on board. But you are right, it is true, and sometimes, and this is what people talk about, sometimes is this only talk or is it really serious, right? So I think that the best way to bring really everybody into the deep transformation that is required is precisely through what the theme of this conversation, which is cooperation, right? To make everybody feel comfortable that if you embark on this journey towards a more sustainable future, low carbon future, you will be able to benefit. It's not something to help others. It's really in your own national interest. It is in the interest of your citizens. And I think this mindset needs to be established, and people in society need to understand that investing in climate change, investing in actions to address climate change is something that is not for others to benefit. It is really in your own benefit, and I think this is the key. So collaboration traditionally has been seen like helping others, but in this case, collaboration is really, I have said sometimes, enlightened investment in your own future.
Indeed. If Your Excellency, if I may come back to you while we're on this concept of collaboration, and maybe take a look back in your career of more than 35 years in diplomacy and government and politics.
I started very young.
You started very young. But I mean, you've been doing, so you've seen these issues, but also you talk a lot too about stability and security in the world and the difference that it makes. And stability and security now with regards to the climate initiative. How important is it that we find that path, because we have to?
It's very important. It's critical. If you don't have security and stability, you're not able to engage in projects, whether those projects are development projects, whether those projects are green projects, whether those projects are nation-building projects. You need stability. And social stability is important to stability. Social stability with all that entails: education, security, healthcare, opportunity, empowerment of youth and women. This is very important. When you look at Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, the objective is to provide that in terms of opening up new areas for investment, empowering youth, empowering women, providing better education system, making the public sector more transparent and more accountable, encouraging investment, domestic and foreign, so that you can generate wealth, which in turn contributes to stability. So, and we want this for the whole world. And we find that the more we can cooperate with other countries, the better it is for everyone. It's a situation where 1 + 1 = 3.
And I would think you find, in your negotiations and travels all over, the world, that everybody wants that. But yes. What are the big impediments? Because I would think every government wants it, every country wants it, and yet here we are.
Political will. I think if you should care about your people, you should care about your country, you should care about the world. And if you do that and you embark on policies that aim towards this, you will succeed. We have discovered, for example, that education is critically important for the environment. We have to teach our youth about the environment, about preserving it, about making it better. We also have to educate our business community. We don't need that much educating because they're very far ahead in this area, but that going green is profitable. You make money by going into electric cars. You make money by turning waste into energy. You can make money by being the world's largest hydrogen producer, which we intend to be. And so it is profitable. But the key in terms of education is educating people about the importance of the environment, the importance of working globally towards the environment, and the importance of having practical, realistic solution to this. And it is all achievable if we put our minds to it. And like I said earlier, I believe that we're getting to the point now where we're turning away from emotions and we're moving towards implementation and towards practical solutions.
Nigel, I see you agreeing with everything there, and I'm going to bring it back to you. We just had a banking panel there. We just had the financiers on. They're on board. I think if we talked to them 5 years ago, there would have been a lot of hesitation, but they're certainly on board right now. How important is it, that we make sure that we can finance this transition, and make it beneficial for everybody?
So first of all, I was nodding because I think these 2 points that economically this is a non-zero sum game. So 1 plus 1 does equal 3. So it's not like if you do well, I do badly. And also this is a security issue. You have to remember that 1.5 degrees is not a target, it's a geophysical limit. If you listen to the system scientists like Johan Rockström, once we go beyond 1.5, we're into terrifying tipping point territory where things could really run away. It's about domestic political will. It's hard because making a non-zero sum argument, it's like the Marshall Plan argument for America to invest in the reconstruction of Europe after the Second World War. It was based on 2 arguments. It will be good for us economically, and it will be good for the world from a security point of view. And I do think we need to make those 2 arguments much more vociferously. None of this happens without finance flowing, self-evidently. And I think a really important development at this COP has been that the 2 champions and the 2 presidencies, so UK and Egypt, sort of as we handed over, commissioned Vera Songwe, that's just former head of the African Economic Commission, and Nick Stern, the London School of Economics, professor of economics, but very much climate economics, to say, okay, we have this famous 100 billion, which is a front-of-pipe measure. Right. It's a token of trust that hasn't been met, so it's really important in terms of trust, but it doesn't solve the problem. As Mahmoud would say, given his stance from the IMF, it's almost irrelevant. It's less than 3% of the finance that needs to be mobilized. And this is the problem. If you focus just on a small part of the problem and obsess about that, whilst not solving for the rest, then you don't solve. As a mathematician would say, it's necessary but not sufficient. So Stern Songwe published a paper a couple of days ago called Finance for Climate Action. And it's particularly focused on emerging and developing economies where the challenge is greatest in terms of finance. We need to mobilize $2.2 trillion per year by 2030. About half of that needs to come from domestic resource mobilization, so sovereign, domestic private sector, domestic pension funds, and the other half externally. It requires a trebling of multilateral finance, and overall about 70% of it will have to come from the private sector. So we have to stop having these conversations where the private sector is in one corner saying, we've got loads of money, but there's no investable projects. Sovereigns are in another corner saying, we've got loads of projects, but no one's helping us. And the multilaterals are in the other corner saying, our shareholders won't let us take any risk.
And sadly, that's where we are right now, isn't it?
Well, it's changing, but it's really changing. And a lot of it's changing because the financiers, when Mark Carney and I launched the Glasgow Finance Alliance for Net Zero, in April 2021, we had 160 financial institutions. By Glasgow, 450, and now 550. And 2 years ago, hardly any of them had any specificity in their plans or targets. By the end of this COP, over 300 of them will have published very specific sectoral decarbonisation targets. Order of magnitude, they say they'll reduce the financed emissions in the power sector by 60% and in oil and gas by 29 to 37%. And of course, they're not reducing their overall book, they're shifting that into investing and lending into the future. So there's seismic shifts coming in the way that private sector allocates capital, and it's forcing them to look more at emerging markets because so much of the infrastructure investment is going to take place in emerging markets. And it's about now rolling up sleeves and figuring out how to use the limited amount of public finance. I mean, it's very generous, but it's not going to solve the problem. Make sure that's being used to leverage private finance so that we solve the problem. And again, that 2.2 trillion is not a target, it's a requirement to stay within the limit. So we need to be much more on a kind of war footing because the alternative is security breakdown. And you see already how fragile it is and how easy it is for fascism to arise when we have climate-induced refugees. Just imagine that 10x if we don't solve this.
Please, and I want you know, all to come in on this because but I look at also what's happening in Saudi Arabia, and I think they put that financing up at the very forefront,
Yes.
whereas other countries sometimes are just talking more in general about it, but it's so important here. How important is it that everybody comes on board and realizes that money needs to be available to help, yes, this country or other countries around?
It's very important. Without funding, you can't have projects. I think we talked about quantitative increases. I believe that when you look at financing, I'm optimistic in the sense of, if you look at the automobile industry when it started, nobody wanted to finance it. If you look at the computer industry when it started, nobody wanted to finance it. If you look at all new industries, people
they're sort of risk adverse, some of those bankers, aren't they?
But then you realize how easy is it to get a loan if you have a software company or if you have a computer company or a technology company? Very easy. I believe the same thing will happen with regards to environment. People will say there is no financing. You want to build a plant to produce wind, people will finance it. And in the beginning, there may be some hesitation, and this is perhaps where public support is needed and multilateral institutional support is needed, but eventually the private sector is very efficient, will see the prospects for profit and will channel resources into those sectors because of the return on investment. In Saudi Arabia, we took the approach that we want to be on the forefront in terms of the energy. We no longer see ourselves as an oil producer. His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz spoke about this yesterday. We see ourselves as an energy exporter. And so, in fact, even our Ministry of Petroleum name was changed to the Ministry of Energy. So we want to produce solar, we want to produce wind, we want to produce green hydrogen, we want to produce hydrocarbons. But we are an energy exporter, and the industry will expand, financing will flow into it, and profits will be generated from it.
Patricia, you talk a lot about, obviously, cooperation, partnerships, and the fact that, you know, no one can go it alone, really. But bringing the banks into this conversation, making sure that that financing is there. How do you build those partnerships and build probably more solid partnerships and bigger ones? Because we don't just need one deal at a time. We need a much bigger viewpoint on this.
Well, first of all, if I may just go back to the issue of security and climate change, and I would also link it to this point. I think what is also very important is that we understand that security and climate change is one single agenda, that it is not, you know, you have the security. Yes, of course, we have a division of labor in governments, in international institutions, but it's not that there is the security agenda and separately there is the climate change agenda. So and the evidence of how much climate change is accelerator of any kind of challenges and any kind of crisis that societies are facing is there. So what I would say, and here going to the part on how to bring really everybody on board, if we were to see that people are taking decisions regarding climate finance with that perspective that this is, you know, a question of security, of stability for the world, I think we would be seeing really a qualitative change. Right now, what we are seeing is, as Nigel is saying, yes, there are signals of change. However, we're still far away from that. One of the elements that we have been insisting, I have been insisting for a long time, has been really the need to reform the international financial system, the international financial institutions. They are not responding to today's needs of the countries. And we need to build that trust, that countries feel that they are not being left alone. At the end, again, you know, and I'm sorry to be repeating myself so much, but it is really very much about understanding that all of these investments are enlightened investments for your own future. And the way that we are calculating today the costs, or, you know, how much money can be invested, in my view, is not is not complete. Why? Because when we are looking at how much financing is going into climate change, climate action, we are not counting the costs, every day's costs of the consequences of climate change. We are, making the numbers as if we were in a positive situation. If we were to count the costs, we would see that actually we are not, this transformation is not requiring sounds a lot, the trillions, right? It sounds a lot, yeah. But take away the costs and you come up with a different number.
Just stay with me a minute, Patricia. I mean, why are the financial institutions not actually adopting? The whole world is changing around them, and I think there's that tremendous sense of urgency that is there. Why are they not responding fast enough?
Well, I think at this year's meeting in the fall of the World Bank and the IMF, there was some movement. There was some proposals by the US and Germany, initiated by them, to really start a revision of the way that the bank specifically is functioning. But there is, to be very frank, I think there is a lot of resistance to change, you know? And we really need those financial institutions that can help to lower the costs of financing for developing countries. And they are not currently doing that job. They are not, for example, also addressing the needs of countries that have suffered from terrible situations, devastation from hurricanes and other natural disasters. And that is what has taken so many island countries to be highly indebted, you know? So we really need to put an emphasis on that.
We've got to wrap this up, and I just need you to give me maybe a quick 30 seconds. I'll start with you, Nigel, on, you know, we've identified some problems. There's still hope. There's action happening. But very quickly, what do we need to do?
Everyone needs to join the race to zero, commit to net zero short-term pathways, and then collaborate around the interim goals in terms of standards, green hydrogen, green steel, etc. We know standards allow us to grow faster, and advanced market commitments. Nothing de-risks an investment better than knowing you've got an off-taker in the future.
Patricia.
Well, I think we have to concentrate on actions. We have the plans. We know, and the plans may be not perfect, but we need to concentrate on actions, on bringing all the pieces together to make the transformation on the ground happen.
Your Excellency, sorry to speed it up, just a few quick words of wisdom from you.
I agree with Nigel and Patricia. I think the issue is very simple. You either get ahead of this or you're going to be buried by it. And so we have to get ahead of it. And in Saudi Arabia, we're committed to being ahead of it. We think that when you look at many of the world's problems or potential problems, they have to do with climate change, whether there's not enough food, whether there's not enough water, and this becomes sources of conflict. And we need to get ahead of this in order to eliminate it and to provide a better future for our children and grandchildren.
Ultimately, I mean, and it's not about a choice anymore. No. This is what we all have to do. Thank you all so much. We have to leave it there, Your Excellency. Al-Jubair, lovely to have you here, and good luck with all of your work as the climate envoy here. Your Excellency, Patricia, thank you so much. And Nigel Topping, keep being a great champion. We love to have you here. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edna, and of course to her panel. We're all here. We've traveled from many parts of the world. I've come from South Africa. People have come from the UK, from the US, pretty much everywhere. And the reality is what allows us to get here is tourism. But tourism has a tremendous impact on our environment, whether it's about the mode of transport that we use to get here, or whether it's about what we do and the products that we consume once we're on the ground. At the end of the day, a very important aspect and element of ensuring we do better about greening the world is dealing with tourism and its impact on our environment. And to share her perspectives, and perhaps that of the Saudi government, on this particular question, please give a very warm welcome to Her Highness, Princess Khalifa bint Mohammed Al Saud, the Vice Minister in the Ministry of Tourism of Saudi Arabia.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm super excited to be here with all of you today. This is a very important matter, a very important global challenge that faces us all. Climate change is real. This is why we are here today at COP27 to stop thinking and start acting. And whilst climate change is real, so is biodiversity, so is community inclusion, so is sustainability basically as a whole, which we are discussing here at the Saudi Green Initiative. Tourism has a vital role to play within sustainability. Although today we represent around only 8% of greenhouse gas emission, guess what? The tourism sector is growing. The number of travelers are expected to double by 2030, which only means that the environmental impact is going to grow further and further. In KSA, we have put tourism at the forefront of our efforts in diversification away from economy, which means it's even going to grow exponentially in Saudi Arabia. So we are in the 10 destinations that we are developing across the 13 different regions. We need to take action, not only by preserving and maintaining the destinations that we are developing, but also taking it a step further in creating regenerative tourism. What that means is we want to leave those places in a much better place than how we found them. So today, what we are doing is we are taking data-led actions, not just theoretical approaches. In Saudi, we have completed the first of its kind methodology to define sustainability in tourism with a clear baseline across the traveler journey touchpoints. And what we have found from this, that although it is important to think globally, we must act locally. An example on that, international transportation within the travel and tourism sector, international transportation contributes to the highest carbon footprint. Whilst in Saudi Arabia, accommodation took the highest share, which is why it is critical that today we set the right policies for all of our upcoming projects. And we have started that action. You have heard yesterday John Pagano mention very clearly that the net conservation value of the entire Red Sea is going to be 30%, and that they are already delivering on that. Navmi yesterday mentioned that they are mitigating the environmental effects of traditional ways of living by building the city of the future. They are going to build only 5% of NEOM's land. The remaining 95% will remain untouchable. So we have taken action in Saudi. And although it is important that we are acting locally, we maintain our commitment to the global community through the Sustainable Tourism Global Center, which is an initiative that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has launched last year under the Saudi Green Initiative. This year at COP, we have announced through the Sustainable Tourism Global Center the launch of the Tourism Panel for Climate Change. I'm sure you're all familiar with the IPCC, we have launched the tourism lens of that, with efforts from 60 scientists from across the world. And we're going to announce the stocktake and outcomes of this effort in next year's COP. This is our commitment and our pledge in tourism in Saudi Arabia. Finally, last year, I have mentioned that tourism was too big to fail. And at that time, destinations were struggling to recover in terms of number of visits, in terms of the jobs that they had lost, in terms of the trillions that has been lost from the sector. This year, most destinations have announced that they have surpassed their 2019 numbers in terms of visitors. In Saudi Arabia, we are no exception. We have surpassed our 2019 number of visitors. So my commitment, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz kept saying, please hold us accountable. And I am asking you to hold us accountable in the tourism sector by saying, when it comes to creating a truly sustainable tourism sector, we shall not fail. Thank you very much.
So absolutely wonderful to hear that speech, and following on from our panel with His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib that we had yesterday, very much talking about that topic of regenerative tourism and the need to include and educate the local communities. Well, 1 year has passed since the first SGI Forum, and in that time, many tech partnerships have been concluded in Saudi Arabia between foreign companies and government entities to support a digitalized Saudi Arabia space and space exploration, and much, much more. Now we're going to find out how easy it's been to make those partnerships work and catch up on the important role of technology and the part that it's played in the greening of the kingdom, and what are the sectors and technologies that we should be focusing on. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the panel Tech-Driven Greening of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Abdullah Al-Swaha, Engineer, Minister of Communication and Information Technology from Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, lovely to see you again. Perfect. Take a seat. So it's been a year since we were sat like this in Riyadh.
Long time we haven't spoken.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And a lot's been going on. Last time we talked about drones.
A lot of exciting things.
Drones dropping seedlings in and potential partnerships. So what progress has been made? As you said, a lot of things have been going on.
Sarah, let's take a step back. The theme this year is moving from ambition to action. And over the past 2 years, we've seen actually two camps. A camp that was focused on too much ambition and little action, evident by, more recently, comfortably reclassifying coal and nuclear and gas in some instances as green, labeling it as a transitional fuel. And there was His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman that said it in G20 2020, that the only way to tackle the climate change is through a transition led by the circular carbon economy. And hence, today, I'm pleased to show you big action and a reasonable ambition that can be achieved, and yet that is bold. On the circular carbon economy, it is all about the reduce, recycle, remove, and reuse. So on the reduce, we've done a fantastic job when it comes to the Red Sea project. It's completely today powered by 400 megawatts worth of solar energy, and what's more importantly, it's one of the largest storage implementations of 1.4 gigawatts hour, and that is phenomenal. And you're gonna love this one because we spoke a little bit last time about space. We've leveraged geospatial data once again to map the Red Sea project into pixels. And we were able to demonstrate to His Royal Highness that as we develop the master plans, if it contributes to the coral reefs and preserves the environment, we are good to go. And this is why it's going to be one of the projects that is most, when it comes to ecotourism, that preserves close to 99% of the environment, but more importantly, with zero waste to landfill. Let's talk about recycle. SABIC has done a fantastic job partnering with Microsoft. Every single Microsoft product today you have, it has 20% of recycled plastic powered by SABIC from the ocean. When it comes to the remove, oh, this one, we have to give a big round of applause for Aramco, but hold on, let me share it with you. So Aramco have demonstrated to the world that the circular carbon economy works. Carbon exists underground for a reason, and if we manage to crack the code with talent and technology to bring back carbon through the circular carbon economy back underground, we are able to really demonstrate that carbon can coexist within the transition to the net zero world. And hence, Aramco 2 days ago, in partnership and with leadership of the Ministry of Energy, under the SGI initiative, have launched the largest carbon capture and storage hub by 2027 with 9 million tons of CO2 captured. This is remarkable, and this is the kind of leadership that His Royal Highness is leading, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for humanity, that is driving big collective action. Let's talk about the conservations. We've done a fantastic job on that front, but let me share with you, they say that deep roots foster economic growth. I would argue that deep roots actually foster a sustainable world. As we have undergone with the NEOM, delivering the largest green hydrogen project, delivering the line, all of these different things, we managed to understand and appreciate the heritage within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in which we have met a couple of tribes, and we have found some practices that dates back 300 years ago within the kingdom that used to be called al-hima, which is to conserve and to protect. And within these himas, surprisingly, we found that the old tribes and the civilizations that are deep-rooted within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia were able to fence and guard the coral reefs, fence and guard the mangroves, help the camels, which, by the way, they have a thing for the mangroves, go to preserve and to contribute to the environment. So once again, if you want a nation that is driving big action with a bold ambition, under the SGI initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative, with leadership of Prince Mohammed bin Salman, it is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
And I want to actually allude back to it. We've had many conversations on this in the last couple of days, and absolutely we've been drilling down on the power of the blue economy. And His Royal Highness yesterday, Prince Abdulaziz, was talking about accountability, and that one really struck me. It seems that the kingdom has really taken that to heart.
Indeed.
And if you take accountability, then that leads to action.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's what we do in corporations all the time. Do you think this is the power boost that's really pushing things forward?
I've shared this last time. We were pitching to His Royal Highness a National Technology Development Fund for $500 billion. Actually, the original pitch was for $200 million, and His Royal Highness said, where's the green agenda? Because he genuinely believes, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, that the world should move not only into ESG, into digital ESG. How digital governance can go hand in hand with environmental, social, and governance best practices. And as a matter of fact, he said to me, if you make top tech and digital in climate tech on top of the agenda, is going to double that fund. And as a result of that, we've partnered with Aramco last year, or actually this year, February this year, with LEAP to launch Prosperity 7, $1 billion fund, one of the largest climate tech funds. And as a result of that, they have invested into 20 climate tech companies, investing in both stationary carbon capture and air carbon capture, some of the great technologies that we're seeing today. And next February, Sarah, and I invite you and LEAP, we're going to showcase those technologies live on stage. And that is the level of accountability and big action that His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman is driving.
And we saw that in, it deserves a round of applause, because let's be honest, a lot of people were skeptical. When a year ago, they were like, yeah, big ambitious targets, this is all great, deep pockets, but let's see action.
We're not in
As
the
you said.
business of big ambition. We're in the business of big ambition and big action.
And we saw that back in Riyadh. Yes, you can talk about dancing robots, and that's all very exciting. But it's this AI, it's this space tech that's coming in now that's really, again, areas of interest. You're the Minister of Communication and Technology. Are these areas exciting you in terms of technology being funded? Is there any particular one that you think stands out?
You spoke about robotics, and let me talk to you about robotics in action. So we managed to leverage autonomous drones and undersea drones within the Red Sea project and within NEOM in partnership with KAUST and CAPSARC and all of the great environmental and sustainability engines that we have within the kingdom. And we were able to take so many photos and superimpose them with the geospatial data to be able to map one of the best models of how, from master planning to ideation to execution, we can make sure that we actually contribute in developments to sustainability. We can contribute to humanity and safeguard the planet. And let me share with you an interesting report that actually was announced a couple of weeks ago by the Future Investment Initiative. They have done a report called the Priority Report for the World. Do you know what was the #1 worry for the globe? It wasn't climate change. It was poverty, cost of living. Those are critical things. And this is why we genuinely believe we're building the right models under the SGI initiative, the Middle East initiative, to drive global consensus and collaboration.
And you make a really interesting point, because yesterday, again, His Royal Highness talked about maybe us being condescending to more fragile economies, and that we needed to change our tone and work on partnerships and moving things forward. I guess you're obviously in that camp, and you've been very much forging these partnerships. So where do you see, we heard it time and time again yesterday, international cooperation is needed. Great to grow things in the kingdom, but we can't do it alone. So how are those partnerships working out?
So again, what we have observed in this COP27, that there are two camps. Camps about big tech and big money. So basically, they made tech and financing top 10 globally, but that's not the collective action that we need. These are very important, don't get me wrong, for the business folks that we have in the room, but we need to drive big collective action. And this is why you can see it today live in the exhibition. You can see Aramco with Archie exposing their data to show transparency. When His Royal Highness took Aramco public, it was really about driving the ESG with transparency. So they partner with the MITs, with the Oxfords and the Cambridges, and today they expose the data to show you that Aramco has the lowest carbon intensity when it comes to upstream, downstream, and to delivery. And they have managed to leverage this with the Internet of Things and data and AI to drive one of the cleanest and safest energy power sources for the world.
Are we getting to the point, though, that we keep getting this dichotomy between, green practices and investing, but aren't they coming closer together? And the more that they're integrated, we'll get the greater economies of scale. It doesn't have to be, it's expensive because it's green, so we'll take the cheaper option. Surely that conversation is a bit outdated, and it's coming closer, hopefully, together.
Absolutely. That's why the last time I spoke to His Royal Highness about ESG initiatives within the upcoming digital economy strategy, and he said to me, what about digital ESG? Because we cannot today decouple the digital world from the physical world. Because we just had a virus that disrupted 75% of the global supply chains. The last thing we want is an environmental crisis that could cripple down all of humanity. So today the collaboration on climate change is not a strategic imperative, but an existential one.
And when we look upon all of this, what excites you the most? What are you looking at that says, this is the next thing I'm going to focus on in terms of technology? Is there anything particularly that you're looking to that you think will be the driving force?
Again, Sarah, we said seeing is believing, and we're in the business of big action. Go to the exhibition and see the number of Saudi entrepreneurs, women and men, that is making a difference by empowering the youth, safeguarding the planet, and shaping new frontiers. And
we're going to talk about that later, because I have a panel coming up on green careers, and as you said, it's so important, that pathway into the green sector. In terms of what we've seen with those partnerships, though, where are we going to see a little bit more action? And is there any particular area that you're going to focus on with these international partnerships? As you said, we're doing a lot at home. Yes, that's good. but eventually you could be a powerhouse to share that information. You mentioned COVID. Never has a vaccine been created so quickly, and we saw the power of international cooperation that we got as a result of that. My hope is, and I'm sure everybody else in the room, that we can see that kind of collaboration to deal with climate change.
So what we have seen, Sarah, is the convolution of the digital economy, the green economy, and the space and innovation economies come together. So while seeing is believing, you will appreciate that you will see underwater drones being leveraged to make sure that we preserve the coral reefs. You're seeing how data and AI have helped us, and I shared this last time at the SGI initiative, save 3 years worth of water, 9 cubic meters of water in just 1 year by stopping random farming and desertification. And last but not least, how we're bringing talent and technology under the Prosperity 7 $1 billion Climate Tech Fund to drive women and youth into entrepreneurship and to tech and technology within the green economy.
And let's pick up on people, because people always, again, they tend to say technology and people over here, or AI is all going to take our jobs, all those old-fashioned kind of concepts, but there's still a fear out there. We need those local communities. This is, again, what I'm hearing time and time again over these 2 days. We need those local communities. We need to educate them. We need to support them so that they have the guardianship of their own land, and they're part of the solution.
Indeed, and this is why when you go to the NEOM project, the Giga projects, the Red Sea project, all of the Gideas, you will find a chief environmental officer, both women and men, that happens to be Saudi, with a dream team that is really demonstrating leadership. And as a matter of fact, every time I get to interact with those teams, I feel that this is indeed about big collective action and about seeing that and believing, and I invite you to see it today at the exhibition.
Absolutely, I've walked through it many times, been in a bit of a rush, I'll be honest, I haven't had a chance to have a proper look yet though. But you're the guy in the head technology seat. I know that you're incredibly well versed in all the new technologies that are out there. What excites you next, in the next 5 to 10 years, where you think that technology is going to make a big difference? Is there anything you've got your eye on that you think we'll see a lot of investment in?
Let me draw for you a parallel. Historically, we used to try to connect the unconnected world. The only way to provide connection to education, healthcare, was through terrestrial networks. In other words, spreading more towers on the ground. And what we have realized, that this is going to cost humanity $500 billion, which is unachievable today, to connect the world and connect the unconnected world by 2030. And the only way we were able to do it was through connections through the skies. And that's why last week we had the big conference, Connecting from the Skies, in how we have interconnected and mashed together both the terrestrial networks and the non-terrestrial networks with LEO constellations coming together. And I genuinely believe that the only way to address the green economy through this convolution of the digital economy coupled with the space economy.
I'm so glad you said that, because you know I love to talk about space with you.
Please.
And I know it's an area that you like. We're seeing in that area private investors start to come in. It used to be very much governmental backed, didn't it, space technology. Private sector coming in now, obviously because of the cost, lower launch costs. Is that going to facilitate this to speed up this use of space?
So we spoke about the 4 R's of the circular carbon economy. There's a 5th R that I love, which is the recording of carbon. And that can only be achieved through Earth observation capabilities. Today, we're partnering with companies like Planet. They have 200 of these Earth observation satellites that are observing the world with 50 to 30 centimeters accuracy to be able to capture where are the greenhouse emissions. And we can expose this data, similar to Archie and what we have done with Aramco, to hold people accountable and to invite both investment and partnership to make sure that you're working with a reliable partner. So these are the type of capabilities, with leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, is driving our women and youth to invest in and to make sure that we deliver those platforms as gifts for humanity.
And I want to pick up on that last point, because again, 2030 vision central to this, and we've talked about local communities and employment opportunities. We have people in the audience, some of us younger, some of us older. What would you be saying that they should be looking for a career in your kind of area, in terms of space, technology, communication? Where are you seeing the openings and the trainings for people like that to be coming in and helping you in your job and pushing the kingdom forward in this area?
So let me share with you a story that took place a couple of months ago. We were about to announce the human space flight for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I went with my colleagues to the fiscal committee. This is one of the toughest committees that we have today within the center of government, to try to explain to them why we should invest into space. And as a matter of fact, most of the members, they deliberated and they were on the fence. And that governance of that committee has to be by consensus. So we were about to close down our folders and pack our bags. And one member, who happens to be also the chairman of this committee, paused the committee and he said, "It is your right to debate and to be on the fence. But if I can ask you one question, and if the answer is yes, let's definitely support this file. Imagine if the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia invested the windfall gains that we had 50 years ago into technology within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, be today the technology superpower of the world. Imagine the missed opportunity if we don't invest today for the women and youth of Saudi Arabia, these windfall gains into the future economies and into the space program. And as a matter of fact, the investment was made. And today we're celebrating the first human space flight.
So you're late to the game, not you personally, but the kingdom. A lot of people saying, you know, this has been going around for a long time. But I used to work a lot in Latin America, and I remember the old conversation that, oh, you don't have fixed line telephony. You know, you're way behind, you'll never survive. And then we all saw what happened with mobile telephony.
Well, we're very fortunate enough that we have today 99% coverage, so we don't have that challenge.
You're okay. What I'm getting at is there's these old-fashioned concepts that sometimes you don't have this, or you don't have that, or you're late to the game, so you're going to go behind. But you almost have a legacy-free approach as a result of, in some parts, being late to the game. And that can be a gift because it's a blank canvas, right?
And that's why if you want a reliable partner that is bold, aggressive, and ambition, with a leader that is all about big collective action on the green economy, the tech economy, and the innovation economy, it's the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
So my final question is more of a personal one, as always, because at the end of the day, we're talking about the custodians of the next generation, being our children, our grandchildren. And what do you hope to achieve while you're in office? And may that be a long time in terms of your involvement with this area. What do you want to look back and share with your children and your grandchildren that you managed to do in the next 20 years in the kingdom? What would make you feel very proud?
We're not in the business of thinking of when are we in office and when we're not. We're in the business of working for a very ambitious, bold leader that is about to change humanity, who is not worried about being in office because he will be there for the greater good of the planet, the people, and prosperity. So I take a second opinion to your question, and I would rather focus that I remind the whole audience that this is the leader when we're talking about the green economy and climate change again, about big action with big ambition. And this is why His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman drove collective consensus in G20 2020 under his presidency, where he said that the only way for the world to realize the opportunities of the 21st century to empower people, safeguard the planet, and shape new frontiers was through the circular carbon economy. And day by day, this is the only way for a green and sustainable world.
And I think we'll leave it there. That collective action, I think, sums it all up. We've heard it time and time again throughout the room, throughout COP27. We're seeing it in action in the kingdom. And, you know, let's get together next year, and we'll be there with our report cards to take another look, and I'm sure we'll be surprised on the upside. So thank you so much for joining me today, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you.
So, Your Excellency Abdullah Al-Swaha, of course, you know him well, the Minister of Communication and Information Technology.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We are just about ready for our next session, so I'm going to ask you to stay with us for a few more minutes, catch your breath, stand and stretch your legs, and the program will continue shortly. Thank you. Please try not to leave the room. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you please to take your seats once again. Our program is about to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you to please take your seats. Our program is about to resume. Thank you. As mentioned at the start of the day, we had a very significant focus yesterday on the road we have walked thus far and how far we've come in the 12 months of the existence of the Saudi Green Initiative, an initiative, of course, by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. We took stock of where we've come, what has been done, a little bit about what we could be doing better. Today is very much about looking at the road ahead, the way forward. And in the next panel discussion, we're going to really focus on the need for climate action. A little bit less of the talking, perhaps, and a lot more of the doing. And of course, this isn't going to be a conversation which I'm going to be having by myself. I will have panelists who are joining me. And I just want to draw your attention to the fact that we are expecting His Excellency Sameh Shoukry, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the COP27 President-designate of Egypt, to be joining us shortly. We will welcome him once he does so. But for the time being, I think the people that I'm about to introduce to you probably don't need much of an introduction, but I'm going to be polite, and I'm going to ask you to really give a very warm welcome to His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Minister of Energy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Her Excellency Miriam bint Mohammed Al Mahiri, the Minister of Climate Change and Environment of the United Arab Emirates, and the Right Honorable Alok Sharma, the President of the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference, and of course he's from the United Kingdom. Please do take your seats. And as indicated, the reason I'm sitting over here is not because I'm afraid of them or that they're afraid of me. It is simply because we're expecting His Excellency Shoukry to be joining us shortly. To all of you, a very good morning and welcome. Thank you so much for being here. The real conversation that perhaps everybody has also been having very heatedly, if I might say so, over the recent past, is the question of many promises which have been made and a pretty large number of those not kept. One which perhaps has drawn many headlines is the question of the $100 billion on climate finance promised and not paid. So it seems in some instances, perhaps Your Royal Highness, if I may begin with you, there is a lot of lip service that is being paid, a lot of things that are being said that are going to happen. But it seems people prefer this lip service to getting anything done, wouldn't you say?
I think the right person to respond to that is Alok, because actually we're not into that thing. We're not a beneficiary party, and it is all on Annex 1 countries that had made that commitment. So probably Alok would be the first person to respond to this question.
Alok, I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond to His Royal Highness's question, because it is no longer mine. But before you do that, Your Excellency, I'd like to get your perspective on this sense of cooperation and a specific will and desire to do more than just agree to do things, a real will to make sure that the words are turned into very specific and deliberate action. Your Excellency.
Is that for me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to Your Royal Highness for having us here, and it's amazing that I can be on a panel with Your Royal Highness and with Alok as well. It really is, first of all, I want to congratulate Saudi Arabia on the Green Initiative, a truly remarkable initiative. All the 10 billion trees that are going to be planted, that Saudi Arabia is leading in protecting 30% of its land and sea. I mean, these are clear targets that the government wants to achieve, that the country wants to achieve, which is remarkable. For my sake, I mean, I look at a lot of perspectives, in not just on the just energy transition, but also on the biodiversity side, on the food system side, and I do believe there has been great steps achieved in that. I mean, Aim for Sea is one of the initiatives that we're spearheading with the US. We have now over 275 partners on board. We have commitments of $8 billion to really transform food systems. Actions are happening on the ground. So I do believe there are steps, there are great steps that have been taken. This is all about us making sure we're aligning, we're ensuring that we're accelerating, we're putting the turbo on and making sure that we're achieving the NDCs that the countries are committed to. I think more can be done on those ambitions, and it needs leadership at the end of the day. And we're seeing Saudis leading on this as well. And for us in the region, since we're having COP here in Egypt and COP in the UAE next year, the world is looking at us, and it is our opportunity now to really spearhead the climate actions that we need to take.
It's quite interesting, Alok, that she speaks specifically about opportunity, because the reality is that this is a very opportune moment. It's kind of, if we don't do now, we're going to have a whole sort of problems which might be more than nightmarish. Your views on that?
Which question would you like me to answer first? Let me tackle the question about commitments being turned into implementation. You know, for me, it's great to share a panel with His Royal Highness and Miriam, and I've got to know them both over the last 3 years. And I'm sure we'll talk about all the initiatives that Saudi Arabia is putting in place, but I want to pay personal tribute to His Royal Highness, because I worked very closely with him over the last 3 years. And, you know, at the G20 meeting in Milan last year, it was because of his intervention that we managed to get a communique over the line. So I want to thank him for his friendship, but also for his leadership. So just on you know, there are lots of commitments being made. Are they being implemented? The first thing I'd say is that look at the arc of what has happened before and since Paris. So the scientists were telling us before the Paris Agreement came into place that we were heading towards 4 degrees of global warming by the end of the century. Post-Paris, they said it was 3 degrees plus. And now, as a result of all the commitments we got in Glasgow, the scientists, the IEA, UNEP, others tell us that we are heading towards 1.7 degrees. So we have seen progress, but we just need to go a lot further and a lot faster. And, you know, if you look at all the commitments that came in, of course there have been you know, this year geopolitically has been incredibly challenging. Yet countries have continued to deliver. We've got 33 countries that have come forward with their revised 2030 emission reduction targets. If you add up all the commitments that came in, going into COP26, in this last year, our presidency year, you're looking at a reduction in emissions of 12% globally by 2030. Now, that's not half. What we need is half of the emissions to be cut by 2030, but it is progress. But what it needs is implementation. And I go back to this point about implementation, which you picked up on as your second point. This year, it is the case that you know, in Europe, other parts of the world, to wean themselves off Russian hydrocarbons, we have seen more fossil fuels being used. We have seen more coal used. Yet what the IEA, the International Energy Agency, has said is that this year, globally, we will see a less than 1% increase in emissions. And the reason they've given for that is because there has been much faster rollout of renewables, much faster rollout of electric vehicles across the world, and we just need to make sure that that is accelerated, and that is where the economic opportunity lies, right? A cleaner environment, lots and millions of green jobs, and economic growth.
Talking about all of that, I'd like to come back to you, Your Royal Highness. for many people, they first of all aren't aware about what Saudi Arabia is really doing. And secondly, when they find out, they are pleasantly surprised, and some might say, well, we're not so pleasantly surprised because we wish it wasn't them doing it. But the reality is that there is some extraordinary work that is being done, extraordinary commitments, and the sense that it is a collective drive within the country to make this happen, within the kingdom, to make this happen and to make it sustainably so. In your words, I'd like to get a sense of why this is so important right now, that we continue to focus on this deliberate drive towards action.
Well, we are espousing a balanced approach. It's been determined by all Saudis, including, of course, the leaders, that in order for us to be having a reserved, respected seat in any international table, you have to be proactive. We are a G20 country. We have a genuine space within the region, and not only the region, but even the Islamic world and the Arab world and what have you. We have to, may I pose, because, Father,
Excellency, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, His Excellency Sameh Shoukry, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the COP27 President-designate, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. We know that you are being pulled in all sorts of directions, so we're very appreciative of the time that you've taken to join us. If I may give you a moment to catch your breath, Your Royal Highness, if I can ask you to finish your remarks, and then I'd like to hear from His Excellency Shoukry once you are done.
I kept my breath for welcoming our guests until everybody is...
Please don't keep your breath.
No, I kept my welcoming, you know, I have to say we're very grateful for the Egyptian government, President, His Excellency, for accepting that we host these two events here in Egypt, commensurate with the COP. I think it gives us a platform whereby we would use it as a mean to deliver our commitments, what we intend to do. And it could not have been more challenging, but to put these two events here for the very right population that are interested to hear our story. So I want to, again, welcome His Excellency and their Excellencies, but I was reserving that for until Your Excellency arrival. Going back to the question, we really believe that we are for sustainability. Alok alluded to Glasgow, and I did mention in the end of my remarks in Glasgow that we are very concerned and attentive to the issue of energy security, economic prosperity, sustainability, and energy affordability, and the third, climate change. And we need to look at them as three pillars that should not be compromised. It just so happens, look at where we are today. Look what energy insecurity is doing. Look how much it is creating in terms of havoc with regard to the world economy, and subsequently, how much it has been tough to attend to climate change. So in our view, we have to be proactive. We have to set the example. And we believe that we can harness all of the above with maintaining our own economic prosperity and economic well-being. It just so happens also that we have a young population who is taking and driving the country now, and they would like to have a better life, a more sustainable life, and with all the environmental concerns that they share with everybody in this world. We're not aliens. That's the message we're trying to bring about in this forum.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. And I think that message is certainly being heard very loud and clear. When I've been listening, walking around and hearing people speak, there's a general sense of appreciation of the work that is being done by Saudi Arabia. But even when you look a little bit closer, potentially more by the region. So, Your Excellency, if I can come to you, and the question of how the region coming together presents a really good opportunity to foster meaningful action, to ensure that the action just isn't about Egypt or Saudi Arabia or the UAE, but that it actually transcends those borders and becomes a global movement of really committed action. Your views on that potential opportunity?
Well, thank you very much. Let me apologize once again for being somewhat tardy. There are a lot of events, but let me also convey my appreciation to His Royal Highness and the government of Saudi Arabia for this marvelous venue and for all of the substantive contribution that it has made to COP27. Certainly the convening of the Middle East Green Initiative Summit on November the 7th, the Saudi Green Initiative Forum convened here is a demonstration of the commitment and the political will that exists for Saudi Arabia, and I think is shared by countries in the Middle East who have shown by participating in the forum and in the summit their desire to be active participants in climate action. And definitely the science that is available and is, I think, widely accepted is that this region is also being adversely impacted by the effects of climate change, the issues of water scarcity and the degradation of shorelines and its erosion and the potential continuing deterioration needs that we all consolidate our action. And since we are the focus of this and the slogan of this COP is Together for Implementation, it is also quite relevant for our region. If we can combine our resources, our abilities, our collective will to address this issue, then it has to be through our efforts in areas of mitigation and adaptation, in utilizing the finance at our availability to be able to move ahead and to think of this as a holistic approach that not only deals with our specific region in the Middle East, but also the adjacent regions. Africa is our direct partner, so as the Mediterranean and the northern shores of the Mediterranean. The impact of climate change on all of these areas has to be dealt with through cooperative action by all the states concerned, and maintaining the ambition that has been demonstrated in Paris and reiterated in Glasgow, not to see any backtracking by any of the parties, but to maintain the 1.5-degree goal, to maintain our commitments in providing the necessary finance, and to deal with issues of loss and damage in a way that takes into consideration the interests of all the parties, especially the developing countries. Again, here when we do speak about the Middle East, we necessarily have to speak about Africa. Middle Eastern countries represent also the constituencies of the African nations, and the impact of climate change on them has been quite severe, and their need for to undertake those responsibilities remains a matter that has to be addressed more impactfully. Again, Africa only contributes 4% to the global emissions and is adversely affected to a much higher degree by climate-related events, and thereby it's providing the opportunity through the finance to be able to undertake both mitigation and adaptation is fundamental. I think a lot of this will always revolve around the finance of action. Without that, we will continually be prejudicing the ability to fulfill the obligations and the commitments that have been made, and it is only through our collective actions, collective will, can we address this issue, whether in the Middle East, in the adjacent areas, or generally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. One key word that he mentioned, Alok, was the implementation. We spoke a little bit about that earlier. Is this simply about implementing existing targets? Is this about pushing for new, tougher action or targets? Is it about changing the game completely, or a little bit of everything?
Well, if you are addressing to...
Yes, if Alok can, and then perhaps you can right after, please.
So, look, I think we've got the targets, and you know, when we kicked off and we took on the role of organizing COP26 3 years ago, less than 30% of the global economy was covered by a net zero target. We've now got to over 90%, and 19 out of the 20 G20 nations have got a net zero commitment. And of course, I was very grateful when His Royal Highness and the government of Saudi Arabia announced your own net zero target. And I think it helped to then galvanize others as well to move forward. But I want to pick up on this very important point that Sami Shukri has raised about finance. Look, the reality is that without finance, delivering this change is going to be very difficult. And yes, you know, Tumi, you talked about the 100 billion at the start. The 100 billion is a totemic figure. That has to be delivered. It wasn't delivered by the target date of 2020. We believe it will be delivered by next year. But that pales into insignificance when you take into account the fact that it requires trillions, literally trillions of dollars every year to have a clean energy transition, to support developing nations. So I think the big answer here has to be the private sector. It has to be reform of the financial architecture, the multilateral development banks. And we need to make sure that that public money that is going in can leverage in very many multiples of private sector money as well. Now, there's a lot of private sector money in the Middle East. There's private sector money in Europe, in North America. We need to find ways of how we get this money into the system so that, you know, we can actually deliver the solutions. We've got the solutions. We've got the solutions. We've got the targets. To implement, you need finance.
Agreed, agreed, 100% agreed. There's nobody in the room who's going to argue that you don't need the money. That's a given. But the reality is that in some environments, not all, policies, the way in which systems are constructed and work don't necessarily allow for that to happen. So it's one thing for us to look and say, well, the private sector has to do A, B, C. But in reality, private sector also needs conducive environments.
Yes.
So what is that conversation going to look like? Because the people who are committing in the room aren't just the private sector.
I can tell you what that conversation looks like. So one of the things we launched at COP26 was a just energy transition partnership for South Africa. I mean, since we are, this is an African COP, it's worth talking about that. That was $8.5 billion of money from the G7, you know, other developed nations, multilateral development banks, to start the process of a clean energy transition in South Africa. And you'll have seen at this COP, we had President Ramaphosa came, there's an investment plan that's been delivered. And again, the whole point of that is to have a plan which takes public finance and money and then helps to leverage in private sector money. And of course, that will require regulatory reform. That will require the ability for the private sector to get a return. And we are working on a number of other such partnerships with Indonesia, Vietnam, and others. And I hope you know, we will see further announcements come forward.
Excellency Shukri, I know you wanted to follow up on the previous question, so let me give you the opportunity to do that. But I also saw you nodding on this question of finance and making sure that there are frameworks that allow for that to happen in a more conducive way.
Well, certainly, I agree totally with what Alok has just said, and we recognize the challenge especially within the current economic environment and the pressures that ensue. But having said that, and again, whether it's the geopolitical difficulties or the economic difficulties, these are transitionary issues that climate change transcends. And if we don't recognize that, and if we don't insulate the discussion and the implementation mechanisms from those extraneous circumstances, and avoid that any party utilizes that as justification for backtracking. I think we will be in a difficult situation. So we must forge ahead, and we must continue to concentrate on implementation. We must provide the finance. Again, the 100 billion was let's say a recognition of trust and commitment, and it's nowhere near the needed finance, and how to leverage private finance through the provision of governmental facilities. The reform of the multilateral banking system is necessary also to reduce the costs and provide the incentives and the guarantees for more participation from the private sector. But again, I think the basic fundamental issue with the regulatory framework that has to be put in place, we have to raise our ambition, and we have to raise our ambition during this COP, during COP28, and we have to, at every COP, be able to demonstrate to the public. I just came from a meeting with the indigenous peoples and communities. These are people who are really affected. This is life and death issues for them. And we have to recognize this. This is not a normal negotiating format where clever negotiators try to present their interests in the best possible way. This is something that impacts real people, real livelihoods, and it is a matter of our common humanity, where we have to really show our commitment, and by implementing real processes that have the impact on real human beings.
Excellency Al-Maheri, he mentioned COP28. It gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit about that continued drive. There's a very clear and definitive momentum that is being built globally at this point in time. Even leading up to this COP, there was a clear sense of, okay, we can't just go to Egypt and have conversations. What do we want to ensure is delivered? That translates obviously onto the next event as well. So looking ahead, without sort of being too preemptive, the thinking about that, how is that beginning to shape up, to continue this sort of sense of pressure that is currently being applied and felt?
So first of all, next year will be the first global stocktake. This is going to be very unique in the COP process. In a way, it's like a report card. We'll be able to see where we are compared to where we want to be. And His Excellency said, we need to be more ambitious. We know that the results of the report card will not look good. But it is important that we realize from now, as His Excellency said, this is an implementation COP. It's really important that we scale up. And something that I see, and again, this is opportunities that we can see, having COP27 here in Egypt, having COP28 in the UAE next year, the Saudi Green Initiative. These are all opportunities that we can move forward. And I really, for me, it would be amazing if we could see like regional carbon markets increasing our collective liquidity, as we're electrifying our industries and mobility as well in order to decarbonize. So having interconnected grids to help stabilize the grid and increase efficiency across the region. We're all putting a lot of focus now on hydrogen, CCUS. I mean, Saudi Arabia are really putting a lot of efforts on this. And it's amazing when you see what these technologies can actually do. So in a way, I want to say there is hope, there is light at the end of the tunnel. And I think we are moving in the right direction. As Alok said, we need to move faster. But I really think we should take this as an opportunity to catalyze our efforts to put these technologies into place, because people will look back. This is like the inflection points that are happening now, this year, next year. So we really need to make use of this to be able to bring hope to the people.
Certainly that is the sense that I think everybody has who's watching this particular, not this panel only, but just this whole conversation around the question of our environment, around global warming. Your Royal Highness, if I can ask you, when one is looking at how the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is so almost singularly focused when it comes to this question of the environment in your own country and looking more broadly at the region, how will you be able to maintain the pressure, for lack of a better word, on yourselves to make sure that you deliver, but encouraging others to do the same? So it's one thing to start something and people say, oh, that's a great idea, let's also go and do that. And then a couple of years later, oh, well, you know, some other things have happened along the way. We can't afford to do that. How are you going to do that?
First of all, English is my second language. I wouldn't call it pressure, I would say keep the momentum.
Momentum, okay.
And the momentum is self-maintained. Because again, you know, I keep telling it to everybody, this country, Saudi Arabia, is led by a young leader with the followers of young women and young men who wants to do everything betterments to their future. So we stand a better chance actually with the youth to carry forward these ambitions, because they are the ones who are going to benefit from it. They are the ones who is going to deliver it and benefit from it, and they stand a better chance to make sure that their commitment will be self-imposed, because they have a lot to gain out of it. I believe it is, you know, charity starts at home. So again, you can't reach people to do this and that when you are not doing it yourself. So you have to lead by example, you have to discharge the commitment, lead by example, and continue bringing the region to see what you're doing and carry on. And that's why we have both. We have the Saudi Green Initiative, and we do have the Middle East Initiative. Because again, environmentally, you get to be impacted and affected by what goes on in the other parts of the regions. And that's why we keep them together in probably one vicinity, yes, but we attract the region. We also see so many countries, but they are delivering and they would like to charge the same commitments. And actually there is a case for if we can aggregate our efforts, like markets, you know, we will have our markets, others will have their market, but then don't be surprised that there will be a collaboration amongst these markets. Just to name few. We even sometimes get to be accused of being, I wouldn't call it tough negotiators, but nagging negotiators, but that's fine. Alok and I can testify that we had quite a time working out the paragraph 6 and the rule book, but I did promise you in Glasgow, if we have a good one, we will issue our own market. And this is what we're delivering to, you know, what we delivered yesterday. That ambition is not mine. The ambition is driven by the young. And it has much better chances for it to be maintained and preserved.
Alok, if I can come to you then, are we needing to have a discussion, a different discussion, a bigger discussion around ensuring that commitments are more binding, for argument's sake? Those who perhaps aren't sitting in the policy environment will ask that question. Those who are closer to it will say, well, the nature of international law is that one of the challenges is that it isn't always binding. What is that conversation that we need to have around the binding question? Or is it simply a question of saying we have to accept that that is the nature of this particular beast? How do we ensure that in spite of that, commitments aren't just verbal?
So, I mean, obviously some countries do have legally binding commitments. The UK, for instance, has enshrined net zero by 2050 into law. We have near-term carbon budgets, and there are other nations that will do the same. But ultimately, this is about the economic case. And, you know, Mariam talked very much about, you know, hydrogen. Now, this is a region where you can potentially produce very low-cost hydrogen, and something His Royal Highness and I have sort of spoken about in the past. I know there's a lot of work going on in Saudi Arabia. If you look at this region, 2/3 of the area is available and can be used for solar in terms of the availability of the right level of sunshine. 50% of the region has potential for wind. So there is a lot that can be done, and it's about making that economic case. And as Royal Highness said about leading by example, he's absolutely right. That's what leadership is all about. It's about not just asking others to do, but yourself doing more. And I just want to pick up on this point that Sami made about no backsliding. Look, we had a tough negotiation at Glasgow. There were tough negotiations at Paris. In my view, those have to be, what we agreed there has to be the baseline of our ambition. And I think the world, particularly younger people, will be incredibly concerned if we have any kind of backsliding on what we agreed. And we've all talked about keeping 1.5 alive. We need to ensure that that target remains enshrined in these processes. If you let go of that, then I'm afraid all the impacts on discussions on loss and damage and adaptation, it is all going to get a lot worse. So we must hang on to that 1.5 target and have that to aim for.
Excellency Shukri, I know that you were nodding a little bit earlier. Actually, you were nodding on a number of points that His Royal Highness made, as well as Alok. We have to stay focused, and Alok, I just want to hang off what you've just said now, this question of remaining focused on the 1.5. When you paint out the trajectory, as Alok did earlier, and you look at how that target number has come down progressively, it gives you a very different view of what has or hasn't been done, or to what extent the work that has been done has been effective. Again, if I can ask you to comment a little bit about the binding question, not in the case of just Egypt, but in the broader view about how we are, during negotiations, encouraging self-commitment so that people are choosing to make this law and bind themselves without anybody having to run around with a stick to make sure that people behave themselves.
Well, of course, the nature of the multilateral system and the UNFCCC is recognized for what it is. And we, I think, would be putting it in danger if we try to create from it an animal which it isn't. Until such time that there is consensus that we need to move and transit to a more legally binding format. And this can only be done with the acquiescence and with the agreement and with the recognition of the value of moving ahead. But that does not deprive parties from legislating to make their commitments at a national level a matter of implementation and fulfillment of what is the national consensus on the importance of climate action. So we have to, I think, be practical and proceed and evolve in the manner that can be most conducive. But then there is the obligation, there is the civil society, there is those who must keep governments honest, and from that, again, is a matter, and I say, is of incentive rather than pressure, that can be very forthcoming and must be highlighted. And this is why we have provided such a wide representation of civil society at the COP, and we value their participation and would like to hear even their voices raised even higher, especially during the second week of the deliberations, so that we are supposedly here as officials serving their needs, and we should remain committed to that. But I hope that, and I won't maybe speculate on what we do to maintain our ambition, but I agree with Alok that there is a baseline that we have agreed in Paris and in Glasgow. We should maintain that baseline and proceed with our ambition. And I'll certainly make it a point to disagree with someone very shortly.
I heard promises and whispers of disagreement. I'm still waiting for this disagreement to appear. As we round off our discussion, if I can then start with you, and I'll give you each a very quick opportunity to make your final remarks. If we can keep them fairly brief, I think that would be great. One thing that we need to make sure happens coming out of COP27 and going into COP28 when it comes to ensuring climate action. What is that one thing? Excellency, if I can start with you.
Implementation, implementation, and implementation. I think we have already demonstrated. And I could go on and on, but also it is both in the legal text, both in the pledges that are being made. If there isn't the sufficient momentum that His Highness referred to at the level of officials, if there aren't the pledges that are being made, if there aren't the buy-in to the initiatives and the projects, then we will not have achieved our objective.
Thank you very much. Excellency?
Leading by example, countries need to have leadership in the net zero ambitions that they put forward.
Great, thank you. Alok?
Reaffirm the commitment to 1.5 degrees, to what we agreed in Glasgow, what we agreed in Paris. And I just want to go back to this point that I made at the start, which is on the G20. So His Royal Highness really played a pivotal role in our G20 meeting last year for the climate and energy ministers. And we, of course, have the G20 leaders meeting that is going on, which is effectively going to happen in the middle of this COP. What I want is for all of the G20 leaders to show the same level of ambition that they did last year going into COP26 this year. And that will require reaffirmation of leadership from the G20 on this issue and also a recommitment to what we agreed in Paris and Glasgow.
Your Royal Highness, the last word is yours.
Well, one of the things that we've announced in both forums is our wholehearted commitments towards the forgotten 2.6 billion citizens of this planet Earth who are fending for their way of trying to make a living by burning trees and cooking using primitive materials to make a living, to feed themselves and feed their children. I want to use this opportunity to make a global crying on behalf of our citizens in Saudi Arabia. We should be more inclusive. We should not lose sight of almost a third of the world population who, if we are not to be attending to their well-being, we will be actually causing a much more severe climate change issue by losing our sinks. While said we need to enlarge the sinks, that's why we had our ambition, huge ambition of the 10 billion trees and the 50 billion trees. Even if we can achieve them in so many decades, but it has to happen, I think this cause would enable us to save the sinks, but more important, save the well-being of the 2.6 billion of people, that if we all cannot attend to them, I fail to see how can we address this issue in a global manner. And it will continue to be perceived as a condescending approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Minister of Energy, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Her Excellency Mariam bint Mohammed Al Mahiri, the Minister of Climate Change and Environment of the United Arab Emirates. His Excellency Sameh Shoukry, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the COP27 President-designate here in Egypt. And the Right Honourable Alok Sharma, the President of the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference. He's from the United Kingdom. A round of applause to thank them. Thank you so, so very much. Your Royal Highness, you want to have one more word?
Not one word. I keep them coming. So I reserved, I was going to say the same, again, by virtue of being proactive.
I want to make a few announcements for our friends here. First of all, we are going to be launching a circular carbon economy knowledge hub with the hope that our friends and peers and what have you can join us in sharing experiences and make sure that we understand technologies and also we share lesson learned. I think it's very fundamental. So it's going to be, we will kickstart it by 1st of January 2023. We've been talking with the UNFCCC Secretariat, and we will be hosting in 2023 the MENA Climate Week. So we will welcome all of our friends to join us then. We also have been working with the SGI in creating, commissioning or establishing a regional center to advance emission reductions. We've been working with them for the last year. We have got the approval, and next year we will be kickstarting putting that center in the middle of Riyadh, where we will be helping everybody in the region to attend to this worthy endeavor. Thank you.
Already giving us a very significant to-do list. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. And to all of you, thank you so very much for your thoughts, for your insights, your inputs, and also the call to action, in particular the question of making sure that we do nothing if not implement the commitments we have been made. If I can ask you to take your seats, thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a great thank you to our panelists as well. Very clear sense of what we need to do, not just now, not just next week, but in the next 12 months, 3 years to come, make sure that we don't just talk about it, but that we do something about it as well. How large companies are innovating, meanwhile, to work towards net zero. Frank has that and more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tumi. Thank you very much indeed. It's a privilege to be following such a classy panel, I have to say. But next up, how large companies are innovating for a net zero future. The world has seen a deluge of big corporations announcing net zero targets. Nearly a third of the biggest 2,000 companies in the world have announced such plans. Nobody doubts their sincerity in this goal. Rather, the issue now is how to put these plans into action, how to implement them. Today, we have the opportunity to assess operational performance in sustainables from a broad range of regional and international companies. Let me please introduce their representatives. If my panel could come up on stage, please, now. Thank you very much. Welcome, all of you. Good to see you all. Finally get the chance to meet you all together en masse, so to speak. Let me make some introductions. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Royal Highnesses. On my immediate left, Engineer Zihad Al-Sheikh, CEO of the Saudi Investment Recycling Company, a subsidiary of the Public Investment Fund that, as the name suggests, recycles waste products across the broad spectrum of the economic cycle and 14 different streams, kinds of waste. Next to him, Engineer Mohammed Al-Tayyar is Director of the Oil Sustainability Programme, the official body in the Kingdom that works out how to get optimal use out of the kingdom's vast reserves of hydrocarbons within economic and sustainable criteria. On his left, Valborg Lundegaard is the CEO of Aker Carbon Capture of Norway, which aims to pursue sustainable goals by reducing and removing greenhouse gas emissions from the process. This is one of the key items of the circular carbon economy that we have heard about throughout these past 2 days. Next to her, Dr. Jay Mathur is Director General of the International Solar Alliance, an India-based organization that seeks to promote and adopt renewables and alternatives in the electrical power industry. Then we have Anthony Nakash, President of Google for the Middle East and North Africa. Some of you may have heard of that company before, but for those who haven't, it's a very big data company, and as we are increasingly told, data is the new oil. We will talk about data and its energy requirements a bit later. And on the far left, although I'm not sure that's where she lies politically, we have Julie Shuttleworth, Senior Executive of Fortescue Future Industries, the renewables and alternatives arm of the Australian mining giant Fortescue Metals Group. Give them all a warm welcome, please. Welcome. So, what we're going to talk about today is the real nitty-gritty of how corporates, big organizations get to net zero. Lots of pledges have been made. As we heard, some of the largest companies in the world have made pledges to hit net zero by 2040, 2050, 2060. But we are going to explore today what were the reasons behind those decisions, what decided their targets, what mechanisms have been put in place to make sure that they are delivered, and how has it affected the corporate culture? Has it been changed by the urgent need to adopt net zero goals? So, let me first go to Mr. Al-Sheikh on my left. Let's start with you. Tell me, please, how the Saudi investment recycling company, I will call it SGI from now on, because that's a bit of a mouthful, how SGI reached its net zero decisions. What was the crucial factor that made you choose those goals?
Well, first of all, everything starts with a major vision. You have to have an objective and set of objectives in mind. You try to drive toward achieving those objectives. The vision of the kingdom was made by no less than His Royal Highness Crown Prince for the kingdom, to part of the Middle East and Saudi Green Initiative, to reach 82% landfill diversion on all the 14 or 15 streams of waste. What is it today? Today, unfortunately, it is less than 5%.
Less than 5?
Less than 5%.
Sorry, and the goal is, remind us?
The goal is to reach almost 94%
wow.
of landfill diversion.
Okay.
So, first of all, we will not shy away from acknowledging that we have a handicap of low recycling. There are other countries that today, as we speak, they have already reached 100% landfill diversion. They reached 60–70% of recycling. Japan, in particular, reached 20% recycling with the 80% waste to energy. But everything starts with, as I said, with a vision, to have an objective in mind, acknowledging your handicap, your problems today, and then working to address them. So acknowledging that less than 5% basically is being recycled, the 95% goes there. What does that mean? It means that methane emission to the environment of probably equivalent to 40 million ton per year, which is basically greenhouse gas emission, harmful gas house emission, aquifer water contamination, and probably ocean. So acknowledging that there is a major problem, then comes that way to instigate and institute the drive to fixing this problem, that by 2035 we will reach 94%, flipping the story, landfill diversion by achieving higher and higher recycling rate, including the waste to energy. So that is who we are and how basically the concept of the Saudi Investment Recycling Company came about.
Okay, so it came about because of an item of national policy decision-making.
True.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia decided it wanted net zero targets, and you are part of that. You are instrumental in reaching that.
Part of the execution to put it in the ground together, and with a set target date by 2035, it's already announced by His Royal Highness Crown Prince that we will achieve that. By the way, other countries reached there, or where they are today. Probably they took 50 to 70 years to reach where they are today, but that doesn't mean that we will start from where they started. We could start from where they ended, applying and deploying the latest and best technology to allow us to achieve our vision of 95% or 94% landfill diversion and recycling.
So you're aiming to do it in less than 15 years?
Indeed, probably 13 and counting less.
Wow, that's incredibly ambitious. I wish you all success.
Thank you.
Mohammed Al-Tayr, it's all about oil, isn't it, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and your work at the Oil Sustainability Program is key to this, isn't it? In the current world, we are hearing a lot of campaigners, critics, who say we just stop oil, but your program, of course, goes in the opposite direction, doesn't it? It wants to extend the productive life of the kingdom's oil reserves, vast oil reserves, as long as possible in a sustainable and commercially economic way. Explain that rationale, please.
Thank you. I think one fundamental thing that would be very important for the esteemed audience here is to just get a better perspective on who we are and what we're trying to do in the Oil Sustainability Program. As you mentioned, we are a program that's designed to sustain and create demand for oil, but in a different, from a different perspective. We're really emphasizing on the economic and sustainable approaches that can be contributing to the hydrocarbon space. I want to give you a few more data points that will make this a bit clearer. So we relied on designing this program on three strategic pillars. The first one is development, the second one is innovation, and the third one is sustainability. When I talk about development, and you've heard His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman in multiple fronts talk about energy inclusivity. So for us, it's not just oil, it's actually energy. And how can you avail energy to different parts of the world that don't have access to this energy? I think it's irresponsible for us to think that everybody in the world has the same access to energy. We firsthand go to places in the world that have energy poverty. We go and see it. 2 weeks ago was in beautiful country of Madagascar on an initiative we're working on clean cooking solutions. You probably heard about it. And we really saw some of those challenges. So how can you avail the energy access to those parts of the world that don't have that? Secondly, innovation. There is a lot of innovation to transition away from hydrocarbons, solar, wind, renewables, etc. But what are we doing today to address the challenges of the status quo? What are we doing to optimize existing technologies that have, from now until the transition is happening, going to be still part of our energy transition? And finally, sustainability. So how do you do all of what I've mentioned in the most environmental and sustainable manner, where hydrocarbons, oil, etc., can still be part of that transition? I also want to highlight another thing that we're really focused on, and it's paramount to the discussion. In our point of view, there are two tracks of transition. The first one that's getting all the buzz is the energy transition. But I think we are taking it one step further, and we're actually considering the material transition that's going to come across the horizon. So we, as a program, work with all the relevant stakeholders within the kingdom. So you might say, okay, what is a government entity here, working with different companies? We are embedded within the Saudi ecosystem. So Saudi Aramco, SABIC, the Public Investment Fund, and all of its companies have close interactions with us to address those challenges that are, the climate challenges that are working together. We approach things very holistically. We work collaboratively with our stakeholders. We respect their governance, but we really want to work hand in hand to create the win-win solutions. Again, we partner with anybody It's a national program, but we have a global ambition. We think this challenge is not unique to Saudi Arabia. This is a challenge for everybody in the world. We're not isolated from that. So I want to also highlight that we're more than happy to identify potential collaborations areas that can address this. Thank you.
So, can I just clarify the phrase material transition? I'm not familiar with that in this context. Explain.
Yes, thank you. That was intentional. I wanted to spark your interest. So if you think about the world and the urbanization that's happening, let's look at the construction sector. Cement, concrete, glass, wood, steel. Nobody talks about the carbon footprint from those sectors. So what if I can find alternatives to some of these materials that are used heavily and extensively in construction sector and create a more sustainable alternative? And we have proof that our solutions that are polymer-based are actually much more competitive and sustainable. I'll just give you a quick example, if you allow me. Things as simple as transporting some of these materials. If you're moving or hauling steel versus the polymer, you're consuming less fuel with the polymer because it's lighter weight. Therefore, you're emitting less. So we don't look at things at the point of origin. We look at it at the total life cycle. What are you producing? How are you transporting? And what is your environmental footprint across the whole entire value chain? So I believe, and us as a program believe, that the next transition that we need to focus on is the material transition and how we can address those pain points.
Okay, crystal clear. Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed. Valborg Lundegaard, carbon capture programs in the past have been seen by some as a panacea to the whole global climate change challenge, haven't they? If you can just take the harmful emissions out of the air, then you can keep on pumping the stuff. Critics, on the other hand, see it as both difficult to achieve and as a distraction from the main challenge of what they regard the main challenge of decarbonizing. So which is it?
Well, the first thing our customer look at is energy efficiency. That's the easiest way to decarbonize. Secondly, they are looking at, can we replace fossil fuel with renewables? However, then, if you need even more decarbonization, carbon capture and storage is the only option. And let me give you a couple of examples. And I like to go back to materials, as you just mentioned, because from the cement industry, 2/3 of the CO2 emissions comes from the process itself. So that is the only way that you can remove these emissions is by carbon capture and storage. And Aker Carbon Capture is delivering the first carbon capture plant for a cement industry in Norway as we speak, and the plant will be in operation in 2024. Let me give you another example, and I really appreciate your introduction to waste, because we also have modular carbon capture plant for waste-to-energy industry. And we are delivering a plant now to a waste-to-energy provider in the Netherlands. And for most waste-to-energy plants, 50% of the waste is biogenic, meaning it is by nature neutral. So when you add carbon capture and storage to these, you actually have negative emissions and carbon credit. And that is also an important way and a necessary way to achieve net zero. So the answer to your question, you cannot meet net zero without carbon capture and storage.
Right, so we have to have some kind of mechanism that actually removes it from the atmosphere and the environment.
Absolutely, but we have to take all proven technology into account. And we in Aker Carbon Capture have developed our technology for almost 20 years. We know that it works. We have operating experience. And these were two examples, but we can also apply our technology from flue gases, from refineries, or gas turbines.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Jay Mathur. India has its own energy challenges, doesn't it? The need to import large amounts of hydrocarbons to fuel economic growth, while simultaneously living up to some pretty ambitious climate change targets. So give us your perspective. How do you square that circle?
I think that circle has three parts to it. One part is, as was mentioned, energy efficiency. And India, over the past 10 years, has been achieving about 2.5% a year decline in its energy intensity every year. So the total amount of energy that you need declines. Well, it actually increases, but it doesn't increase as fast as it would otherwise. The second is to see where this electricity, how much electrification can we do? How can we green the electricity grid? So whether it is using more and more renewables, and this is in a country where there is a lot of sunlight, as it is here, linking this up with the electricity system, ensuring that more and more, for example, mobility fleets are electrified. That's the second part, and that's, again, work in progress. 5 years ago, less than 5% of the electricity was from modern renewable sources. Today, it is more than 15%. And the third is, what do we do about those areas where electrification is not possible? For those areas which I must confess are still in the future, it seems that the answer will be green hydrogen. And therefore, developing the green hydrogen, creating the policy structures so that you can draw the green hydrogen out of the electrolysis of water, and then providing it to places like steel, to fertilizers, then becomes the key challenge. It's an equal challenge, for example, in steel. How do you move to using hydrogen instead of coke? It's these three things together which help us move.
Right.
And the key issue is, ultimately, the companies have to find it economically viable to do so.
Sure. Would you imagine producing green hydrogen yourselves, or would you import it?
Both.
Right.
There will be a large production of green hydrogen in India, but there is no way that all the hydrogen needs of India would be met by Indian-produced green hydrogen. So yes, there will be imports as well.
Okay, and of course Saudi Arabia wants to be a green hydrogen hub on a global scale.
Absolutely. So that becomes part of the, so whether it is the import of green hydrogen or whether it's the import of solar electricity, we also look at an electrical connector between this region of the world and India, so that when it is dark in India and it's still light here, the solar electricity from Saudi Arabia can flow to India.
Fascinating. Anthony Nakash, I said perhaps glibly in my introduction that data is the new oil, but Google faces its own challenges, doesn't it, in the search for sustainability, because your data centers are big energy consumers, aren't they? Big energy guzzlers all around the world. So outline, if you would, Google's journey to your net zero targets, please.
Yeah, thanks. And I think it's actually important to talk about the journey, because we started this journey in 2007. So in 2007, we became one of the first companies to be carbon neutral. So at the time, it was very much done through offset, and we all know that offset have limitations. This is an imperfect tool. But this was the start of a journey, and quickly we realized that we needed to go to renewable energy. And so in 2010, we became one of the largest corporates to actually buy renewable. And for the last 5 years, we've been able to match 100% of our consumption in data centers in our campuses through renewable energy. And we think it's not enough, so we are going a bit beyond. So we committed to actually become net zero by 2030 across all our operations, across all our value chain. But also, we are committing to power our data center and campuses through renewable energy 24/7. At the moment, we are 66% there, which is already good progress, but we need to get to 100%. The last part is a bit challenging, so we're going to have to work with partners and regulators, like grid owners and so on, but this is the way we go. And actually, that part is just the first pillar of our sustainability approach. We have two other pillars. The second one is, because we are a product organization, I hope many of you are using our products. They are used by billions of people. We feel we have a responsibility to make make it easier for people to actually make sustainable decisions. So I'm going to take just one example. There are plenty of them. But when we use Google Maps, for instance, at the moment, by default, the highlighted route, when you go from one point to another, is the fastest route. We're now changing that to become, by default, the most fuel-efficient route. So as a user, you actually say, I'm driving an electric car, I'm driving a diesel car, and then it will calculate automatically what's the most fuel-efficient route. We've tested that in the US and in Canada, and the savings that we've observed, so people really going to this route rather than the fastest one, represent 100,000 cars taken off the road. And that's US and Canada only, and that's just the start. We actually announced 2 weeks ago that we will be rolling this out in MENA, in Egypt first in the next couple of weeks, and then next year in other countries. So that's the second pillar. How do we make it easier for people to make sustainable decisions? And our third pillar is about enabling partners. So we're an AI company. We have tools, we have technology, and these technologies can help companies, governments, cities decarbonize. And again, here I'll take an example that's relevant here, is our partnership with the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Agency and the government of, the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. So here we are providing a tool called Google Earth Engine. And this tool provides information on things like surface temperature, land crop data, I mean a lot of things, a lot of insights and data that are useful for the kingdom here to actually understand the impact of climate change, but also make sure that they have the right strategy in place and can create a kingdom that is more climate resilient in the future. So these are the three pillars. So we work on our own operation and we committed to be net zero. We enable sustainable decisions with our users, and we work with partners on that. Now, because your question at the beginning was very much about what did trigger our net zero strategy. So again, for us, we've been in a journey, but let me give you like maybe the broader perspective of what I observe in MENA. So my job leading our operations in the region means that I'm meeting with a lot of business leaders. And the encouraging thing is that more and more of our conversations now include sustainability. But the reality is that the companies do that because they realize they don't have a choice anymore for three reasons. First of all, the consumer demand that. The consumer wants more sustainable product, more sustainable solutions. We've seen in the last 5 years on Google search data that the searches for sustainable goods have increased 5 times. So consumers want that. So it's a business decision. Employees want that. We know there was actually a survey done by IBM. Like more than 2/3 of people who are in the job market are more likely to consider a job in a company that is seen as socially and environmentally responsible. So it is driven by consumer, it is driven by employees, and now more and more boardrooms and investors require it. So businesses really are starting embracing that change, which for me is very encouraging.
Right. And what importance would you put on regulatory pressure to, observe these kind of targets? Would that be another factor?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, like regulators and policymakers have to be part of the conversations. We advocate for things like, for instance, better transparency on data. Obviously, data that is not sensitive, but the more available data, the more AI tools can work. And so actually, if government can work also on standardizing this data across geographies, it will actually enable a better work. I think digitalization is also very important. So regulations around infrastructure, education, all of these things are actually contributing to decarbonization.
Okay. Julie Shuttleworth, we get to you at last. The mining industry has not been renowned in the past for its approach to environmental and sustainable issues, but you're trying to change all that, aren't you? So how do you plan to do that in an energy-intensive industry that by its very nature brings about big changes to the natural environment, not all of them good? How are you doing that?
Fortescue is a huge carbon emitter, and we're doing something about it. We've set our goal to be real zero with our Scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2030. That's zero fossil fuels. We will eliminate by 2030 700 million litres of diesel per year from our operations, 15 million gigajoules per year of gas, and 3 million tonnes of carbon dioxide. We're already well on our journey. A 60 megawatt solar plant already last year eliminated nearly 80 million litres that year in diesel alone. We've already converted a huge haul truck to run on battery electric, a huge haul truck to run on hydrogen. We've converted a train to run on ammonia, and we're converting a ship to run on ammonia. And right now, in our operations, we're building a green hydrogen plant, which will produce green hydrogen that next year will be feeding a fleet of coaches to transport our workers around the mine site. That green hydrogen will feed a truck, a drill rig, and an excavator, all to be tested in the hot Pilbara, where it's over 45 degrees Celsius and very dusty. This is world-leading, hasn't been done before. We will learn from that, we'll improve the technology, and by 2025, we'll start replacing our fleet so that by 2030, we're zero fossil fuels. This will cost $6.2 billion US. It will save over $800 million US a year. So we will show that heavy industry can decarbonise and decarbonise profitably. The planet's cooking, and we need to take action.
Right. But if you can point to one single reason that you've decided to do this, it really is an impressive ambition, isn't it? You know, what would that reason be? Did somebody have a conversion? Did shareholders put pressure on? Did the government ask you to do it? You know, what was the reason?
There's two reasons. The planet's cooking, and we need to take action. So we're doing it for that reason. The other reason is we're going to show this can be done profitably. We'll save over $800 million US a year. That capital I talked about will be paid off by 2034 at current prices. This is a good business investment.
Okay, thank you for that. We are quickly running out of time. This really has gone very quickly indeed. I want to pose the crucial question, really. Can we do it? Can we get to net zero? And when, in your opinion, can we do that? So if you give me a minute or so each of your considered opinion on that vital question. Julie, let's start with you. Can we do it, and when?
Yes, we will. Look, Fortescue will do it by 2030, real zero by 2030. The reason we know that is that we set our stretch targets. We've got an enthusiastic workforce right behind it, very proud of a heavy industry that is decarbonising. The technology is being developed. We're not just sitting around waiting for original equipment manufacturers to develop the trucks and the trains. We're actually doing it ourselves. So we know that it will be done. We're seeing a huge move in this direction. A lot of other mining companies are standing up and taking action, and we'll see lots of progress. Yes, it will be done.
Okay, very positive. Anthony?
So yes, I think it will be done. I mean, definitely in Google, we're very committed to that. I think there are two things that are extremely important. Like the first one is accountability. So we need to make sure that we are driving accountability across the board. And that starts with making sure that we have, you were asking about like regulations as well, how we have like good ways to measure emissions, for instance, and these are scalable, reliable ways to measure emissions. So accountability in every single company, in every single program is extremely important. The second thing is, and it was mentioned by Mohammed, is like it's partnerships. We actually are all in together. So at the end of the day, yes, I have a goal for Google to actually become net zero by 2030, and hopefully we'll achieve that before. But I think if we really want to make it, like we need to do it together. And when I talked about like our data enabling the SGI, like Saudi Data and AI Authority and the Ministry of Environment, this is one way to do it. Another way, because we talked about like carbon removals, like we actually part of a group that put an advanced commitment market. So it's called Frontier, and it's basically roughly $1 billion, where we are saying like we're guaranteeing future demand for companies that are working in that space, because we know that the technology is always not 100% ready. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not, but we need to make sure that this is. But we come together. It is a coalition with Google, but with Meta, with Stripe, with a lot of other companies, and that's another example of us coming as together, partnering to actually make it work.
Okay, but we can do it. Dr. Jay, can we do it? Can India do it, and when?
I'm glad you've changed the question because the International Solar Alliance is a membership of 110 countries. And putting my head out for all 110 would have been difficult. I'm very sure that almost every country in the world will be able to change the electricity, that all new electricity is zero carbon by 2030. And thanks to the companies here, that will spread. The challenge is the non-electricity sector. And if you ask me, the non-electricity sector would change by, some people say 2040, some people say 2050, some people even say 2070. But definitely, I think that new use of non-electrical fuels would be carbon emission neutral by the year 2050.
Okay. Rather more nuanced. Thank you. Valborg, we spoke earlier about the great affinities there are between Norway and Saudi Arabia. So can Norway do it? Which might be a point as to whether Saudi can do it?
I think we have to talk about the world. And I believe it's possible for the world to meet net zero within the midst of this centuries. But it requires that some countries are leading the way. And companies like Saudi Arabia and Norway have a lot in common. We are both oil and gas producers, and we are strong countries. In Norway, we invested in a full value chain CCS project called Longship in 2020. This will be in operation in 2024. This week, Saudi Arabia announced really the biggest carbon capture ambition in the world. So if we cooperate, if we lead the way, I believe the world can make it.
Okay, thank you. Mohammed Al-Tayr, Saudi Arabia has set a target of 2060 for net zero. Can it make it? Can it make it earlier?
I think for me, it's not can we make it, it's we have to make it. That's fundamental. That's the first part. The second part is, I think if you see the transition that the SGI and the MGI and all the Kingdom initiatives from ambition to action, I think year after year, you're going to see us coming closer to achieving our net zero targets. That's my hope. That's our mandate. And I think we have an amazing country leadership that is pushing us, that is enabling us and giving us everything that we need to achieve that and be a leader in this transition that the world will be a partner with us.
Final word to you, Ziad Al-Sheikh. Can Saudi Arabia make it? Can your efforts pay off?
I think I totally agree with Mohammed. It's not can we. We will make it happen. And we're going to be translating those wishes into deeds on the ground as we speak today. Today, and between today and yesterday, all these programs were demonstrated about action on the ground, transforming those huge challenges into great opportunities. The higher the challenge, it means higher opportunities for everybody to come and partner with the kingdom. And let me mention something to build on what my colleague Mohammed mentioned. If you, for example, raise this barrel of water, could it be a glass, or could it be a plastic, or could it be anything? Make no mistake, to bring it from mining, like he mentioned, the entire supply chain or the entire circular economy, if I recycle it, I consume 1/10 of the energy and the resource that goes into this. 1/10. I think the perspective that Mr. Tayyar puts here is very powerful to all of us. So it's not only about Google or Aramco and SABIC and so on. Those are definitely responsible companies, and they will make it happen, and they will reach net zero. The other question, or the other very important part of the question, is us, the people, each individual, our kids at home, the households. What do I do with this bottle? What do I do with this trash? Do I throw it unsegregated, where it goes either eventually emission, harmful emission, or do I segregate it where I basically contribute, us as the people, not major corporations, to contribute significantly? And that goes, of course, into the education, into the culture, and I think I'm very, very optimistic. We are a very youth country as the kingdom. And as we are part of the world, and we feel what the world see, and we breathe the same air. So we're very, very committed to making it happen and transforming a huge and massive challenge into great opportunities by working collaboratively with our colleagues from all over the world.
Thank you. I think I detect a definite note of optimism here this morning. We can do it, I think. So thank you all, Ziad, Mohammed, Valborg, Dr. Jay, Anthony, and Julie. It's been a great panel. Please show your appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks a lot. It was good. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Be in touch. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Julie. See you. Bye-bye. See you. I'm staying up here. Yeah. Speak later, I hope. Right, you haven't seen the back of me for a while. I'm saving the best until later. Because I now, once we have the set rearranged, I now have the pleasure of a fireside chat with Mohammed Abu Nayhan, the founder and chairman of Aqua Power, one of the companies in the region that is at the sharp end of energy transition, and which is really doing it every day. And helping us get towards transition. So, when Mr. Mohammed is ready, I think we can begin. Here he is. Thank you very much. Good to see you again. I wonder why they still call these fireside chats when it's 35 degrees outside. It often makes me wonder. But, sir, Mr. Chairman, it's an absolute pleasure to sit with you around the fire. As I said in my brief intro, Aqua Power is at the cutting edge under the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative of the Kingdom's pursuit of a just and equitable energy transition. So give me an overview, if you would, of your company's role within that strategy.
Thank you, Frank, and thank you for the audience. I really appreciate it. You know, what makes Aqua Power different from any other company in the world is really our leadership. I think we are very blessed in Saudi Arabia to have our leadership, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Prime Minister. And this is, in my opinion, that what makes Aqua Power and many other companies in Saudi Arabia is going to be different. Because the ambitions of our leadership and the vision of our leadership, it makes everybody is really going to work out a clear strategy, clear implementation to make it happen. I think the story of Aqua Power is very simple. It's a starting company in 2004, where today they are, I said, to be the driver of energy transition when it comes to renewable, affordable renewable, because Aqua Power does not want in any form of feed-in tariff where it has been, you know, everywhere in the world used. Because we would like to drive technology, we would like to drive, I will call it disruption, when it comes to the way how we really position our market. The same thing that we have done in the desalination, you know, the same thing we are now doing in the green hydrogen. Because reality that we want to be one of the main pillar of this green initiatives led by our leader, the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, and that's what we are doing today. And thanks to our team, who is really behind what is happening, because what differentiates Aqua Power after God's blessing is our people.
Right. Okay, team spirit. Which brings me on to another connected subject. You lay great store, don't you, on the need for an integrated approach. Tell me what this means in the energy business for you.
You know, I think we have been blessed in Aquapower that we started very early in renewable in 2010, when our first plant was constructed in Bulgaria, because Saudi Arabia at that time, it was renewable. And we have to go outside, and we have to do this in Bulgaria. The great thing that we have done in 2005, that we have done the desalination, and we were disruptive from everybody else, because Saudi Arabia, it used to be thermal desalination technology. And we went through another technology, reverse osmosis, and we have put the biggest plant in the world in the southern region of Saudi Arabia. In 2006, we started the construction. We have led the change of the technology of reverse osmosis at all, is it innovation, is it integration, is it solution? And the material of that outcome of renewable, being a leader in renewable, being a leader in desalination, it came the right time when we have decided in our strategy in 2019, December 12th, to go big time in green hydrogen, because we have the best, the optimum cost of renewable in the world, and that's what Aquapower has been done, and it is, as His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman has repeatedly many times, that Saudi Arabia is the lowest producer in the world of solar, with the most efficient, the most cost-efficient desalination in the world, and the combining this with electrolyzers, hydrogen, and now green ammonia, that we are going to produce the biggest ever, now is under construction, plant to do a green hydrogen. Aquapower is a real integration of different technology, different solution to really add value and to deliver value for integrated solution.
Right. This hydrogen plant is in NEOM. Is this the one you are referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
We are very blessed with this project.
Tell me about displacement, because one of the main items of the Saudi Green Initiative is to reach a situation by 2030 where oil is no longer used in the domestic energy mix. Are you part of that process?
Yes, we are very proudly part of this process. As he mentioned, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, that almost 1 million barrels per day is used in electricity and desalination, burning. I think we are the first company in the world, and the first company in Saudi Arabia, and the first project, integrated project, that to convert this project, because this project, it has a very important milestone in Aquapower history, because this project, this is the first project Aquapower started in 2004,
Right.
and bid and win in 2005, is the biggest desalination in the world, 1,035,000 cubic meter of desalinated water, 900 megawatt of power. This plant is using almost 63,000 barrel of Arabian light per day to burn it, to convert it to desalination and power. Today, we are very happy to say last month we finalized the project conversion to reduce 9.5 CO2 emission per year, 9.5 million ton to zero.
Right. Bravo.
By
Bravo.
2025, where we are going to use the desalination renewable. 46% of the new plant, now we are in construction of the desalination plant of Shu'aiba, 600,000 cubic meter, will be powered by renewable 46%. And this is really as he said, His Royal Highness yesterday, Saudi Arabia is not talks. Saudi Arabia is not only ambitious. Saudi Arabia is not about target. Saudi Arabia, it's about implementation. And this is what is more relevant, that, as he said, we walk the talk.
Right, right, excellent. One of your other big flagship projects is the Red Sea. How does this tackle the issues of affordable, sustainable, accessible energy?
You know, Red Sea, as John Pagano yesterday mentioned it, Red Sea is, again, it's part of the Vision 2030, is the Giga Mega project. It's the first project will come in operation of Giga project. We are very blessed that we are supplying everything when it comes to the infrastructure in Red Sea. And this is the first project in the world will be green. Green at all aspects. Recycle, waste, renewable water, desalination water, power. And it will be off-grid. 24-hour supply. The biggest storage in the world, it is going to be in the Red Sea. We are going to have 1.3 gigawatt of storage. For your information, Frank, and for the audience, the biggest storage today installed and operate by batteries is 200 megawatt. This is almost 6 times whatever have been installed here, and we will have this plant 100% standalone, and the whole project will be green, including district cooling, including everything will be green. And this is the first project Aqua Power enter to give total utility from generation to transmission to distribution. But we are doing it as a demonstration model in how you could do everything green and how you could make it green, again, competitively. And that's always the challenge. It's not the challenge how you do it, how you make it affordable to the people.
Yes, of course. You mentioned hydrogen earlier, Mr. Chairman, but let me just ask you a little more about that. You know, what role does that play in your plan? Some people see it as the fuel of the future. Do you?
You know, I am here hosted by the Saudi Green, and we are in Saudi Arabia producing the biggest production of oil. I don't want to say something where people will quote me, you know, for any reason. Reality is, you know, green hydrogen will dominate the energy. Is it going to be 2050? It's a question. Is it going to be 10 trillion market, accessible market? Yes, of energy. And the great thing about the green hydrogen, you know, you heard it in the panel before me where the moderator, this is the beauty of the green hydrogen. You are not talking about electricity, you are not talking about energy. You are talking about the industry, you are talking about so many applications in, you know, again, in transport and many other things in life. And the green hydrogen is a solution for energy for many things. Aqua Power is leading the green hydrogen. Aqua Power, as they have really done in the competitiveness, the scale, the biggest storage today of Aqua Power in the whole world of CSP technology, of molten salt is done by us. The biggest production of green hydrogen will be Aqua Power, and Aqua Power will lead the green hydrogen in the world. Because reality today, we are making it in Oman. The second project, you will hear about it in Oman and Salalah. And we are doing 2 projects in the size of New, for your information. We are doing, again, projects, inshallah, in Egypt. We are discussing in Thailand now. Very soon it will be. We are discussing in Morocco. We are discussing everywhere. Aqua Power will lead the green hydrogen. Aqua Power will supply the energy of green to the world. And as His Royal Highness, our Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, always said that we are going to lead, we are going to lead the world in green energy. And as Saudi Arabia have led for centuries the conventional energy, we are going to lead the green energy of the world.
Mr. Chairman, Mohammed Abu Nayan, we've run out of time, unfortunately. I could stay here talking for another couple of hours to you, sir. But thank you very much. What a fascinating and, in the end, inspirational message you have delivered here today. So can we please show our appreciation? Mohammed Abu Nayan,
Thank you, Frank.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I
pleasure,
appreciate
sir.
it. God
Great
bless you.
pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
And to you, Frank,
Over
thank
to
you very
me.
much.
Thank you,
and
to me.
Mr.
Bye-bye.
Abinayan, to both of you, thank you so very much. And I know I'm the one that's standing between you and lunch, so I'm not going to say anything more than that our day will resume at 2:10. So please be sure to be back in the room at that time. Meanwhile, bon appetit. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed a lovely lunch. I certainly did. And, you know, one of the challenges that I always have whenever one is doing events after lunch is that, you know, the energy is a bit low. You know, some people sit in the back of the room and you start seeing this happening. So actually, can I have a bit of music, please? Can I have some music? Okay. So I always find that music is very helpful to raise your energy levels. So I'm going to ask you all to stand up, please. No, I mean really, stand up. Okay. Here we go. I promise I'm not going to make it too complicated. So just follow and do what I do. And we've got nice Egyptian music, which is great for, you know, moving, okay? So we're going to keep it really simple. I'm going to ask you to just follow what I'm doing. 1 and 2. Can we do that, please? Okay, this front row is not even moving. Come on, front row, let's go. And 1 and 2. Please, let's go. I need to see some white robes moving. Yes. Okay. And now I'm just going to ask you to add a little bit of a clap in between, right? So we're going to go like this. Okay, how about this side of the room? Can you work with me? Yes? This side is much better. This front row, I don't know what's happening here. Okay, can you clap? Can you add a snap of the fingers, yes? Here we go. I'm very worried about this front row. It's like somebody told you you're not allowed to dance. This side of the room is doing really well. Okay, and back to the clapping. Okay. Okay, I'm going to do something. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but you can join me if you like, okay? Here we go. We're going to go around and go. Is that difficult? No, come on. One more time. Are you ready? Those in the back, you look like you're doing it. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and... Yes, you guys have been awesome. Thank you so very much. Whew, now I feel like my energy is back. I hope you're all awake. You're all ready for the second round. I need to have a conversation about this front row. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to maybe have a word with His Royal Highness and ask him that in future when we're doing dancing, the front row also has to participate. I'm glad to see that you're laughing. I hope you all feel energized, wide awake, and ready for this afternoon's session. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to please put your hands together as we discuss and look at the question of sports, youth, and the convergence with nature. Your hands together for His Royal Highness, or rather His Highness, Prince Fahd bin Jalawi bin Abdul Aziz, the Vice President of the Saudi Olympic and Paralympic Committee, because that's how we move, and the Director of the Saudi Games. Your hands together and a warm welcome, please. I'm well, how are you?
Dear friends and colleagues, dear guests, first, allow me to offer my dearest appreciation for the efforts of Saudi Green Initiative that aim at drawing the bright and sustainable future for our dear kingdom under the excellent leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. I am very pleased to take part in such a great gathering of prestigious Saudi entities contributing in line with SGI and 2030 vision in achieving sustainable and climate goals. The climate crisis is a call of action to all of us. Therefore, I believe that sports can play a vital role in fast-tracking the pace of change. Looking and stepping forward to a sustainable community and placing sustainability at its core. This is why the Saudi Olympic and Paralympic Committee is expanding the scope of climate actions in Saudi Arabia and extend into the Saudi sport movement. Sport is the soft power that will spread awareness among the sporting community on the matters of climate crisis that threaten our planet. However, anyone desire to inspire a change, they have to change within fast. Therefore, the Saudi Olympic family introduced the concept of climate change to SOC members by starting within SOC building and facilities to influence the sports community. Maximizing sustainable transportation within Prince Faisal bin Fahad Olympic Complex. Eliminating the usage of plastic. Minimizing paper printing and adopt paperless tasks. Planting of SOC building and workspaces. Placing air perfumes. Recycling waste of SOC. Recommended Saudi federations and sport organizations to take climate actions. There is much more to be done. We aim to expand the movement to the sport level, engaging the Saudi sport organizations, federations, associations, and committees to take an effective part in achieving net zero emissions by 2060 in line with ambitious 2030 vision. Furthermore, as Saudi Arabia is hosting international mega events including the Asian Games, Asian Winter Games, World Combat Games, Asian Indoor and Martial Art Games, and many more. We, in coordination with all the related entities, are to make sure these tournaments comply with the values of SGI and Sports for Climate Change framework to implement sustainable attitudes. We are to make sure that athletes and sport enthusiasts are experiencing sports events, competitions within a healthy and clean environment. Therefore, and on behalf of His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Al Faisal, President of Saudi Olympic and Paralympic Committee, I will be delighted to announce that from today, we will be an official signatory of the UN framework Sports for Climate Actions, declaring our commitment to our goals and responsibility. Thank you.
There we go, we can take it over there.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Your Highness Prince Fahd bin Jalawi bin Abdul Aziz. So interesting to hear about the convergence there of nature with sports and our younger generation. Thank you for enlightening us. A really important topic and one that will resonate with many of you that are here today. And hearing about those goals and responsibilities really helps to set those goals that are needed out there at the moment. Well, we have a next panel coming up now, and it's part of what we were talking about there, the youth culture and how to support them. And we're going to be looking at how to pave a career path in protecting the planet. Now, more than any other age group, the younger generation are the most worried about the state of the planet. In fact, in the US, a Pew Research poll has found out that the environment was a higher concern for GZ than any other demographic. Finding a career, though, can also help them to protect the planet, and it's a way that they can make a difference. This panel we're going to have here today is going to feature human resource leaders and career experts, and we're going to try and offer you some practical advice and guidance to the next generation on how to find a career in protecting the planet. We've got a new hashtag for this one. We've decided, we've had a few little hashtags going on the last couple of days. We've had a hashtag for regenerative tourism. We're thinking about the hashtag do-gooders. So you can let us know at the end of this panel if you think that's the way we're going to go, because that's what we're hoping to do here today. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome my panel up to the stage. We have Princess Mashal Saud Al Shahlan, the co-founder of Aeon Collective from Saudi Arabia, and Sarah Dutton, the penultimate international business student and assistant at Simply Sustainable Australia. We also have Dr. Chan, Tony Chan, President of King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. You all know it as KABST. In Saudi Arabia. And we have Dr. Sultan Al Sharif, Director of Sustainable Development for the National Centre for Environmental Compliance in Saudi Arabia, and the co-founder of Aeon Collective, Saudi Arabia, the hashtag do-gooder. She's the inventor, Princess Mashal Saud Al Shahlan. And we have one more here, Sarah Al-Ghamidi. She is from Mawiba, an alumni in Saudi Arabia. Welcome to our panel. So it's so lovely to have a representative panel here. There's kind of, I'm the oldest, I think. Then we go down in age. But between the age and experience and the youth, we're hoping to learn something here today. And I was going to start off with, you know, what are green energy jobs, how are they existing and how are they growing? But it's become such a big terminology, hasn't it? A green energy job, what exactly does that mean? So Princess Mashal, I thought I'd start with you first and say maybe, just maybe, we need to widen the lens when we're talking about these type of things so that we just don't narrow ourselves down.
Most definitely. I think specifically for us in Saudi Arabia, if we really are serious about tackling climate change, we have to be very pragmatic about our pathway towards tackling it. And that means for Saudi Arabia is through the lens of the circular carbon economy. So that goes beyond what's traditionally seen as green. And I think what the SGI has successfully done is reclaim what the word green means and what it should mean. And at least for us at Aeon Collective, we take it maybe a step further and is very much in line with all of the ambition that we've been energized from His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, is through the lens of planetary repair. So I think for a lot of the youth in the audience and who are watching us online, we're pretty much tired of hearing conversations that are asking us to do less harm. And I think it's about time to reclaim that post and do a lot more good in this active participation. So it's about, as Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman was saying yesterday, re-energizing the rest of the world of what needs to be done within this space.
And yet, Sarah, I want to come to you on this because, let's be honest, certainly a few years ago, hopefully not now, people used to think, if I get a job in green energy or in the green sector, it's going to be a life of poverty, or I'm not going to be paid. I know I'm doing the right thing, but I'm not going to get paid. Hopefully, what's the view from your standpoint? Are things starting to change?
I believe that people are focusing on the idea of a green job being a job that is focused on environmental degrees only. However, I think we need to expand our vision into involving other sectors, such as healthcare. Being a healthcare service employee myself, I believe that scientists cannot do it alone. We need to be involved in the environmental sector, and not only healthcare. We're talking about business partners, entrepreneurs, and educators. I believe that, as I said, being a healthcare practitioner, the effect of environment on our patients is huge and it's crazy. And I've seen patients go through difficult times because of difficult environmental situations that is out of their control.
So you've been on the hard edge of seeing something like air pollution affect people and how it's affecting their breathing, which is a pretty fundamental right.
Exactly.
So I want to bring in Dr. Chan here because you're sat there in Kaust and of course, hopefully, I don't want to say cooking these brains, that sounds kind of bad, but bringing these brains on, developing these brains. So you have that wonderful standpoint of sitting there and seeing all these young minds coming through. From what you're seeing, what's the fastest growing area and how can people know which specialities to pick?
Yeah, before I address it, I want to step back and give you a personal experience. I'm a student of computer science. I studied like a few decades ago. This is reminiscence of that. Because it's like the beginning of a revolution, it's the beginning of a future. So I think for the young people, you have immediate jobs, but usually we're looking at the future. The future has not been invented yet. Nobody knows. So you should go in there with that in mind, I think. But anyway, coming to the present, obvious things are renewable energy. That's what we've been talking about. At Kaust, we're doing carbon capture, doing hydrogen economy. We are hiring people, never mind all the big corporations and giga project. The other one is conserving the environment. Planting trees, keeping the deserts away, protecting the coral reefs and so on. There's a huge demand for talent in those areas. Those are the two obvious things. But then in addition, you have things that are a little bit more behind the scene, but just as important. For example, policy, regulators. We have a lot of government officials here. What they do is very important. The business sector, how you introduce the business incentive, the profit incentive to make this happen. And finally, you have the supply chain. Because, to make this happen, to make this new economy happen, you need a lot of people behind the scene. So it's going to be all of our economy. It's not just going to be a little sector. That's sort of my view.
And exactly, and that's what we've been hearing over the last 2 days, and hopefully it's been growing after the last year, is this need to everything to join up, and perhaps the sweet spot that the kingdom has found itself in with funding and policy in the same place at the same time to push this forward. And we'll come back to that because that's quite a powerful mix and something that's starting to get a lot of attention, even though perhaps people were a little bit skeptical before. Sarah, I want to bring you in on this because you are not our only student, but of course, you're there right at the moment facing these decisions. Yeah. And people say in a throwaway line, "Oh, do what you love." It's really hard to do what you love and to know what you love and how that's going to work. But you've said passion, fall in love with a problem. So how has that played out for you? How are you considering how you're going to use that in future careers?
Yeah, no, well, firstly, I just want to address that. Thank you for giving the space for the youth voice on a platform like this with remarkable panelists beside me. But to address your question, I do want to point out the importance of recognizing my own privilege. As an able-bodied, white, English-speaking woman, my experience is exceptionally different compared to other people coming here. And it's people like me that aren't the most impacted by climate change, but it's people like me that can use that privilege to then drive meaningful action. And that's what really developed my passion for youth engagement in the corporate space, to then be able to implement change on a wider scale. So I think we all know that millennials and Gen Zs have been talking about climate change for a very long time. We are the most concerned about environment. We are acutely aware of the social injustices that's happening around the world right now. And from that, we are wanting to have more meaningful work. And so to kind of come to your point about passion is that it's been a more important conversation to be had about developing your career in this area, is to work out what really drives you. And how you can use your skills to drive action. And if you figure that out, I think you'll be a great asset to any company that wants to implement systems change. And yeah, I think in terms of when I advise my friends to come into this space, I kind of go around 3 main pillars. So one being like build an identity based around these core passions, drivers, and motivators that you've identified. Another aspect is encourage collaboration and empowerment. And work out the networks that you have that you can leverage, but not so in a transactional manner, but more in a way that's knowledge acquiring and thought inducing. And thirdly, I think my point kind of links with everyone else here, is promote rotation and experience sharing. So collaborate with businesses and universities and institutions to be able to bridge that skills gap and provide the international experience that we all need.
Well, I think that's already given people some tick lists to go through. This is what we want, a bit of a template for those out there. Even if you're in a job and you're looking to change, there's still pretty fundamental things that we can do to change TAC, as it will, and we'll come back to that in a second. Dr. Sultan, I'm not going to leave you alone. You are Director of Sustainable Development for the National Centre for Environmental Compliance. You're in the science job, you're in the tech job. How was your journey to getting there? Was it easy? Did you think that this is what I want to do? Or it was something that evolved? Because as Dr. Cham was saying, we don't even know half the jobs that we're going to do out there, but that's an easy way to just dismiss things, isn't it? You must have been fairly focused, or was it serendipity? How did you get there?
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, I used to work for another organization, and I was leading sustainability. Then I was reached out by my manager who's there, Dr. Abdurrahman. He called me, he said that we're interested in your experience and to joining the center. And after discussions, then we came to agreement to join. Because I used to work on local level, and this opportunity to work for sustainability in the national level with a global impact. And one thing I would like to say regarding working for sustainability, it is working for nobility. So whomever working for sustainability, I think you are lucky because you are working in something that has a lot of meanings and a lot of impacts, not only for today's generations, but for the next generation and for the global or the planet good and health. And in order to become a sustainability professional, you need to start with passion. Because this is very important in order to drive your motivation from within, and then you can impact others. And I can share a short story of mine. Years ago, after I finished my postgrads from US and Europe, I came to Saudi Arabia, and I was looking for a sustainability-related job. So there was nothing too much there, and I was kind of desperate. So one night I stayed with myself and tried to write something, what it's gonna look like in terms of sustainability for Saudi Arabia. And I came up with a humble proposal. And then I started to see whom should I talk to. And I reached high officials, including deputy ministers. And the last one of them actually almost said to me something that was like a slap on the face. And he said, son, you are selling this to yourself only. And I was really, really desperate. So I went home fully of depression, temporarily, and I revisited that proposal. And I found it sounded really good, again. So the next, I changed the address. Whom do I talk to? And it took me 2 years to finally shake hands with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and that proposal was in the other hand.
So I think we need to put passion and resilience in here, because none of us gets what we want first time round sometimes, and sometimes we have to have a little knockback, or sometimes we have to go away and relearn something or approach it from a different a different path, and that can be going outside of the educational system and back in. And what we've heard about, so thank you for that, sharing that story, because I think it really highlights that it's not just easy, things aren't just given, and we do need to strive. And particularly, as Sarah alluded to, some of us have found it maybe a bit easier due to having access to education than others. And we've heard throughout this 2 days about bringing in local communities and those that don't have such the access to this training and education. And Princess Michelle, I wanted to bring you on that. You know, I don't want this conversation to be on the stage talking about graduates. This is jobs for everybody. So what's your view on that, and how we're pushing that down to all levels of society to gain access to these jobs?
I mean, most definitely, but something that we all have to remember is we have to take on these challenges with a healthy dose of humility. It's an extremely difficult undertaking, right? Sometimes I have problems with words that simplify a problem, like the word transition, for example. I think it signifies something that's very easy to dial up or dial down in terms of solution, when in reality what we're doing is a complete transformation and a redefinition of what our systems are looking like. And we don't only have the climate challenge to tackle, we have the biodiversity challenge, but also the right of people for development. So when we're taking all of that into account, we must know that the people that we need to be training and upskilling have to be multidisciplinary and by definition. Because if you're only focusing on one area and not understand the context, you could create problems as you're solving for one. And if you humor me with maybe a minute to tell a quick story. We took a short trip in one of these vacations, to the point that Dr. Sultan was making. If you're really passionate about something, you claim to take a vacation, but it ends up being another learning opportunity. And we went to Costa Rica to some of our friends that ran a conservation site called Asa Conservation. And what we saw on our drive over were these patches of severed highways, as I call them, monocultural trees that were that caused the issuance of really solid carbon credits, when in reality you were severing highways for certain types of monkeys that relied on their tails to move from one tree to the other. So when we're trying to solve for some of these issues, even when we have standards and even when we have credibility, we could be creating other problems. So again, the dose of humility goes back to who else are we educating? Educating the educated, yes. We're doing, I think, a lot of really good work with our friends at KAUST, but what we're doing as well is going beyond that for vocational training. And what we have to remember when we're doing that, it's an exercise of co-learning. It's a symbiotic kind of relationship. So if you go to the sea, and I invite any of you who are here in the wonderful coast of Sharm el-Sheikh to go diving or swimming if you can, or snorkeling. And what you will notice are really nice and beautiful and pristine sea if you are outside of this country. But if you are a member of any of the countries that are bordering the Red Sea, you'll feel a deep sense of loss. Why? Because the sizes of the fish are much smaller than they used to be. And who has that oral history? It's the fishermen. It's the people who are tending to these assets or the national goods on their day-to-day basis. So that needs to be an exercise of co-learning and empowering those who are at the front lines to save whatever they could save, but also a dose of humility that not everything gets solved purely by the sciences, but also with the experience.
And people are coming from a different perspective and a different level, as you said, whether that's in terms of education or in terms of where they're based in the world. And as His Royal Highness said, Prince Abdul Aziz, we can't be condescending in these conversations. Like, don't worry, I'll fix it. Here's some money, it'll all be okay. And as you said, getting too simplistic about that. I actually would like to ask the audience a question, because we're going to dive down into this career path. But something that I felt passionately about, because I got involved with it, was career advice. And I know for sure I wanted to be a fighter pilot, and they told me no. There's no women that are fighter pilots back then. And that was it. That was the end of my career advice. I said, well, I want to do that. And they said, you can't, so that's it. Do something else. So how many of you felt in school or college that you got good career advice? Show of hands, who got really good career advice? I think there's 3 or 4 people, out of all of you. And I know that a lot of colleges and universities try, but it goes back down to that grassroots level of deciding whether you're going to go to university, whether you're going to go vocational. We don't always have the same path. So, Dr. Chan, how are you addressing that? Obviously, you're in the university sphere, but how are you guiding people once they're with you to open up their horizons for these different types of jobs? What kind of support are you giving them? Because we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah, I think you put your finger on it. You know, the key is open up their eyes to the new horizons. Because as I said, nobody knows the future. So, you know, I think this climate change, sustainability movement, economy, has something for many disciplines. So of course, you know, I'm a president of a University of Science and Technology. So obviously science and technology plays a big role. It doesn't take a genius to know, you know, why do we have the temperature rising? What's the role of greenhouse gas in doing that? What's the technology that we can use to mitigate those risks? Those are all science and technology-based questions. So that's obviously a large area. So I think my advice to those students with the aptitude and interest in science and technology and in the sustainability movement, there's a lot of things. The key is to get some experience. You know, it's not just from the textbook. But I hasten to add that it's not just science and technology. You know, at the end of the day, the only way to do this is through a social movement. You got to have, so sociology is very, very important.
We've got the hashtag, do-gooders.
Yeah, well,
so we've got to start,
that's the tail of the iceberg. But you have to understand
and that's not to
how people behave.
Yeah.
How people behave, right? For the common good, you have a self-interest.
Yeah.
How you do that, I think that really is the key.
And I know we'll go on into you taking it back down to the grassroots with you working with Aeon as well. But I think it's really important for Sarah, Sultan and Sarah to talk about, you know, have you at some point just felt marginalized, that you're not part of a conversation? Obviously we're here on the stage now, but that you didn't really have a voice, you were just being told things and you wanted to start to contribute towards how things could be rather than being told what's available. I know Sarah's nodding a lot on the end there. I'll start with you.
Yeah, no, I think, have I been marginalized? I think when I look back when I was going into my degree maybe 5 years ago, ESG analysts and ESG focused jobs weren't out there. So I think me being passionate, it was a bit of a no-brainer that I wanted to enter that sphere, but the job market maybe just wasn't there, or it was a different name, or maybe I just wasn't looking in the right place. But in total, I do think in that terms, you know, that's where my engagement in the youth corporate space really accelerated, because I wanted to kind of find my own way there, and really, you know, businesses need to account for the youth ambition there. So yes, in a way I was marginalized, I did feel like that, but now, we were discussing earlier before, the youth activism at these COPs are incredible, and they're being heightened and heightened in board levels and having a seat on the table inside the conferences, which I think is great to see as well. So, yeah.
And I'm going to jump to Sarah, because Dr. Sultan, you told us about your experience and how you overcame that, which I think is really, really lovely of you to share with everyone, because it's hard to talk about the things that knock us back, isn't it? But they're the things that make us. So, Sarah, what's your point? You've gone into healthcare.
Yeah.
Did you get a little bit lost along the way? Did you feel marginalized in terms of conversations?
Being totally honest, the reason I got into healthcare, it was a debate whether environmental engineering or healthcare, and I was asked, what do you see yourself doing in the future? And when I thought about it, I thought it's not about the degree, it's about the mindset, as Dr. Tony was talking about. It's about the motivation in you. So I was thinking, yes, I do need a degree to work at a hospital, I do need to be licensed, but I do not need a degree to help the environment. I do not need a degree to be an activist. I just need to be there, and I just need to understand what I'm doing, and I need to read, and I need to be involved. So this is what I was saying at first, that all sectors need to be involved within the environmental sector. So many youth feel focused on a specific part of their degree. However, if educators involve them through exploring their degree, where can they go with it, and what can they do with it? I believe that this would happen to me, and I think it's beneficial to all youth.
Yeah, it happened to my daughter coming out of COVID these last 2 years. She said, I don't want to go to university, and we were just saying, like most parents, you think it's a natural progression if you have that ability. And she said, why do I have to have a piece of paper to validate me to go to the next stage? You know, she said, why can't they look beyond that? And I think I hear that a lot from her friends and your generation. Why do we have to, and even me, I'm like, why do you have to do these same exams that I did? And that was like 30 years ago. So there's need to kind of update the education system, putting all the pressure on Dr. Chan here. But you're taking it back to grassroots, as I understand, supporting Princess Michelle here, by starting to inject this into the agenda with the Aeon Collective, so that, you know, you're updating those.
Yeah, let me address that. That's a very good question. First of all, this education should not be limited to university. For example, at CAUS, we are building something we call CAUS Academy. So the idea is to bring our knowledge and bring it to the public for continuing education. There are a lot of people in their job already. They can't afford to, you know, change their career and go back to college for 4 years. AI, you take AI, many people just scratching their head. What exactly is that? Is it going to sort of take away my job? So we're taking these courses. So I think for sustainability and climate change, there's a lot of technical knowledge. So we are definitely trying to do that. The other one is public opinion. You know, hopefully like what we're talking about here will get to the public. I try to write articles. I try to give interviews and to highlight this general awareness. I think that's really the key. It's up to people in opinion leadership position, whether we like it or not, to take that responsibility seriously.
Could I add to that?
Absolutely. It's part of your collective.
Yeah, I
yes,
mean,
please.
what we're trying to do in a lot of our collaborations with KAUST is not only on the technical side or the policy side, which is our strong point, I think, translating a lot of the science and empowering it and injecting a good dose of healthy pragmatism and what it takes to actually push policy is the ground roots of our collaboration. But I think beyond that, in a lot of ways, it's trying to humanize a lot of the science. So some of these concepts that we talk about, climate change, shared commons, global, any kind of big words that we're trying to frame could overwhelm people. And at least for us, and we try to do in a lot of cases, other than our collaboration on the Tree Library program that's supposed to create these spaces of actionable dialogue around the world, we're trying to go back to our own roots in Saudi Arabia. So one thing that I definitely hate is this affinity to call first Saudi women to do X, Y, or Z. I'm most definitely not the first Saudi woman to do anything. I stand on the shoulders of giants of my grandparents that were right before me, and it's a question of relearning and how do you connect a lot of these notions for young Saudis deep within their own culture. So it's not about forging a pathway ahead. Yes, we should, but we could not move that farther ahead if we're not really solidly grounded into our own values and a remembrance of sustainability is in our own DNA. We're one generation removed out of a more sustainable way of life. So it's these cultural nuances, I think, that are of great importance to be injecting and also humanizing a lot of the data and making a lot of this complexity not less complex, because I think complexity is beautiful, but making it more accessible to a wider demographic.
And I think I've heard you talk about before the Bedouin culture. I mean, you're one oasis away from death, quite frankly, in the olden days, right?
Yes.
You have to be carrying your water, you're carrying your food, your dates. You know, it was very much a survival culture. So to come from that and to go so far and coming back round now to some of the traditional things that are so important to protect and to be part of those future jobs. You know, we can't be talking too much about tech. There's a lot of ancient history to be built on as well.
Definitely, and it also highlights our tendency as Bedouins to undercommit and over-deliver, and I think it's with that credibility of delivery that we help energize the rest of the world to come along with us on this journey, because I think there's too much of a conversation of an us versus them mentality when we really need to be talking more within the we's. What could we be doing together, understanding that we all come from different sets of strengths or power areas, and how can we forge a pathway that focuses on our commonalities and less on our differences?
I just want to comment on Princess Marsha's point. That is, we have to do it together, but we have to do it in partnership.
Yes.
And we need to work with government. We need to work with civic organization, business. We each have our role and specialty and advantages. So, for example, our partnership is exactly to reach out, as you explained already, But I think the business have self-interest to do the government. We are partnering with the ministry, MIWA, and to do the Saudi green in terms of planting trees. Our scientists doing their role. What is the right genetics of the tree, how to irrigate the trees, and so on. So that's our role. So we cannot do it alone.
Yeah. And on job certainty, if you allow me one last point.
Only
on
one.
job certainty, yes, please. On job certainty, we cannot be talking about creating jobs when people don't feel secure going into those future jobs. So I'll give a quick example with green hydrogen. I know our friends in NEOM are here. What we've been doing with green hydrogen is actually walking the talk, while the rest of the world are talking about bankability, are talking about ways of securing funding and financing. What we've done in Saudi Arabia is deliver our first project right there on the ground that's fully funded. And we've already sold whatever we'll be producing. So there's that certainty with which we're approaching a lot of these activities that help people spur them early in the process into going to those kinds of jobs.
And I know Dr. Sultan, Sarah, you're hearing all of us talk about these initiatives and everything, and of course they're all fantastic, but you listen to your mates, right? You get around, you have a coffee, you listen to your mates, and you go, oh, I've got this great new job, or I've got this great boss, or I earn this, or I do that. That's your reference point. We often don't go to the official sources to get our reference points, do we? So in your friendship groups now, what are they saying about our companies walking the talk, as Princess Michelle said? And is that a red line that is part of who you'll apply for? You're getting more fussy about who we'd work with. Maybe Sarah, I'll start with you first.
So I would like to answer this question based on what Princess Michelle was talking about regarding giving access and making people understand what it means to be part of a job like that. I have seen people in my age thinking, oh no, like I cannot be part of this because, as you said in the beginning of the session, I'll be poor. Like it's not paying enough. However, the mindset of you not being focused on a part of this job or in one part of this degree is not a common mindset within the youth. I personally learned this from Mohiba and Kaus, thanks to them, giving access. However, not everyone is informed of this access. That's why, yes, there are so many people who restrain from jobs like that or new emerging jobs because they say, oh, no one will employ me, or no, I won't get paid enough.
Yeah.
That's why I believe that giving this access that I received in amplifying it towards international levels is very important.
So I'm going to move to Dr. Sultan and then Sarah, because I want a Middle Eastern perspective or a kingdom perspective, and then internationally. Are you feeling that with your friends, when you're having a chat with them now, obviously you're quite established now in your job, but are you seeing things change? Because we're always talking about change here, but are you actually seeing change amongst your friendship group? They're going, wow, as you said, there's more job opportunities now there. Oh, we understand how we can access those jobs, if we will.
Okay. I have answered in 3 levels. Okay, the global level. Now we don't have a path for career. We have a highway with more than 17 lanes, the SDG goals. Okay, so choose which one. I tell them. So I receive questions, consultations on where should we go. So I answer them with this question, with this answer. So the paths are already there. The question is which one you choose, which one you prefer, which one that you can contribute to. This is on the global level. On the Middle East level, we have the Middle East Green Initiative. So be part of it. It doesn't matter where you are. From home, you can start. And for Saudis, we're lucky. We have this great Saudi Green Initiative, which is already actioned. So for us, we are the most luckiest ones because whatever we do for Saudi Green Initiative, it impacts the Middle East Green Initiative as well as the global agenda.
And I want to come back to that global agenda with you, Sarah, because let's be honest, Saudi came to the party a little bit late with this environmental talk. The SGI has really amplified that over the last year. Obviously, things were going on before that, but we're really starting to see a big part of the conversation now. Internationally, maybe people thought, oh, we're further ahead where you are at the moment. But are people now starting to realize that it's accelerating so fast here in the kingdom that they're sort of changing their perspective of where the powerhouse of these jobs are going to be in terms of the environment?
Yeah, I think jobs are a critical part for the conversation about the transition because, you know, and rightly so, the innovation that we require and need, and many that we see here today at the Green Forum, is a total radical shift in the way that we are programmed and think about work and innovation. And the next decade will be driven by climate policy and commitments, and with that comes millions of new jobs, and so it's just going to get more and more competitive. So kind of addressing the fact that when I speak to my friends about getting training and coming into the sector and our perception of work, we need to have a reshift to think about soft skills because these skills are very underestimated. And the main part is that they can be transferred across a broad spectrum of industries and innovations and tools. So if you center yourself as a student, graduate, or anyone, around these core training, competencies, and attributes, you'll be best placed to be nimble and to be able to adapt to the changing environment that we want to be able to push and drive meaningful action on, but also be reactive to as well. And yeah, I just think my point with youth as well, we approach climate change with a very intersectional lens, and I would say that businesses and institutions need to account for that and to see young people for experts in their own right, rather than just a tick box activity that we all need to take to be ESG or something like that. So it's not just a bottom-up approach with the conversations that we have within the youth, but also to increase youth mobility into the green skills market, it also requires businesses to engage and bring them into an active role like conferences like this.
Now, I'm going to come back to Dr. Chan on adaptability in a minute, but I actually want to ask you a lot of questions because I think this soft skill question is really important because sometimes when we talk about green energy and different jobs, we tend to think we have to be an engineer or healthcare. No disrespect to your departments, but that there aren't other things out there. And I read a really interesting article a couple of years ago from Stanford University about how important emotional intelligence is for your success in your future, irrespective of qualification. So what do you think? I'm going to get you to put your hands up. Do you think that high emotional intelligence accounts for 60% of your success in the workplace? Anybody think it accounts for 60%? Yeah, got a few. 40%?
Can I participate in
Couple here. 10%? No. Okay, I got a few. I'm pleased to say.
Those people are not here. The 10% people are not here.
Actually, I'm very impressed. It's 60%. And Stanford University have a whole department dedicated to emotional intelligence. And I think we'll agree it's a pretty good university, apart from yours, of course. So backing up what you're saying there, Sarah, very much these softer skills are a big part and being adaptable. So Dr. Chan, how are you pushing this adaptability? How are you supporting people?
Yeah, I think I want to bring up one point that has not been brought up already. That is entrepreneurship. It's not about job. You can create your own job. So think about Jeff Bezos. When he was in the beginning of the internet revolution, he didn't say, what job do I get? He said, I want to create this thing now called Amazon, Google, and so on and so forth. So I think at Cows, we try to encourage entrepreneurship. There are zillions of opportunities. We have companies, startups, that use seawater to grow crop. We have one that use food waste to grow soil, to irrigate, and so on and so forth. So there's a huge number of opportunities. All you need to get together a few like-minded people. You have to have some technical background and the drive. Create your own jobs.
And we saw them dipping in and out of educational institutes, didn't we? Think of Steve Jobs. That's how he learned the great calligraphy on the keyboards. He didn't come for a piece of paper. He came for the skill set, as you said. How do you bring people back in, though, if they haven't had a great education experience, but they think, right, I actually know what I want to do now, and I do need to get a few bits of paper. How do you get the people back into training, once they've kind of left the official system? Because this is where sometimes people get lost, particularly during and post-COVID. I think there's been this people have been stuck and maybe lost a year or two. So how do you bring them back in, Dr. Chan?
Well, now we have the internet.
Yes.
So you can learn a lot of things online, even during COVID.
Yeah.
I mentioned about our continuing education, efforts. I think the key is that you have to have the curiosity and the drive and the discipline to want to go through with it. Most online courses have a very low completion rate. People do a few times and then they give up. So, but when there's job and so on with the extra motivation, but you can learn a lot of these things now online. So that's a great opportunity.
And I'm going to bring it back to your generation again. So this learning's constant. What are your plans? Give us an idea of what you think in your mind, how you can add. I mean, you're just coming out of universities. I'm not going to put you under pressure to sign up straight away. But Sarah and Sultan, Dr. Sultan, you're in the workplace now. How are you going on about moving forward your career with this training?
Okay, so personally, I've been actually thinking for a while in getting like a master's degree in relation to environment, because as I said, this is what I wanted to do in the beginning. And seeing, as I saw the cases, the patients that I see at the hospital, we actually need this. So based on our needs that I've been witnessing, I think a master's and a PhD degree in an environmental sector and interlinking them both is what I actually really want.
Dr. Sultan, you're a doctor, so, asking you to do yet more. But what interests you, even if it's on a personal level of how to grow?
Actually, I'm in the middle of my career path, so always we will be learning. So until the end of our life, opportunities are growing nationally, internationally. Yeah, but I'm really happy where I am because I can contribute to the action of Saudi Green Initiative.
Yes, you're seeing an initiative. Sarah, you're based normally in Australia, right?
Pardon?
Where are you normally based in Australia?
Sydney.
Sydney, yeah. That's in Australia.
Yeah,
last time I looked.
Yeah.
But so what's your perspective now? Are you thinking, there's a big wide world out there, and when you come to your choices, I found this with my daughter, less attached to areas that they might have thought, I'll stay in my own backyard, willing to go further in pursuit of these jobs. I know my daughter's quite keen to come back to the region.
Wow, yeah, no, well, I actually do study currently in Oxford in the UK, and part of my ambition to leave, like you said, like Australia, was to get that international experience, because I think that is a very undervalued value. I think people in my generation need to get that business acumen about what impacts are felt across the world. And speaking to business leaders here at this conference and at the forum here today, emphasizing back before about soft skills, these skills are vastly underestimated, like I mentioned before, and having the business acumen to be able to translate these issues that we're talking about into a business case and in a way that is solutions orientated and really accounts for the communities that are involved, I think really does involve international experience and that global perspective. But to go back to your point about if I'll continue studying afterwards, I think if I was back in Australia, I definitely would have pursued maybe a master's, maybe a doctor, I'm not quite sure, maybe I can speak to back coast afterwards, but I think I've had a bit of time in the professional sphere as well, and you learn at a very different pace there. And for me, I'm just going to work out where I can deliver the most impact, and right now it's get my degree in May next year, hopefully, if all touch wood, everything goes to plan. But yeah, just to involve myself more in the corporate space as well.
And I think this ability to bob back and forth, not like, it's this factory where you do your exams, then you do your graduate degree, then you do your master's, then, perhaps postgraduate, to get out in the real world and have a little look around and see what's out there. Because as Dr. Chan said, you don't know what you don't know until you start sort of having a look around. So I'm going to put you all under pressure 1 minute each now. And Dr. Sultan, you jump on it.
If I may add something. No, I think the career for sustainability is now looking for sustainability diplomacy, as we are gathering more than ever for, like next door, the COP27. Global community is talking to each other for a common reason, for a common purpose. So I think sustainability diplomacy will play a role in the next decades combating climate change and other challenges in a soft way with a soft power.
I really love that because I was going to give you 1 minute, but I think that's your 1 minute because I think what you said is fantastic there, environmental diplomacy, marrying the points of what everyone's made, so fantastic. So I'm going to come back to Sarah. I was going to say, what advice would you give to audience members out there at the moment, either for them or for their children, if they want to pave a career path in protecting the planet? What would be your 1 minute advice?
My advice is that look into what you need in your sector in correlation with environment. What is missing? What do you need? Think about emerging jobs. Think about creating a job, as Dr. Chan was talking about. Do not be limited to a degree. Do not be limited to an idea that someone implements in your head. Creativity is the beginning of everything, and there is a way for everything. The world is big and the horizon is far, and go for it.
Go for it. I like that. Sarah, 1 minute.
I'll try and keep it brief, but I guess one thing I have learned in the space and people who have succeeded in sustainability is that, back to my point about passion, is that they have fallen in love with the problem. And solutions do come and go. They scale, they get IPO'd, they go through a whole administration, but the problem stays the same if you aren't addressing it at its core. So I think kind of going back to the core roots of that, as we all mentioned, I think, before on the panel, and just something to bear in mind when you want to go into this career.
Princess Michelle, 1 minute. The clock's ticking.
All right. So for me, what counts the most is the issue of stories. I've been told too often that I'm an optimist. I see myself as a pragmatist optimist, because I really believe in the power of stories. Sarah, stories have the power to either bring us down or to lift us up and energize us. So I'm one to choose the energized pathway, and I think Saudi Arabia is really demonstrating how we could empower our youth to actually deliver on that promise.
And I think the really important thing about stories, not to cut across you, but they are the most ancient form of communication. 100%. All our cultures forever have communicated that way. It causes an emotional reaction, causes a connection, then we're more likely to do something and we'll remember it.
Yeah.
So stories are absolutely where it's at.
But also stories are not only stories that we tell ourselves about ourselves, but it's what others tell us about us. So we have to be very mindful about what stories we choose to tune into, and how can we use that as an empowering point to chart our pathways forward.
I like that idea. Dr. Chan, you get the final word.
Yeah, so I would say if you're a student, while you're studying, study the basics. You got to have some substance, okay? Be curious, and you have to learn about what's happening around the world. If you're beyond a student, you have to reinvent yourself. There are a lot of opportunity to learn. And create your own business. Entrepreneurship is good. I think the mindset has to be, you are in the middle of a revolution. I use the computer revolution as an analogy. So think about that. It's not what's in front of you, it's what's ahead. You have to be ahead, the first to grab that opportunity. That's my advice.
Yeah, so to the point of Dr. Chan, 2040, we're coming for you. We're not going to wait for 2060, we're coming to 2040.
Fantastic. Well, I think we deserve a round of applause for everyone here, because I think you've given out some really heartfelt advice, shared your experiences. And if I take something away, the words curious, adaptable, humble, do your research, and feel passionate about it. So thank you so much today for joining me. Princess Michelle Saud Al-Shahlan, co-founder of Aeon Collective, thank you so much for joining us. Sarah Al-Ghamidi from Moaba Alumni from Saudi Arabia, so thank you so much for joining us today. Dr. Sultan Al-Sharif, Director of Sustainable Development, thank you so much from National Centre. Dr. Tony Chan and Sarah Dutton, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for those insights. Woo, you got some fans back there. So lovely to hear those human stories, because at the end of the day, that is what it's all about. Humans talking to one another, sharing that information to move forward towards those partnerships. We have our final panel of the day, My Future, Our Responsibility, what youth wants from the company. We're going to talk about the pressure we're going to put on these companies now, because youth is at the forefront of pushing these corporations to act responsibly. Now, in this panel, leading corporate actors and young people are going to discuss what the next generation wants from incumbents from when it comes to protecting the planet. They're going to hold corporations to account, see what they want. They're not going to be happy if there's something on the back of the packet that is not true when it comes to the environment. They're going to hold them to account for that. So I would love to welcome my panelists to the stage. I think they're tucked behind the crowd there. They should be coming through. If I could start with Her Highness Princess Noura bin Turki Al Saud, co-founder of Aon Collective. So delighted you can join us today, and founding partner of Aon Strategy as well. Balkis Al Sharif from Wabi Al Nai, Saudi Arabia. Please join us on the stage. And Rishi Kapoor, the co-CEO of Investcorp Bahrain, sorry, can't speak anymore. And Sarah Al-Hafi, she is the Executive Manager of Business Development for Aqua Power. Please come to the stage. So thank you so much for joining us. We heard there a lot of talk about personal experiences and what was going on in their path to future careers. And Princess Noura, if I could start with you first. When we look at all these issues that are out there, what are you seeing that people care the most at from your perspective? Obviously, we're going to ask them as well, but what have you seen are the big things out there that people should be focusing on?
So thank you, Sarah, for having us. It's a pleasure to be here. Since this is the last session, I'd like to start with a big picture. Right? It's been 7 years since the world adopted the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and 7 years since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, right? And I think where we are today shows that there is still hope in terms of achieving those goals. The world is still short of achieving its targets and being on the path to achieve the Paris Agreement targets, right? And keeping it within those geophysical limits. But I think there has been a lot of progress, particularly over the past few years. But unfortunately, there's still limitations, and hopefully, we're here at COP today. Hopefully, this year and next year will drive action. We are hearing this everywhere, right? That we're working from ideas to implementation. So I'm very hopeful that we will be we're in an implementation era right now, and things will move forward. But it's very critical to integrate the climate component into the SDGs. Right, and really think of that as a driving component, and not one in a silo, but really as a cross-cutting issue that has to be looked at when you think of every component of the economy or society, right? Because in 7 years, by the time we reach 2030, we may achieve development goals, but if we don't look at climate, we won't have the S, right? We won't be sustainable. And I think that's very critical and important to highlight. And then when it comes to the youth, I think from my observations, what I see around the world, the youth are frustrated. In spite of all of the progress and everything that's happening in the world and the great work, I think they are frustrated and they feel disenfranchised because of
We've seen it on the news. They're lying on the floor in London. They're sticking themselves to priceless pieces of art around the world. They're kind of desperate.
They are, and I don't blame them, because some people, some of them come from a scientific background, some of them are engaged in policy and they talk, but a lot of them don't, a lot of them aren't. They see the headlines on the news, they see these apocalyptic scenarios and the news that point to that, and then they see that the narratives of the politicians are completely disconnected from the actions on the ground, right?
Yeah.
And that level of insincerity and lack of clarity creates this sense of frustration. It creates a feeling of frustration and really fear, right? And they're in this constant state of anxiety, and they find themselves in a quandary because, they're seeing wildfires, sea level rise, all of these things happening around them. A lot of these environmental issues that are being exacerbated and will be even worse because of climate change, yet nothing is really happening, even though there are progress, but they're not seeing the change that they were promised, right? And I think it goes back to to the responsibility that the international community also holds and the messaging that they send to these people, right? You can't have scenarios that point to one thing and give ultimatums without being a bit more compassionate and a bit more thoughtful of the impact that it will have on the youth and how they think.
I think that's why the Saudi Green Initiative has been so interesting, because people can say, I can see here how funding and policy is aligned. And let's be honest, around the world, that has not been so easy to get as we look across different countries for different reasons. But that gives a glimmer of light, because we want a glimmer of light in all of this. And that's why people are suddenly turning their heads. I've said it a couple of times today, but I really feel, even me personally, I'm starting to think, gosh, maybe we've got a chance here. And Rishi, I want to bring you in on this, because companies are feeling the heat, right? They have been able to push things aside down the supply chain a few years ago, and that's not me, that's them. I mean, those days have been over for a while. But now, when you're looking at investments, I know you mentioned to me earlier, we need to invest for the future into products that people are going to want and that are going to be environmentally sustainable. Otherwise, they're going to be off the table, and that investment will be wasted.
That's absolutely true, Sarah. But before I go a little deeper into that, let me just start off by referring to something at a personal level, because that's how you started this conversation. This morning, when I told my 22-year-old daughter that I'm going to be on the stage with 3 young, thoughtful, dynamic women talking about the future and our responsibility to the youth, I think I won the most brownie points that I've ever won. I mean, more power to diversity. Look at this panel. I'm the old male on this on this panel, and I celebrate that. It is really, really fantastic to be here on stage today with all of you. On the point that you just made, I use a very simple analogy. We talk about, particularly when we talk about emissions, we talk about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Guess what? Scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 does not start with the companies. It starts with the end consumer. Every single person in this hall, in this auditorium, is responsible for their scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions. And guess what? If they focus on scope 3, that backward integration through the entire supply chain, starting from the consumer-facing brand or retailer, whatever the firm is, all the way back will happen. And that is really what is going to drive the next generation, led by the youth of today, because they are the consumers of tomorrow.
So we're going to have the top-down push from the government, because there's going to be regulation, hopefully, and more legal requirements, and then the push-up from the customers, and hopefully somewhere in the middle people go, we've got no choice.
Regulation alone is not going to do it, Sarah. It's going to be driven by consumer demand, because ultimately 70+% of the global economy is serving the end consumer. And if they clearly lay out what their expectations are in terms of not just commitment to climate, but commitment to resilience and sustainability overall. So it includes better labor practices. It includes diversity, equity, and inclusion. It includes biodiversity as well. So all of that gets packaged into a bill of goods, if you want to call it that, that is stuck on the label, just like the calorie content of a product is. And the consumer says, well, I prefer this one because it's got a better sustainability footprint. And it'll trickle all the way back through the supply chain, to every supplier in that.
And they're going to have to hit the targets that the regulators set. Now, I want to bring Balkis and Sarah on this from a corporate level first, from your professional level. As the end consumer, you were sharing with me, you're in desalination, and that's a big part of your business. The demands you are now making back to your suppliers, you've been maybe happy with a certain product for a certain time, and now you go, no, I want something better in terms of its environmental impact and various other things. So, I mean, you went off, thought, I'm changing the supply chain, I'm changing things. But are you starting to be more demanding of the environmental impacts of the things that you work with every day?
Well, from my experience, I think that
as a scientist, I'm a graduate student in CAUS. I study environmental science engineering, and I'm young, so I noticed that there is like a huge gap between the industrial and the scientific world. I do see that if we try to build a bridge between the science and the industrial world by, as an example, support the innovative startup, the startup that are working on innovative or environmental friendly materials like membranes, green chemistry, membranes that is used in filtration, separation, or in water sector. And yeah, if we try to support these innovative startup, maybe we can reach a circular economy that can use the nature to treat the nature.
So getting more demanding, as you said, and bridging that gap between science and corporate. Sarah, there you are at Aquapower. You're developing the business, but you're starting to get that this is definitely part of the agenda when you're looking at the business that you want to develop?
Well, before starting to address this point, I would like to echo the sentiment of Princess Noura when it comes to the contextualizing the youth in this discussion. Globally, youth are despairing. But I think what's happening in our country now is that we're seeing a youth quake, where we're seeing youth are engaged actively and meaningfully in the public sector, in the private sector, in the eco-entrepreneurship, as well as in the civil society. And this is inspiring to our leaders, where they're hearing us and they're creating a lot of changes, and it's becoming an impetus for them to create a change that is sustainable and that is meaningful to us as young people. When it comes to looking at, as young person, what we want to see from the private sector, I think it's important that we want to see transparency. We want to understand what the private sector is doing in terms of reduction and in terms of abating CO2 emissions. We want to go beyond pledges. We want to understand how the environment, the social, and the governance is working on these companies and converging into a baseline of standards that can allow us as customers to compare a company X from company Y and how they're really performing. Are they really following their pledges? Are they really net zero or not? So we want more transparency that will allow us as customers, as he said, rightly so, to make the decision to opt for a product or not to opt for it, understanding what is the cost on the environment of each and every product. How much CO2 emission is it emitting? How much is it exploiting of land? How much it's exploiting of bodies of waters? How much it's emitting pollutants to the air? So all of that is the demands of youth. This is what we want to see from the private sectors and corporates.
So Rishi, we are in trouble as a corporate because, no disrespect, but when I was your age, I wasn't so well informed and talking about transparency and governance. I mean, I had to do my compliance in my banking job. But, you know, the very fact that it's so firmly on the next generation's agenda, this transparency and governance and big topics such as that, these companies are going to have to act fast, aren't they?
Well, and you know, to that point, there's obviously been, and I think to some extent deservedly so, a lot of focus on attempts at greenwashing on the part of corporates, including financial services firms. My own read of this, Sarah, is that let's take greenwashing for a second. Greenwashing, some of it is intentional, predominantly driven by marketing motivations, misrepresentation. A lot of it is actually unintentional, right? And the best mitigant to that unintentional greenwashing that occurs inadvertently is really what Sarah was referring to, which is state your objectives very clearly and then report against them in a very transparent manner, data-driven, and then last but not least, be honest. This transition is a 30-year, 3-decade transition. It's not a 3-month or a 3-day transition, right? So it's okay to take your time. And actually on that, let me add one more comment to this. You know, the journey with youth in particular, because of the anxiety that they face today and are experiencing, which has a bearing on their mental health and so on, starts with education, right? I think And by the way, I'm not just the father of a 22-year-old. I head a company where the median age is also predominantly youth. You know, it's 30-something years. And I come from a country where the median age is 28 years, right? For a lot of them, to hear clear, succinct messaging around not just what the targets are, but what the journey is going to be towards those targets, in itself is a very good step towards providing the reassurance and allowing the youth and the population at large to hold you accountable and responsible, whether you're a corporate or an investment firm or the government. It doesn't matter. We all end up having to get measured by the same set of yardsticks, right? It's true that, you know, my employees don't vote me in, but guess what? You know, if I don't deliver,
they can vote you out.
Exactly, exactly. You know,
we don't want that to happen. I want to pick up on greenwashing. Princess Nora.
I think when it comes to greenwashing, there's a legacy issue here that we're dealing with, right? And a lot of it, as you said, some of them are intentional and some of them are not. And I think today we're in a situation where I believe a big portion of the promises and targets and commitments are sincere, to be honest, but it's the difficulty of changing a system that requires every player within an economy, whether it's the investment community, the business community, the research community, the political community, and civil society, to come together and actually find solutions that create the right ecosystem and the right structures, whether they're guidelines, transparency measures, and all of that, that actually, and these things take time to shape, right, and to take form. And I think this is why I feel like what's happening in the kingdom is nothing short of remarkable, right? Because the youth are engaged in the decision-making process. They are there on the decision-making table. They are sitting with the experts. They are learning from the experts, and they are giving their own opinions and their thoughts, and that's being considered by the final decision-maker, right? And then what's even more important is, like, you know, contrary to bringing, you know, a youth activist or someone who is deeply passionate about the topic to come and speak and leave, what I think we're doing is saying, no, come, sit, learn, grow, and build, right? Because they are essentially going to be the leaders of tomorrow.
And I guess when you protest, you're at the end of your tether, because you don't know what else to do.
Because you're frustrated and you no longer, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you tried, and maybe, like you said, maybe you can try harder, but you didn't know where to try, how to try, and maybe that's part of the education.
Exactly, engaging them is the first part, you know, education and engagement, talking to them, having these conversations. The more you engage people, the more knowledge creation you share, the more solutions you can find, and the better conversations you can have with society.
And I just kind of want to ask the audience, I mean, do you think it's a good idea? How long did it take us to get sort of calories, fat, green, red on the back of our packets of food? Would you be happy, would you want to see a similar sort of thing for the environmental impact? Yep, 2 hands from this gentleman. Is that something you think that we should start to see out there on the back of a packet, rather than we see organic or this, that, and the next thing? Yeah, so a lot of you, so we can make the proper decisions and not be hoodwinked.
Like I said, Sarah, your scope 3 is my scope 1 and 2. My scope 3 is, you know, and so on. It, you know, goes all the way back the supply chain. It's probably one of the most appropriate mechanisms to ensure accountability and responsibility.
I think building on the greenwashing discussion is what I'm afraid of is the greenwashing, honestly, where corporates are afraid to talk about their carbon emissions, and they're not comfortable to talk about what are they doing in terms of the environment, because they are exploiting the environment, and they're leaving a harmful substance to the environment that are impacting people and planet. I think what we need to see is, as we talked about effective engagement of youth on all levels, is private sector allowing the communities to be involved and looking at representation of youth and women in consultations, in boardrooms, where we really engage the community as part of our decision making, where we're not afraid to say, okay, we're harming the environment, but how can we look into ways that can take us away and transition beyond that to end this greenwashing phenomena that we're seeing today?
So it strikes me we need to have somebody, like you have a compliance officer, right? It's a very important person in finance, an environmental compliance officer in the middle. And how many boards have got the people that they sell to on the boards, representative of the people they sell to. I know I've experienced that myself, and I'm like, how can we create this product and then this campaign when the very person we're selling it to is not in the room? So from your perspective as well, Balkis, do you think that's a good idea to sort of embed this a little bit more inside the institutions that we work for?
Yeah, and I do think that we can take benefit from the sustainability reports. As Sarah have said, that we need to know how much are the emissions from each company. We can use, we can get this information from the sustainability report. We can enhance or try to push the private sector to publish more information about that. And also we can, as the gap, as I was mentioning before, we can fill this gap by by building communication system between the two sectors, the scientific sectors and the private sector. I do think that we need to see more environmental representative inside the institutions. It's like the science communicator. Like some people are scientists, they communicate with the community to try to translate the science and make it simple to the community. So we can have something like that. It's like an environmental police or something like that inside each institution that can report and check and follow up on each company and each corporations.
Yeah, I think we almost kind of need more cooperation inside, don't we, Princess Nora, if I bring you in on this, the fact that, you know, it's all too segregated at the moment, and we get stuck on train tracks. You know, you run a company a certain way, you're doing certain things. I mean, you almost need to rip some of it up by the roots and say, yeah, you don't have to be over 30 to be on our board. You just need to be representative, you know, not quite a baby, but representative of who we're selling these products to, you know, the mothers, the younger generation, and being held accountable.
No, I absolutely agree. And I think, you know, as you said, there's so much dissonance, and I think in the end it goes back to the integrity of the information, right? If you're looking at standards, if you're looking at, you can always slap a sticker on something, but what is the integrity of that data? What is the integrity of the information that's actually creating that sticker there? So I think that's something that's very important. If we're coming to the fact that we have youth on boards and things, and I think this is happening as we speak, right? Because their perspectives, they talk to their friends, they talk to their parents, and they have a very different perspectives from corporate boards, right? Having them in those boards are actually, you know, you have to have a diversity on the boards, whether they're women, younger, youth, older people with the experience, men. Everyone has to be on the board because that's how you get inclusivity in the decision-making process, and you're able to think in a 360 perspective rather than being, you know, narrow-minded. And honestly, again, back to my point, I am seeing this with my own eyes, and this is my own experience. I've been in this, in the issue of climate change since, following it and talking about it since 2014, right? And there was so much cynicism, there was so much like people rolling their eyes and telling us, oh, what do you know?
Did you ever get tired and think,
it was
you know
tiring.
what? I feel like I'm banging my head against a wall.
I don't think I felt frustrated because I knew that there was a purpose and I knew that there was an opportunity, but you were just kind of no one was engaging with you, right? Or someone back then, I was younger, people were like, oh, come back to me when you have some white hairs on your head, right? Whereas now, that was told, I assure you, that was told to me. And I heard that. But now you see youth engaged, they are on the boards of the biggest institutions, you know, whether they're government institutions or private institutions. And I think that's the change that we want to see, and that's what's going to create a better decision-making process.
So Sarah, do you feel more optimistic? Do you feel things are moving in the right direction?
Well, my experience is a testament of the optimism that I have. When I started my climate interest, maybe it was around the time that it was around Paris Agreement, where we saw everyone globally talking about the climate issues and it being heightened to a certain level. I wanted to be part of the change. I wanted to be, I'm an engineer, I'm a problem solver. I wanted to be part of that transition. And my dream was to work in the energy sector and to transform the sector to a green and a clean energy sector. And I'm doing that every day. I work in developing renewable energy projects that are emitting zero emissions of carbon to the environment. I'm working on developing green hydrogen. Never ever in my dreams I thought that I'll be able to do that every day. And sustainable infrastructure and utilities. And for me, that translates beyond how many megawatts we have created. It translates to me how many people that I have helped to have access to energy, to have access to electricity, and how that access to electricity have enabled them to have access to opportunities, to education, to learning, for them to thrive. So I think I'm optimistic. I understand that the image might be dark at the moment, but I do see a path where we all work and engage to try to solve the issue.
And a path, that's a really interesting concept, as you said, you know, when we're navigating that, Rishi. I know when I talked to you earlier, because we've been talking a little bit about B2C here, you know, the consumers' right to back up the chain. A lot of businesses, it's not that case, it's business to business, B2B. We've seen the pressure come in through those supply chains, but in your experience and where you're investing, is that a big part of your decision-making process now, where these environmental impacts come into?
So what we've done, Sarah, on this is actually spent a fair bit of time and effort developing what internally we refer to as our responsible investment framework. And it's really premised around 3 key pillars: responsible employment, responsible operations, and responsible commitment to the community that we operate in, including the environment. A key conclusion that we drew from doing all of that work, actually several key conclusions. One is that this is not about negative screening, yes or no, binary answers, right? Precisely for the reason that I was outlining earlier. It's a journey, and it is incumbent upon us as investors, as deployers of massive amounts of capital, that savers, both individuals and institutions, are entrusting us with, to deploy and generate a return on their behalf and mitigate the risk on that capital as well at the same time. It is incumbent upon us to identify the assets that will generate that attractive risk-adjusted return and make them sustainable, create sustainable long-term value. That's what
Is it almost becoming too risky not to do it? You know, we want to imagine everybody does things from a good place, but let's be honest, a lot of people still care about money. That's their priority, making profits, and to be honest, survival, and sometimes that's fair enough. But now it's almost too dangerous not to build that into your plans because you could lose your license or create a product that nobody wants.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, it's a myth that there is a trade-off between expected return and building sustainable long-term value into the business, right? Complete myth. It's as fundamental to long-term value creation, i.e. sustainability, as having a solid management team, a solid capital structure, a good go-to-market strategy, et cetera, are. It's as fundamental. Why? Precisely for the reason that you outlined. Any business, whether it's a B2B or a B2B2C or a B2C, right, is going to find itself potentially at risk, not just of being shut out from the capital markets, being shut out from its own customers if they are unable to demonstrate a true, genuine, verifiable, transparent commitment to sustainability. Not today. I'm not suggesting that that is the case today. But that's the journey we are on. That pathway is very visible. It's visible to us as investors. And the good news I see is it's visible to corporates, generally speaking.
So they're getting too scared. Princess Noura, in terms of this, not just from a corporate perspective as well, but are you starting to see that consciousness growing? As you said, it took a long time. You felt like sometimes people were sort of disregarding it. Do you think it's the momentum's growing? Because everything we've heard in COP27, everything we've heard now, is actually what we're doing is not enough.
Yes.
You know, we need to do it quicker, and actually even 1.5%, we're struggling with that, but even that's probably too low.
Yeah.
So do you think the urgency is creeping into this discussion?
I think the urgency is certainly creeping. So there's 2 points. So one, to touch on Rishi's point about the binary. I think for the longest time we've been operating in a place where we were always talking about this is good and this is bad. And I think with time, these boundaries are starting to diminish, because it's not about what's good and bad, it's about the final imprint, like the environmental imprint of all of that. And I think this type of thinking is starting to trickle down and reality is starting to hit, right? That we need to think about that and not create these binary conversations that are actually stalling movement and stalling action. That's one, and it's an iterative process, right? It's an iterative process, it's a learning process. We've never been in this situation ever before, and I think it goes back to the sincerity of the actors. And I'm hopeful, and I see the sincerity in people. It's just difficult. It is very difficult, but I think what's also challenging and alarming is just, last week there was a new report. There's the 100 billion that the developed countries were promising developing nations, right, in terms of adaptation.
It's not been paid.
It hasn't been paid. Now they're saying, oh, it will be by next year. But who knows? If they spend 7 years not committing to that, and then add to all of that now, there's more numbers. The numbers are even higher. They're close to 2 trillion in funding, right? So that's just an overwhelming piece of information that can weigh people down. But I think it should not detract from the efforts, and it should not detract from the momentum that exists, because we have to build on each other's momentum, because if we get stuck in the negatives, then we can't move forward. It's going to be very difficult to move forward and be proactive. So I think we should take these heavy pieces of information as a stimulant to act faster and be humbler, right? And talk to people and understand different perspective to move action, as opposed to having that as a barrier that stalls us.
And let's be honest, it's going to be more hard now than ever. We're facing difficult economic hardships around the world, unsettled security issues that are really, really pushing even quite developed countries, shall we say, into very difficult choices between moving forward on their green environment and literally providing heating to houses and for countries. People being able to provide food on the table. I remember my brother last week, I was in the UK, and he said to me, Sarah, I've got a team of 25 people, and he said, for the first time, my people that work on my team, and some of them are managers, are going to the food bank in the UK. So they're feeling this real crunch. So, that's when it can get dangerous. The environment can just slip a little bit off the agenda. Because people say, I can't afford to live, I can't afford to pay for the future and save that as well.
Agreed. And again, it goes back to my earlier point that when you look at climate and environmental stewardship, climate action or environmental stewardship, you can't look at it in silo. It needs to be a core component in every other development aspect, right? In economic and social development first and foremost, right? And I think it goes back to political consistency, right? And long-term planning, thinking of today's needs, addressing today's needs, and at the same time thinking of the future. And unfortunately, it's not what we've seen in the West, particularly now in Europe with the unfortunate situation that they're finding themselves in. And I think one thing that we have seen in the Kingdom is, particularly during COVID, right? It was a tough time for everyone, but even through those tough times, the government was there to support the citizens, to provide a safety net, but at the same time did not stop it from moving forward with its targets. We have continued with our targets, and we've seen that, and we've found opportunities in a situation that was very difficult. And if anything, I think that unfortunate year or two actually gave us more energy and more power to know that anything is possible, and we can do it.
It was. I mean, I mentioned it in the previous panel. There weren't many bright spots with COVID, but one of them was that if international cooperation comes together, never before, I used to be a pharmaceutical analyst, never before did you get a vaccine in 2 years. It was normally 8 to 12 years. Exactly. And that created some concerns to start with. So if the will is there, the cash is always there. It just depends what you want to spend it on and what your priorities are. So Balkis, I want to bring you and Sarah back into this. Are you feeling more optimistic because of COVID for the cooperation in your jobs that you're doing? Do you feel like we're going to make a change? It might be hard and it's not going to be a linear path, but that we can start to make those changes?
Actually, I don't think that it's going to be hard. I think that it's going to be a chance to be proactive in working in these circumstances. And I'm very optimistic about the future for the environment, especially in Saudi, especially inside cows. I see inside cows, they are doing like huge and big steps, giga research, giga projects. It's a really good and huge step to help the environment.
Now, I'm not going to steal away from Tumi's panel that's coming up, because I know you're going to do sustainability tick list, which will be amazing. But in terms of companies, what would be the tick list that you would like there? You'd like to start ticking things off. I did the tourism pan earlier. I know we can tick some fairly big things off there in terms of zero impacts on the environment. What would you like to see on your preferred list of things that you could start to see with companies, if that was possible?
Okay, I would like to see the result, the scientific result on their work, especially if they are in the oil and gas sectors, or like they are the carbon emissions. As I mentioned, the sustainability report usually contain this information, but not all the companies publish this information. So I think that they need to be more transparent, as what Sarah said before, with the people.
Yeah, transparency, obviously a very big thing. We've seen a big announcement with Saudi Aramco that went to the market. Yes, you need to be a certain level of transparency to be a listed company, but it's more the intent, isn't it, that we're going to show our workings, like a maths exam.
Like if everyone showed their work, I think all the other companies would like be more comfortable in showing their results.
Yes, exactly. It's almost contagious, you know, and it becomes a new standard. From your perspective, Sarah, what would you like to see?
Well, Sarah, this is my third COP that I attend, and as an observer of the conversations and the negotiations, I see that the private sector is taking a big role and a center stage, especially with the last COP, where we see a lot of coalitions from the private sector spinning out of the COP, pledging towards mitigating climate. But then in this COP, adaptation, loss and damage actually is becoming more relevant to the private sector, because as we live with the reality of climate change and as we live with the consequences, how will the private sector adapt to these changes? How resilient it is? Are all companies factoring climate risks in the way that they look at investments? So all of this, I think, is gaining momentum, and it's, with the time, will become a major factor in the way that the businesses are being run and working.
And I almost think, I mean, I was lucky enough to travel, you know, I travel around the world quite a lot. I'm based in the Middle East, but I got a shock this summer with the temperatures.
Yes.
No aircon in places that have never needed to have it before. And suddenly, I think the whole world woke up this summer because everybody suffered. We all know in Britain it always rains. It wasn't, it was boiling hot. In the various places around Europe, it was unbearable. Yeah. It was hotter there than back here at certain points. And I think that scared people because, like, unlike COVID, or like COVID, I know it was unfortunate, but it impacted all of us all at once. So maybe that has acted as a little bit of a turbo boost, do you think, Rishi? It's not a good thing, but maybe some good can come out of it.
Yeah, I think what it has done, and it's not just this year, I think even I mean, if you look at the last 3 or 5 years, the number of floods, droughts, forest fires, you know, the warmest day on record, the coolest day on record, snowfall dumps and so on, has been at an all-time high. I forget the exact statistics, but we actually did this work. And what that has done is it's moved the consensus opinion. I'm not going to say everyone on the planet, but it's moved the consensus opinion from skepticism and denial to complete wholehearted acceptance, acknowledgement around A, it is real, B, it needs to be mitigated, right? And in you know, the life cycle, you touched upon COVID. It's a very good example, actually, because the life cycle of these things is typically around 3 I's. Initiative, right? In the case of COVID, it was mapping out the DNA sequence of COVID, of the virus. And then it's innovation. In the case of COVID, it was the mRNA vaccine, never before tried, right? And then it's investment. I mean, led by the US and others, right? They invested, I can't remember what the number was, like $700 billion or something like that in spec manufacturing, right? That happened in the span of 15 months in the case of COVID. It's probably going to take us 15 years in the case of climate. But the life cycle is not dissimilar. And the good news is the impetus, the acknowledgement, and the initiative is already there. The innovation is happening, as we've heard. And the investment is, that's my job.
And we're going to have Sarah and Balkis holding us to account. I can tell. I wouldn't want to cross them. They're going to be pushing hard. And it's good to see that the next generation it's so firmly on their agenda that they're just not going to let us off the hook. Princess Noor, I want to end with you. The mirror is firmly in front of our face. The pressure's on. Hopefully we have hope to be a little bit more optimistic.
I think so, and I think that pressure is good. I think as long as we keep having these checks and balances and constructive dialogues and criticism as well, we need that. We cannot achieve targets without that. Nothing is all rosy, but we need these checks and balances to drive us, and we use whatever is negative or weighing us down or all of the shortcomings as fuel to power us forward. And just to end this conversation, I'd just like to, since we're here at the Saudi Green Initiative, someone asked me earlier today, who's in charge of the Saudi Green Initiative, right? And it took me a while to give an answer, because it was an initiative by our leadership, right? It's a visionary leadership who put down this Vision 2030, and put down this initiative. But in fact, it's a vision of a nation, an initiative of a nation. Everyone is working towards the same goal, whether it's Vision 2030 or the Saudi Green Initiative, which is a core component of Vision 2030, right?
Yeah.
And I hope this energy in the kingdom, from everyone, from top leadership to the youngest individual, drives the wave that lifts all of the boats around the world, right? And I see us being a beacon of hope to the rest of the world.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely right. I was here a year ago when it launched, and I thought it was interesting. If I'm honest, I thought, yeah, we had lots of interesting things. Is this just talk? Because we've been disappointed before, not by this, but by all the various conversations that we've had in the last few years from various people around the world. And as Sarah put it, the youth quake is out there. I love that. We've got a hashtag of the do-gooders from the last one, hashtag youth quake this one, and that power and that energy from the next generation to push this forward. So on that note, thank you so much for joining us today. And a round of applause, please, for all that insight and sharing of personal stories. And some bright spots, I hope, for things to look forward to in the future. Her Highness Princess Noor bint Turki Al Saud, co-founder of Ion Collective, thank you so much for joining us today. Balkis Al Sharif, I know you're going to be back on stage for this to-do list. Rishi Kapoor, the co-CEO of Investcorp Bahrain, thank you for joining us. And last but not least, Sarah Harthy, their Executive Manager from Aqua Power. So that's it. That concludes the panels, but we've got a lovely segment coming up now, because I know that Tumi's coming back on stage to give us a list that's going to make us accountable. And that's what we heard about, is accountability means action. So we can look at that and give us a plan for next year. Over to you, Tumi.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm fighting.
That one more time. Let's try that one more time. I think I said thank you about 6 times to you, Sarah. I hope it finally reached you. Thank you for taking a bow. Thank you so much, Sarah, and to her panel. And I always find it interesting when we have to have conversations around deliverables. And even though we didn't get down to specific deliverables outside of the context of the Saudi Green Initiative, which has its own set of deliverables, we as a people, regardless of where in the world you are, regardless of where in the world you're from, need to make sure that you hold yourself accountable. So we expect governments to hold themselves to account. We expect companies and corporates to hold themselves to account. It's just as important that we, as people, hold ourselves to account. So, I'm really excited about this last panel, not because it's the last one of the day, but because it's going to be a women-only panel, so it's only the 3 of us up here. But more importantly, it's young voices. It's women who really are focused on what tomorrow is going to look like. So please, give a very warm welcome back onto the stage, Sarah Al-Hamdi and Balkis Al-Sharif, both of whom are of the Mawhiba alumni. Both of you, thank you, in Saudi Arabia. Please take a seat. And no, nobody gets any extra points for guessing who the old person up here is. You don't get any extra points for that. Both of you, thank you so much for joining me. I've been looking forward to this discussion all day because I think it's really important for us not just to take stock about the conversations that have been had over the past 2 days, but I think really importantly to look ahead and to see what can, cannot, must not be done. So lists can be very long. I don't know about you, but my lists are always really, really long, especially my to-do lists. So let me get straight into it. When it comes to looking at what we do or don't do in the future, it can have things that are quite challenging to achieve, not just in terms of what they are, but how long they take to do. And then there are those things that many of us love, that are low-hanging fruit. So I'd like to talk about a little bit of both of those. So let me start with you. For you, what needs to be at the top of that to-do list when we are looking at writing the sustainability list for the next 12 months? What needs to be at the top?
So, as I think actually 12 months isn't like a very long time, and we need to choose wisely what we're going to focus on. So if I am going to prioritize the list, I will be first thinking about research and focusing on a specific problem, going through a previous study and customizing them to fall or align with our goals and what we're working towards. And as I previously mentioned, I believe that, and I always say that and I'll keep saying it, scientists cannot do it alone. All sectors need to be involved, all sectors need to be integrated. So I think this integration could happen through laws and regulations that will help join both sides of a single coin towards reaching our goal.
Okay, well, let's ask the scientist. I probably switched it up a little bit on both of you because I didn't start with the scientist first, but let's go to the scientist. What needs to be at the top of that list for you?
From my perspective, I say that we need to focus more on transitional research. As Sarah said, the timeline is quite short. If we want to get a quick and a good result from our to-do list, we need to work with what we have. What we have are research. We publish research. We publish research in Nature and top science papers. But we don't see it in real life. We want to scale it from that to make scale to the large scale, to the industrial scale. So transitional research are the research that we can commercialize easily, and it's customized to a specific problems. So yeah, I think this would be my top priority.
Before we move on to the next one, if you're saying customize research, how would you want that to look?
It's like Mohiba. We are a Mohiba alumni, me and Sarah. Mohiba, for anyone that are not from Saudi, it's an institution that supports gifted students or the students that have high IQ. Mohiba was a paper. It was a paper that was published from CACS, and then now it's an institution, and it supports thousands of students. It's something like that. It starts with a paper and an idea, and then we commercialize it until it's a company or a big institution.
And how much of it is about making sure that solutions that we're identifying, so if you're talking about the research and the paper needs to be solving a particular problem, but that problem affects certain people, right? So in the process of ensuring that that research is customized, it surely has to be relevant to those people for whom it is intended. Not just because we think so, but because they also have a say in the process, no?
Yeah, sorry, right?
It's okay, you can go ahead and then she can
I remember I used to take a fellowship with MIT called Co-Create Fellowship. It was a fellowship from the Human Centralized Center where they give us a problem and then we need to try to solve it based on what does the client or the person need, not just what me as a scientist I need. Yeah, also in CAUS, they give us, in the entrepreneurship course, they bring 3 scientists or 4, and then they give us the research, and they ask us to try to commercialize it, try to solve these problems. So yeah, to make it in a human centralized way that can emphasize what you have said.
Sarah, your view?
So I actually believe that there is a gap between research and scientists inside labs and the public. What do they actually want, and what do they understand of it? Where do they want to go with it? And I think this gap should be filled through, as I said, involving the other sectors through reporters. We need entrepreneurs, medical reporters, and educators that are involved in the public, listen to the public, see what youth and even adults, what do they want from scientists, and be there for the scientists to guide them through the needs of the public, because this is a huge transition, not only industrial, it will affect people, it will affect citizens. And not everyone is familiar with living in this new lifestyle. This is why one other way into integrating or involving the public is setting laws. Laws are not only helpful in making them understand why is this important and how important this is, it only helps us track our progress through this shift. And the reporters, of course, are a great way to see how we're improving and where we're going.
If we take onto that and add a layer, and that layer is the question of sustainability, how would you address, in light of what you've both said about the need to ensure that research is relevant, that there are easier pathways for conducting the research and making sure that it's relevant, what is it then that makes the question sustainable if we add that layer? If I could start with you, Sarah.
Can you elaborate more on the question?
So if we're looking, so for example, if we're looking now at the environment, and we're looking at greening the environment, and we say that in a particular community, they're having X problem with their water. We need to do research to figure out what the problem is and how we can solve that problem. How does sustainability feature in that process?
The idea is living and going through industrial processes in a sustainable way. This is what we want to implement in community. Solving any problem should be in a sustainable way. Living regular lives and doing regular habits should be in a sustainable way. And this is why we're talking about implementing laws, just to inform the public of how important this thing is. And it's not about being sustainable. It's about a practice of sustainability, a lifestyle.
Yeah, I agree on what Sarah have said. It's a mindset. I think to make it sustainable or pragmatic, we can add some KPIs to follow, and we can track this KPIs on our to-do list, and to know if we are moving with our steps in the right way or not.
So essentially better processes, right? Processes so we can keep track. And in fact, what you were discussing in the earlier panel, this conversation around making sure that we're hitting the mark and somebody is following up. Somebody's following up to make sure that Dumi committed to do X, Y, Z. Did she do it? If she didn't do it, what was the problem? How do we solve that problem? We're coming, that was really quick, but we're coming to the end of our session. If there is one thing that both of you think needs to be done, not just on the list, but needs to be urgent, what is that? Balkis, if I could start with you.
Yeah, I think in CAUS, we have this lab safety responsible team where they go into the labs just to make sure that, and follow with our lab and to make sure that we are doing our work in a safety way. So I think that we need something like that for environment problems inside the private sectors.
Okay, and Sarah?
I do agree. We need environmental inspectors. This is very necessary in order for them to give us the base of what do we need to fix, what laws do we need to implement, and where do we need to go. Those inspectors could go into different organizations in different fields and sectors and grab all the violations and all the problems that these organizations are causing to the environment, not necessarily intentionally. And based on that, educators could go in as well to inform these institutions that you could do this, this, and that, and you can fix this, this, and that. And this is where consultations come in.
Great. So I'm going to quickly wrap up what you have said. And of course, you're allowed to tell me if I got it completely wrong. But hopefully I haven't gotten it wrong. In your previous session, Balkis, you said one of the things that was really important when it comes to the question of sustainability was transparency. The other thing that you said, which I think is really relevant, is ensuring that the research work that we're doing, almost regardless of what the sector is, that the research work that we're doing is more targeted, it's more specific, and it's more customized.
And scalable.
And scalable. So that we are sure that we're solving problems and not just doing stuff for the sake of doing it. That we need to close the gap, Sarah, you said, between the public that are going to be benefiting from the work that is being done, and those who are doing the research work, be it in the lab or out in the field, that there needs to be perhaps better collaboration, but ensuring that the line between the two isn't broken. So again, we maintain beneficiation. That processes are done in a more sustainable way, Sarah, you said, that the processes themselves are constantly checked so that, one, they are not negatively impacting, but that their impact is also sustained over a longer period of time. And last, making sure that what is agreed and the laws that are made are implemented. Would that be correct?
That's perfect.
Did I get it right?
Yeah.
How many points do I get?
100.
Do I get an A?
Absolutely, an A+.
To both of you, thank you so very much for sharing your thoughts and your insights. And I think I'm really encouraged and excited that if the future has more young people like yourselves in it, it's going to be a wonderful place to live. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sarah Al-Hamdi and Balkis Al-Sharif. Thank you to both of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you believe we've come to the end of a really special 2 days, the end of the Saudi Greening Initiative, of course, an initiative by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you. I've certainly learned a lot. I hope you have learned a lot. I hope you enjoyed the information sharing, the challenging thoughts, the perspectives, and of course, the dancing as well. And if you didn't dance, shame on you. I'm going to be leaving you shortly. My name is Dumi Makhabo, and I'm going to be leaving you with a reminder of some of the really special moments that we have enjoyed over the past 2 days. For those of you who are staying either here in Sharm el-Sheikh or in Egypt, stay well. Those of you who will be traveling to the far reaches and corners of the earth, safe travels, and may you have the wind behind your wings. To all of you, shukran.
Minister of Energy from Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud.
Today the color is green. It's my duty also to show that in every year we'll become greener and greener as we go.
On behalf of NEOM, I would like to say we are extremely proud to be part of this regreening initiative.
وإن مبادرتي السعودية الخضراء والشرق الأوسط الأخضر دلالة على العزم المشترك والدور المحوري للتعاون الدولي في تحقيق أهدافنا.
We all inhabit this planet together. What happens in one part of the world affects other parts of the world, so we can't escape that.
The Saudi Green Initiative is a turning point in green efforts.
Climate change is real. This is why we are here today at COP27 to stop thinking and start acting.
And we're gonna keep it coming. Wait for us next year.